Section 35 of the Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the Third, Chapter 9th. Patent Gospel Grace. Is it not beautiful, my child? Is it not beautiful? As he spoke, with his knees spread very wide apart from each other and the cup of coffee placed on one knee, the Reverend Doctor waved the silver spoon to and fro, nodding all the while and glancing with a curious look at the fair face of Mabel, who was seated opposite. We say curious look because he was a good minister, and it would not do to call that sensual glance, gleaming through half-closed eyelids, humid with unhealthy moisture, by its proper name. "What is beautiful?" asked Mabel as she raised the cup of coffee to her lips. "To think that a berry should grow in the ground," continued Altamont Pine, glancing aside at the face of his daughter, while he beat a tattoo on the saucer with the end of the spoon. "To think that a berry should grow in the ground, and that simple berry, by a mysterious decree of Providence, should in the course of time assume the appearance of a cup of coffee." The Reverend Dr. Pine raised his watery eyes heavenward, but in an instant, as though impelled by some strange charm, he fixed them upon the face of Mabel, with that same gloating expression of fatherly affection. Fatherly affection, by all means. "Drink your coffee, my love. Drink, it will do you good," said the Reverend Pine, with an unctuous fatness of voice. "Nothing like coffee to raise your spirits, especially," he added in a cheerful whisper, "especially when it is spiced with a drug or two." "I feel so strange, Father," exclaimed Mabel, passing her white hand over her brow. "There is a burning sensation on my forehead, and my eyes pain me. Oh, Father, can I indeed be going mad? The room is filled with strange forms, and I feel as though an invisible hand was dragging me over a frightful precipice." Her dark eyes suddenly assumed a wild and unearthly light. In an instant, the lids seemed to have shrunken away from the eyeballs, and each eye, dilating to an unnatural size, assumed a strange luster, rendered more apparent and striking by the utter paleness of the countenance, with a single vivid spot of red crimsoning the center of each swelling cheek. Even the lips of the maiden assumed an unnatural hue. Suddenly their moist vermilion changed to a warm and unhealthy purple. "Father, Father," she cried, "I am going mad. For God's sake, save me, save me. The room sinks from beneath my feet, the air is filled with horrible phantoms, and, oh, save me, save me." She fell back into the chair and covered her face with her hands. "This is the first stage of the potion," blandly whispered Dr. Pine, as his red face, with its rubicund cheeks flushed all over with deep crimson, assumed an expression of the most decided character. "At first she will be frightened, then she will fall into a gentle doze, and then, then—" He took her fair white hand within his own and patted it playfully against his oily cheek. "No one shall hurt you, my child. Your papa is with you. Go to sleep. That's a dear, Mabel." Her form thrown back in the chair, with the limbs disposed in a careless and therefore voluptuous position, Mabel gazed at her father with a wild stare as though she did not comprehend the meaning of his words. She looked supremely beautiful, as with her dark hair falling in heavy masses aside from her pale face, she surrendered one hand to her father, while the other rested upon the white skin of her neck just where it began to expand into the virgin bosom. "I gave Devilbook 3 potions some time ago," muttered Dr. Pine, as he drew his chair to the side of the bewildered girl. "One kills, the other makes crazy, the third makes love, or rather disposes a sweet young girl for the exercise of that delightful sentiment. Father, look, look! There, at your very shoulder, stands a skeleton, winding a grave shroud round your limbs. Oh, Father, for heaven's sake, do not suffer it to stand there with its bony fingers on your cheek." "Ugh! The girl scares the life out of one," cried Dr. Pine, jumping from his chair. "Aha! She begins to doze. How beautiful! That pale face, so round in its outlines, with the spot of red on each cheek. Those lips, they change from purple to red again, falling slightly apart. That glimpse of a soft bosom. Aha, she does begin to doze. Mabel's head dropped lightly on her shoulder, and her eyelids slowly closed. Her long dark hair fell showering over her white shoulders. Her arms sank stiffly by her side. She lay silent and motionless as though suddenly stricken by the hand of death. The Reverend Dr. Pine rose slowly from his seat. He smacked her lips with unctuous fervor, and then, taking his watch from the fob, he strode quietly up and down the room. "This is the second stage of the potion," he whispered, looking at the watch. "The third stage is the most delightful of all. That paleness will give place to a peach-like bloom. That stiffness of limb will be overcome by a voluptuous languor. That closed eye, when its lids again unclose, will fire with passion and flash with all the bewitching softness of a woman's love. It now wants 10 minutes of 12 o'clock. At 12, the dear child will be in my power. The care and trouble of 17 years will be well repaid. I remember. I have to preach the anniversary sermon of the Gospelers on Christmas night. Let me think it over." Mabel still lay silent and unconscious. Her hands dropped listlessly by her side, while her cheeks were pale and colorless as death. "Yes, yes," soliloquized the pious Dr. Pine. "I might touch up the Gospelers on that score. I might talk of my wonderful conversion, my sudden reform, my glorious change from darkness to light. Yes, brethren and sisters," he continued, striking an attitude as though surveying his congregation from the height of the pulpit. 17 years ago, I was a poor, miserable wretch, destitute at once of a good coat of pure knowledge of the Bible. Now, brothers, now, sisters, behold me, behold the wonderful reform, all accomplished by pure patent gospel grace." Mabel revives. Her eyes slowly unclose, and her lips fire with passion. 17 years ago, I was a ragged loafer, a leprous wretch, hiding in dark corners in the day and sleeping in the gutters at night. Now, brethren, and you, my dear sisters, behold the change. A change of heart and a full change of linen. I walk the streets in the day, clad in fine broadcloth. At night I sleep on a bed of down, and my conscience, brothers and sisters, oh, it is peaceful, calm and peaceful. Easy, quite easy, I assure you. And this, my children," his red round face assumed an expression of deep pathos, "is all the work, patent gospel grace." Subsiding from his pulpit attitude, the good brother approached the unconscious girl. A warm glow brightened freshly over her pale face, and her dark eyes, half closed, gave forth a sparkling glance, moistened with passion. While the pious minister stood gazing upon her, with a look as pure as the glance from the bloodshot eye of a satyr, her form relaxing from its rigidity of muscle began to assume the flowing outlines of voluptuous beauty. She grew radiant with passion. The red lips slightly parted, revealing the teeth-like pearls, the young bosom heaving with life, the face warmed with a burning flush, and the eye, large, dark, and lustrous, humid with the moisture of passion. Alas for Mabel now! The potion administered by the good Dr. Pine had aroused her animal nature in life, and she stood disclosed, a breathing image of that voluptuousness which is at once the charm and the curse of woman. "Come, kiss your father," said Dr. Pine, extending his arms towards the girl. "That's a good child. Kiss your papa." Mabel gazed upon him with wandering glance. It was evident that while her animal nature was aroused into full development, her intellectual powers were for the moment crushed, if not utterly broken. The glance which rested upon Dr. Pine's face was humid with passion, but it was the glance of an idiot. "The potion works like a miracle," murmured the parson, as his rubicund face warmed with a ruddy glow, while his watery eyes, with the veins of each pupil filled with discolored blood, stood out from their very sockets, with a look of gloating admiration. "Come and kiss your papa, Mabel. It was a good girl, that it was, and it must kiss its papa." Like one arising in their sleep, Mabel arose from the chair, and extending her arms, advanced to her father's side. Her footsteps trembled as she walked. Still the flush brightened in her cheek. Still the glance, flashing from her dark eye, grew more soft and mellowed with the moisture of passion. Still her fair young bosom rose heaving from beneath the folds of her night-robe. She extended her arms and kissed his lips. Faugh! Those lips were gross and sensual, though they were a parson's lips. She kissed his lips again, and yet again. She laid her soft cheek against his face. She encircled his neck with her round arms. She felt her tiny fingers playing with the thin locks of his hair. The parson's face grew more crimson, and his arms gathered more closely around his daughter's waist. "It is a good child, so it is," whispered Dr. Pine, kissing her red lips. "And it will come and sit on Papa's knee, so it will." He drew the fair girl to his knee. His watery eyes grew more sensual in their gaze, and his arms gathered more closely round her waist. "What a blessed thing it is to possess a knowledge of medical science, however slight." And Dr. Pine kissed the red lips of the girl with priest fervor. Here she was, an hour ago, full of intellectual energy. Now, ho, her mind is laid to sleep for a little while, and all the animal portion of her nature is aroused into active life. Quite active. A good potion, that. Ah! The good Dr. Pine tasted the freshness of her lips again. "Ha! Ha! Ha!" Dr. Pine started with a sudden thrill of horror as that maniac laugh broke on his ear. "Ha! Ha! Ha!" The girl started to her feet, and while her swelling cheeks flushed with animation and her dark eyes seemed to swim in liquid fire, she stood erect upon the floor, her extended hands pointing at his face with a maniac gesture. "Mabel, my child," the doctor began as he rose from his seat. "Ha! Ha! Ha!" shrieked the girl, as with that same unearthly look she gazed steadily in the face of the good parson. "What can all this mean? Certainly the child has gone mad. Mabel, my dear, come to your papa." Still the girl stood erect, her form raised to its full height, her eyes gathering new fire every instant, her cheek blooming with unnatural freshness, while her extended hands, with the long fingers trembling in the light, pointed fixedly in his face. How beautiful the picture, a vivid impersonation of beauty, mere animal loveliness, yet still bewitching loveliness, utterly deprived of intellect. The long dark hair falling over the shoulders, the erect attitude, the extended arms, and the flowing robes of snowy white, the large dark eyes dilating every instant and swimming in a strange light, the pale face with the burning freshness in the center of each cheek, the red lips and the young bosom rising faintly into view. Oh, beautiful as a dream, and yet more terrible than death. "Ha! Ha! Ha!" Dr. Pine turned pale. The laugh sounded like the shriek of his evil angel. "Come, girl, no more of this." He advanced fiercely toward the maiden. His hands were clenched, and his brow was darkened by a frown. "No more of this. Your shrieks will arouse the neighborhood. I have trifled too long." "Ha! Ha! Ha!" Louder and more terrible arose that shriek of maniac laughter. "Now for the reward for which I have waited 17 long years." He seized the maiden by the shoulders, and with one rude grasp tore the night-robe from her bosom. The white fragments fluttered in his hands. Another moment, and his arms were round her waist. His foul lips stained her bosom with a kiss. A wild light flashed from the eyes of the girl. Her cheek grew pale as death, and then crimson as the dawn. Her soul was struggling with her animal nature. She tossed her arms aloft. She tore her form from the embrace of the priestly villain. She tried to cover the round globes of her bosom with outspread fingers of her fair white hands. "Damnation!" shouted the preacher, as his round face grew purple with rage. You shall not foil me this time." Maddened with lust and rage, he advanced. He gathered the quivering waist of the girl within his vigorous arm. She struggled and writhed and leapt from her very feet in the effort to tear herself from his grasp. He raised his clenched hand and, oh, villain and dastard, he struck her to the floor. Her white bosom received the blow. Along one round and snowy globe, a dark streak of purple burst from the skin and stamped the traces of his violence. She lay prostrate on the floor, her breath heaving with convulsive gasps, her form quivering like a leaf, her cheek white as marble. He knelt by her side. He, the profaner of God's sacrament, the violator of God's truth, the blasphemer of God's name. He knelt before the crazed girl. He gathered her form in his arms. He kissed her death-cold lips. "One more effort, sweet Mabel." With one convulsive bound, she sprang from his embrace, again sunk kneeling on the floor, and raised her hands and eyes to heaven. "Oh, Mother!" she cried in tones that would have melted the heart of the fiend in hell. "Oh, Mother, save your child!" And her eyes were upward cast, and her hands were outstretched, as if to grasp the phantom form which her crazed fancy beheld floating in the darkened air. "You cannot escape me now," shouted Pine in a voice grown hoarse with passion. "Mine you are by heaven, and mine by hell. Ho, ho, my beauty, you ran away from my house, did you? You placed my character in jeopardy, did you? Ho, ho, my beauty, we'll see who's master now." He rushed toward the girl. She rose from the floor and retreated toward a dark corner of the room. Her face turned over her shoulder, her long dark hair floating down her back, the white hands clasped over her bosom, she fled wildly forward. Her foot became entangled in the carpet. She fell prostrate on the floor. A gleam of malignant triumph shot from the preacher's eyes. "I have you at last," he muttered as he knelt by her side. His watery eyes grew expressive with a look of gloating admiration. For a moment he gazed upon the girl in silence. She lay prostrate upon the floor, her form quivering with a slight convulsive motion, while she gazed upon his face with her large black eyes dilating in an expression of utter horror. "Oh, tremble, tremble," whispered the good Dr. Pine. "It does me good to see you laying there, helpless as a baby. You may cry for help. No one will hear you. You may attempt to escape, but the doors are locked. Tremble, oh, tremble." The girl shuddered as the full sense of her danger broke upon her clouded reason. Still she lay prostrate on the floor, her face pale as death, while she gazed upon the parson in helpless terror. "Save me, Mother, oh, save me," she muttered in a low whisper, as if talking to a spirit. "Your mother can't save you now. You must come to your papa, my love." He bent down and gathered her form in his arms. "Save me, Mother!" shrieked Mabel. "Oh, save me, Mother!" "You are mine. You are—" began the parson in tones of exultation, when his arms suddenly relaxed their hold, and his fat form rolled senseless on the floor. "Gal, you called your mother, and that call saved you," said a rough voice. Mabel looked up and shrieked. Devilbug, in all his hideous deformity, stood at her side. His face was convulsed with an expression of fearful hatred, and his long talon-like fingers worked as with an epileptic spasm. "Here, glowworm! Here, mosquito!" he shouted. "Drag this old porpoise into the next room." The negroes came stealing through the small doorway of the apartment. They seized the unconscious form of the Reverend Pine and bore him into the antechamber. Devilbug was alone with the fair girl. He stooped slowly down, while she shuddered in horror at the sight of his hideous visage. He gathered his rough arms around her tender form. He raised her from the floor. She shrieked with affright. Devilbug trembled from head to foot. Stepping softly over the floor, he bore her to the bed and laid her gently on its coverlid. Mabel's dark eyes grew lustrous with terror. Devilbug stepped backward from the bed. He gazed upon her face for a moment in silence. His huge mouth was fixedly compressed, and his large nostrils quivered with a nervous movement. His solitary eye glared upon the face of the girl with a fearful intensity. She was thrilled to the very heart with a strange awe. A wild cry burst from his lips. It was like the howl of an enraged beast holding the hunters at bay. Again that cry. He rushed fiercely toward the bed. Mabel started up in involuntary affright. Devilbug struck his huge hands violently against his forehead and uttered that terrific howl yet again. Then, turning on his heel, he fled madly from the room. End of section 35. Section 36 of The Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the Third, Chapter 10th. Parson Pine has a good laugh to himself. The portly form of Parson Pine lay on the carpet of the antechamber, with a huge negro watching on either side. Devilbug rushed madly into the apartment and stood beside the form of the unconscious preacher. His solitary eye glared with all the malignity of a devil as its glance rested upon the round and rubicund face of the parson. "Here, yo niggers," he shouted, "d'ye see that couch? Strip off the bed and the bedclothes, and lay the parson on the sacking bottom. That's right, that's right. Now, Mosquiter, tie one leg to that bedpost, and Glowworm, d'ye hear? You tie his t'other leg to the t'other bedpost. Sarve his hands the same way. Ha ha! He looks like the letter X in the primer books." The fat form of the parson was extended on the sacking bottom, with each leg tightly pinioned by the ankle to the bedpost at the foot, while his extended hands were tied in the same manner to the posts at the head of the couch. He certainly looked like a very corpulent representative of St. Andrew's Cross. His round paunch stood out from the sacking bottom in painful prominence, and his large lips, hanging apart, afforded an interesting anatomical view of his mouth and palate. "Is the poker and the tongs heated to a white heat?" grunted Devilbug, scowling fiercely in the faces of his negroes. "Yes, massa," cried Glowworm as he raised the tongs in the light, with its point heated to a glaring white heat. "Dis do, massa," cried Mosquito, producing the poker, whose jabbed point, also heated to a white heat, emitted a fierce and blinding glare. "Where am I?" said Parson Pine faintly as he unclosed his eyes. "Why, you see, Parson, I wanted to ax you a few questions, and bein' afeard you wouldn't answer 'em quite easy, I just tied you to that bed and got a couple of first-rate lawyers to plead with you." "Lawyers?" echoed Parson Pine. "Ha, I am tied to the bed. What do you mean, you villain? Where are your lawyers?" "Here they is, Parson," exclaimed Devilbug, and the two negroes, holding the heated irons in their hands, stood by the bedside. The involuntary groan was forced from the lips of the pinioned parson. "Villain, do you mean to murder me?" "No, not exactly. I only wants to ax you a few questions. If so be you refuses to answer—" "If I refuse to answer?" "Why, then, I'll burn your eyes out of your head," replied Devilbug, his solitary eye flashing with concentrated hate. Parson Pine was silent for a moment. He looked at the huge negroes by the bedside, and a cold shudder ran over his fat person. "What are your questions?" he faintly asked. "Is that gal in the next room your darter?" exclaimed Devilbug, bending his head down to receive the answer. "She is," responded the parson in a firm tone. "That's a big a lie as you ever did tell," growled Devilbug. "I see we can't get no truth out of you without the lawyers. Take off his shoes and stockings, Glowworm." "Devil," muttered Parson Pine with a violent struggle to extricate himself from his uneasy position. "You shall dearly pay for this insolence." "Very likely," responded Devilbug. "But for the present, we'll attend to business." As he spoke, Glowworm flung the shoes and stockings of the parson on the floor, and his bare feet, with the toes thrust upward, were exposed to the light. tighten them cords around the ankles," muttered Devilbug. "Now, Parson, for the last time, will you answer my questions in regard to that darter of yours? And recollect, Parson, you're not among the patent gosper fellers now." Pine made no answer, but gazed in the face of Devilbug with his watery eyes distended by an expression of utter amazement. "Give me the iron," exclaimed Devilbug as he took the heated poker from Mosquito's hands. "Now, Parson, which eye do you value most?" He held the jagged point of the iron within an inch of the parson's right eye. "Oh! Oh!" screamed Parson Pine as the heat of the iron shot a terrible pang through his very brain. Take care! Take care! You'll burn out my eye! Oh! Oh!" "That I will," grunted Devilbug, as the gaze of his solitary eye grew like the white heat of the iron. "Hiss! Hiss! Parson, don't you feel the jagged point hissing into your eye already?" He held the iron within a half an inch of the preacher's right eye. "Oh! Oh!" roared the parson, as his brain was penetrated by the fierce heat of the iron. I'll answer! I'll answer! Take the iron from the room and I'll answer!" Devilbug grinned hideously. "You'll answer, will you? I guess I got you on the anxious bench that time. Souse them irons into that bucket of water, niggers. Now, Parson, with regard to that darter—" Parson Pine glanced cautiously aside. He beheld the negroes in the act of plunging the hot irons into a bucket of water. The hissing sound emitted by the irons as they sank beneath the water broke like the voice of a friend on his ears. "Go to the devil!" he shouted in a tone of husky rage. "You may kill me, but I will not answer your questions." "Oh, you won't you?" exclaimed Devilbug, as his habitual grin distorted his features. "What'll you bet, Parson, that you don't answer my questions in a minute? And answer 'em laughing, too." As he spoke, he walked round to the foot of the bed, and extended his large hands until the taloned fingers almost touched the soles of the parson's feet. "Monster, you shall pay for this!" cried the Reverend Pine, as his fat face was distended by an expression of surprise. He evidently gazed upon the movements of Devilbug with some considerable wonder. "Now, Parson, for the questions. And first of all, I'll tell you what I know myself. Pick your ears, Parson. About Christmas Eve, 1825, a man named Dick Baltzar, with his wife Sarah Baltzar, hired rooms in the house of the widow Crank, living in Blank Street, near Blank Street." "Ha!" The involuntary cry of surprise was forced from the parson's lips. "Was you that man, Dick Baltzar, or was you not?" "Go to the devil!" roared Parson Pine. "Oh, very well, very well," exclaimed Devilbug as he gently touched the soles of the parson's feet with the tips of his taloned fingers. "I'll tune you up, my pianoforte, I will. Ho, ho! How do you feel, Parson?" "Ha, ha, ha!" roared the parson, with an outburst of spasmodic laughter, the result of the titillating movement of Devilbug's fingers along the soles of his feet. "Ha, ha, ha! Ho, ho, ho! Oh, oh, oh! Hi, hi, hi! Oh, for God's sake, don't! Hoo, hoo, hoo!" And the fat form of the parson wriggled and strained and heaved as with an epileptic fit. "Ho, ho, my pianoforte!" cried Devilbug, executing a flourish with his fingertips upon the delicate soles of the parson's feet. "I'll tune you up, I will. Laugh, Parson. It'll do you good. Laugh, I say." "Ha, ha, ha!" roared the parson, making a desperate effort to withdraw his feet from the touch of the taloned fingers. "Ho, ho, ho! Hi, hi, hi! Oh, mercy! Oh, for God's sake, don't you tickle me! Hurrah! Ha, ha!" "Ha, ha!" roared Devilbug, executing another flourish. "Ha, ya-ha!" shouted Glowworm. "Ya-ha-ha, ya!" echoed Mosquito. "Go it, my pianoforte!" cried Devilbug with a most effective flourish. "D'ye see how my fingers go over these white soles? Ha-ha! Parson, you have soles. I tickles 'em. Gently over the stones, driver. Easy, I say." ha, 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 roared the parson as he grew black in the face, while his watery eyes started from their sockets. Ho, ho, ho! Oh, for God's sake! Hoo! Don't you tickle! Ha, ha, ha! Tickle me! Hurrah! Hi! Hi!
What a spectacle for the free believers! Ha ha! Just see the parson wriggle. Was there ever such a twisting as that? How black he grows in the face! His eyes big as Delaware Bay oysters. Ha ha ha! Come on, my pianoforte, I'll tune you up. Yankee Doodle is the tune.
Ha, ha, ha! Interrupted the parson.
And nothing comes so handy as Yankee Doodle Doodle Doo.
Hoo! Roared Parson Pine.
And Yankee Doodle Dandy!
Screamed Devilbug, executing a delicate flourish on the soles of the parson's feet.
Ya ha ha!
Roared the negroes, holding their sides as they beheld the preacher's agony. Wriggling and twisting along the bed, Parson Pine made the most superhuman efforts to extricate himself, but in vain. Still the fingertips of Devilbug ran softly, oh how softly, along his feet. Still he was forced to rend the air with unwilling laughter. Tickle, 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 ha, ha, ha. His face now assumed a dark, livid hue. As his eyes hung out from their sockets, the white surface of each eyeball assumed a fearful prominence. Tickle, 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 ho, ho, ho. The veins stood out from his forehead like cords, and his chest heaved and swelled as though moving under the impulse of a small steam engine. Softly moved the fingertips, oh, softly, softly, softly. Tickle, 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 hoo! Oh, God! Yelled the parson as the tears rolled down his livid cheeks. Mercy! Ha, ho, hi, mercy! Ho! Ha! A wild, unearthly shriek burst from the parson's lips. Then he blasphemed the name of his God, then invoked all the curses of hell upon his head, and then the white foam frothed around his lips.
Do you give in?
Shouted Devilbug, executing a brilliant flourish with his fingertips. Ho! Roared the parson. Yes! Hoo! Curses! Ha! Curses! Damn! Hi!
Didn't I tell you, my feller, that you'd better not provoke me?
Calmly exclaimed Devilbug, walking round the foot of the bed.
Now will you answer them questions?
Parson Pine lay silent and speechless. Poor fellow, he looked quite pitiful. He lay gasping and panting for breath, while his livid cheeks and starting eyes bore traces of the awful agony which he had endured. Had Devilbug continued his musical experiments a moment longer, the patent gospelers would have lost their preacher and the devil gained a soul. As he lay there pinioned to the bed, his starting eyes glaring vacantly around the room, he looked for all the world like a man who has been precipitated over some awful height. He lay so silent, so motionless, so utterly blank and speechless. Had the Pope of pagan Rome have seen his foe, he would have pitied him. Even the 24 cardinals would have wept. The Vatican itself, that deplorable edifice, would have shed tears. St. Peter's Church, that object of patent gospel hate and scorn, would have convulsed with pity. Alas for the foe of pagan Rome! To think that he, the daring and high-souled Pine, who had stood up so often in his pulpit and defied the Pope and the devil, who had electrified the old women with his eloquence and convulsed whole churches full of gospelers with his matchless zeal, to think that he should have been tickled into submission. For 10 long and weary minutes Devilbug awaited the recovery of the parson. Never was whipped dog more completely cowed by the lash than was Parson Pine by the fingertips of old Devilbug.
Was you Dick Baltzar, or was you not? Answer, old porpoise.
I was, faintly responded the parson.
You rented rooms at the house of the Widow Crank on Christmas Eve, 1825?
I did.
The Widow Crank had a darter.
She had.
Her name was?
Ellen, faintly chirped Parson Pine. I'll tell you all about her. She had been seduced 2 years before I came to the Widow Crank's house. Her seducer was a young merchant named Livingstone. On Christmas Eve, 1824, she gave birth to a female child. It was called Ellen. A few days after the child was born, her mother, in a fit of rage, drove her from the house. The child remained with the Widow Crank. It seems that Ellen and Livingstone had quarreled soon after the birth of the child, and the mother's harshness resulted from her daughter's confession that she was not married to her lover. For 1 year, no intelligence whatever was heard from the daughter.
"Ha!" shrieked Devilbug. "Are you sure of that?"
Why, as myself and wife only came to the widow's house a year after Ellen had disappeared, it's hard for me to tell," murmured the Reverend Dr. Pine. "I never yet have been quite certain but that Livingstone knew of the girl's whereabouts all the while." Devilbug smiled grimly to himself.
"Ho, ho," he muttered. "Then I'm the only human being as knows where Ellen was during her absence from her mother's home."
As I said before, I came to the Widow Crank's house on Christmas Eve, 1825. That very night, Ellen Crank returned home. She was in a very sad condition, you see, and her mother welcomed her back with tears of joy. That very night she gave birth to another child. Devilbug leaned slowly forward and applied his mouth to the ear of the parson.
"And that 'ere lost child died?"
he muttered in a whisper that thrilled the parson to the heart. "Livingstone always thought so," said Dr. Pine in an evasive tone.
"No lying, parson. 1 child died that night, I know. Was it the first or the second?"
"It was the first," answered Dr. Pine. Devilbug buried his face in his hands, and the parson heard him groan. The negroes looked on in mute astonishment. Their master affected by anything like a human feeling. Ha ha! The thought tickled them, and they chuckled quietly together.
"And the second child, parson, whatever become of it?"
said Devilbug, looking at the preacher through the outspread fingers of his hands. "I don't know," answered Pine in a faint voice.
"You lie!" shrieked Devilbug. "You lie! You stole that child, parson. You and your wife trained it up with the idea of having a hold on Livingstone when he came into his father's property. Don't I know you fat dog?"
He rose from his seat and seized the parson fiercely by the throat.
"Your wife died, and you turned parson. Ho, ho, am I right? Tell me quick, or I'll choke you."
"You are, cried Pine as he felt the taloned fingers of the deformed wretch gathering round his throat. Devilbug started up with a wild howl and rushed madly into the next chamber. End of section 36. Section 37 of the Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the Third, Chapter 11th. The Savage Alone with the Maiden. His teeth grating together and his hands outspread, while his eye blazed with a madman's glare, he rushed toward the bed whereon the girl was sleeping. Mabel started up in a fright and clasped her hands over her bosom as she beheld him approach. "Oh, save me now, my God!" she shrieked and held her breath in very terror.
"Come, gal, come!"
cried Devilbug, as gathering his arm around her waist, he bore her quickly along the room.
"Come, I say come!"
He stopped before an antique mirror of circular shape, which depended from the wainscoted walls. He placed Mabel on her feet, and rushing from her side, seized the light from the small table near the fire. In a moment he stood by her side again, and as she started backward in utter horror of his hideous countenance, he flung the matted hair aside from his right temple.
"Look, gal, look!"
he cried, pointing to the reflection of his loathsome countenance in the mirror.
"Do you see that red mark along my right temple? That red mark like a snake? Do you see it? Do you see it?" That mark was born with me."
Mabel gazed upon him with an expression of blank wonder mingled with terror. Devilbug wound his rough arm round her neck and swept her thick black tresses aside from her right temple.
"Look, look, gal, look!"
he shrieked as he pointed to the reflection of her beautiful countenance in the mirror.
"I don't want you to look at them black eyes, which are like hers, nor the lips, nor the cheeks, but the right temple, gal, the right temple."
Mabel involuntarily gazed within the mirror. She started back with a strange feeling of surprise as she beheld a slight, thin, and discolored streak marring the beauty of her face near the right temple. It was a faint and delicate copy of the deep red mark near the swarthy temple of Devilbug.
"That was born with you, gal. That was born with you, gal,"
shouted Devilbug.
"And you're my— yes, you're my—"
He paused suddenly and fell on his knees. He placed the light on a chair and then looked up into her wondering face, with his hideous countenance distorted by a strange emotion. Then, bending to the very floor, he clung with his huge hands to the skirt of her white dress and impressed his thick lips upon the shoe of her tiny foot. Then big tears stole from the lids of his blazing eye and from the shriveled socket which was destitute of an eyeball. Then his lips became fixedly compressed, and as he raised his clenched hands he uttered a yell like the howl of an enraged hyena. "Oh, mercy! Mercy!" shrieked Mabel, gazing upon the monster at her feet in utter alarm. Devilbug seized her fair white hands and looked up into her face in silence. It was a strange and fearful picture, the savage kneeling at the feet of innocence. Her form, so delicate and beautiful in all its rounded proportions of maidenly loveliness, with the young bosom bared to the light and heaving with animation, her face so pale and yet so fair to look upon, with the dark eyes of such unutterable eloquence and the long black hair falling along the cheeks and down to the shoulders. His form, so rough and so uncouth, with its harsh outlines of deformity and strength, its broad chest quivering with strange emotion, his face so dark, so swarthy, and so distorted, with its protuberant brow, its flat nose and wide mouth, its eyeless socket and its solitary eye blazing with superhuman emotion. It was a strange contrast. The savage reared in the very center of Quaker City civilization, kneeling at the fair and beautiful woman wronged and injured by one of the professed ministers of that civilization. "Do not harm me!" cried Mabel, all other feelings absorbed by the terror which she felt for the strange being at her feet.
"Harm you?"
growled Devilbug as he rose from his kneeling position and forced her gently into a chair.
"Gal, who is it that talks to me of harming you?"
He seated himself on a chair opposite the maiden. The light, standing on another chair, flashed its beams over the outlines of their faces, so strangely contrasted to each other. A wild hope fluttered over the heart of the maiden as she beheld something like human feeling in the solitary eye of the monster. "He may aid me to escape from this house," she murmured.
"Gal, had you ever a friend?"
And as he spoke, he took her fair white hand within his taloned fingers. "Never," answered Mabel, as her heart warmed with a strange sympathy for the being before her. "My father has given me food and clothes and shelter, but I never yet looked upon the face of a human being whom I could call a friend. No mother ever smiled upon me, and as for my father, oh, for God's sake, do not place me in his power again."
"The gal's been educated," muttered Devilbug. "You never had a friend, then? You don't remember your mother?" "I do, gal, I do."
"You?"
"Yes, gal. I was your mother's servant a good many years ago. I used to kiss the very ground she stood upon. Don't mind me, my dear, if I talk a little wild. I'm a poor one-eyed devil, and nobody cares for me. But I'll be your friend, gal. I, that never yet was friend to a human being save one, I will be your friend."
"You?"
"Yes, gal, me. I'm ugly as the devil, I know it. But for you, gal, for you, My heart feels warm. Ask me to hold my hand in that fire for your sake. Just ask me."
He reached forth his hand toward the light as if to carry his words into action, when a spot of thick red blood crusting the swarthy skin attracted the gaze of his solitary eye.
"Huh, it's her blood," he shouted, starting from his seat. "The old woman's blood. The blood of Ellen's mother. Ha! There she lays, with the red blood dropping from her holler skull. There!" He pointed fiercely to a vacant spot of the room. "Don't you see her, gal? And here, gal, here by my side, his jaw back and his tongue sticking out, he lays. Just as he fell through the trap."
He rushed wildly toward the door, as the terrible phantoms in all their horror broke anew upon his gaze.
"But I'll be your friend, gal," he shouted, turning suddenly round. "Aye, old Devil-Bug will be your slave. You shall roll in wealth, gal. Parson Pine ain't your father, not a bit of it. Your father has gold enough to buy you a row of houses. I tell you, gal, old Devil-Bug is your friend. The man that tries to injure you will have a wild beast to fight, that's all."
He rushed into the next room, where Parson Pine still lay pinioned to the sacking bottom of the bed. The Herculean negroes watched by the bedside.
"Put on this feller's shoes and stockings and let him clear out," shouted Devil-Bug. "And look you, Parson Pine, it'd be better for you to crack jokes with a hungry tiger than to dare touch that gal again. Go home, Parson Pine, and mind your business, and put down the Pope of Rome. The gal shall go to her father, the rich merchant Livingstone. Her face is proof enough that she is Ellen's darter. And mind you, Parson Pine," he cried as he stood in the doorway, his face darkened by a scowl of rage, "if yo ever lay a finger on that gal again, I'll have my revenge on you if I have to drag you from your pulpit. I'll have your blood if I have to spill it in the sacrament cup."
He closed the door and rushed madly down the stairway of Monk Hall.
To the vault! To the vault! And let me think these things over. My brain feels kind of crazy-like, and my blood biles in my veins. Ha, ha, ha! Old Devil-Bug's daughter shall ride in her carriage and wear silks and satins, that she shall."
And as he went down to the vault of Monk Hall, his wild and discordant laughter broke upon the air with a sound of strange and savage joy. End of section 37. Section 38 of The Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the Third, Chapter 12. The Flight from Monk Hall. The negroes were alone in the antechamber. Glowworm stood on one side of the fire, gazing into the face of his comrade, who leaned against the mantel on the opposite side. Mosquito grinned hideously as he caught the gleam of Glowworm's eye.
"Ha, ha, ya-ha! What for you make that damn noise?" asked Glowworm with dignified severity. "It am so damn queer, it am," replied the other insect with an additional chuckle. "So berry particular damn queer." "Ha-ya, chuckled Glowworm, as the idea which amused his comrade stole suddenly over his mind. "To think that the parson being tied to that there bed, ya, just like a soft crab on he back, ha-ya."
And the delightful gentlemen chuckled merrily together and showed their white teeth and held their sides until the walls of the chamber echoed with their uproarious glee. The door leading into the hall of the second story opened suddenly, and long-haired Bess entered the chamber. Her large dark eyes flashed with a clear and brilliant expression, and her jet-black hair, streaming wildly over her shoulders, gave a strange relief to her deathly countenance.
"The Lord Jiminy, it am the gal," muttered Mosquito with an expression of idiotic surprise.
"Quick, I say quick!" exclaimed Bess, approaching the fireplace. "I want the keys of the house. Old Devil-Bug is waiting for 'em. Where are they? Quick, I say!"
"There they are, missus,
exclaimed Glowworm with a mock bow as he pointed to the bunch of keys resting on the small table near the light.
"What the devil you want them for?"
Bess seized the keys and rushed into the adjoining chamber where Mabel was imprisoned.
"I say, nigger, what all dis mean?"
exclaimed Glowworm, gazing in Mosquito's face.
"I spect dar's some fuss downstairs,"
responded the other Negro. As he spoke, Bess re-entered the room with the form of Mabel supported by the embrace of her right arm, while the pale face of the young girl, lit by her large and lustrous eyes of midnight blackness, wore an absent and bewildered expression. "Come this way, whispered Bess, moving toward the door which led out into the hall. "This way, and you shall be saved."
"What for you do that for?"
muttered Glowworm fiercely as he turned toward long-haired Bess with a threatening look.
"Hush, hush!"
whispered Bess as she glanced meaningly at the half-conscious face of the girl who hung on her arm. "You see, Glowworm, there's a rumpus kicked up downstairs, and Devilbug wants to have the gal removed to the tower room. Open the door quick and let me hurry upstairs with her." "You are so stupid, Glowworm. Quick, I say!" The look which animated the face of long-haired Bess dispelled all the doubts which the Negro had entertained. With a mechanical gesture, he flung open the door. "Now, Glowworm, close it after me," she said, gazing in his hideous face, while her tone was that of a confidential whisper. "And if anybody should come up here and ask after the gal, you must swear that she was never in the house."
"Yes, missus."
"Ha, ha, ha! We know how to manage these things, don't we, Glowworm?" laughed Bess, as, standing in the doorway, she gathered her arm more closely around the waist of the girl who lay half-fainting in her embrace. "It takes us, don't it, Mosquito?"
"It just does that,"
chuckled the Negro, and Glowworm, joining in his laugh, carefully closed the door. Bess stood in the darkness of the hall. A smile of triumph flashed over her proud face. She felt the heart of the girl throbbing against the hand that held her form to her side. "The plot of the parson and his tool shall be scattered to the winds. I will save the wronged girl, save her from the hands of her priestly father. This way, fair girl, and we will escape together." "Whither are you leading me?" murmured Mabel in a bewildered tone. "Oh, save me from my father. Do with me what you will, but do not hurry me to his roof again. I will work my fingers to the bone, beg in the streets or starve, but, oh, do not place me in his power again." Bess silently led the way down the stairs. Crouching on the steps about halfway down was the form of a woman attired in floating robes of white. "Mary, arise, we will escape," exclaimed Bess in a whisper. "Take my arm and cling to me with all your strength. We will escape from Monk Hall." The fair girl rose in the darkness and clung to the arm of the fallen woman. No word escaped her lips. No sigh heaved her bosom. She was silent as the grave. "Ha! I hear the sound of his footsteps on the lower stairs," muttered Bess. "He is ascending from the vault of Monk Hall. Now help me, Heaven. If he bears a light with him, we are lost. Another moment, and all will be discovered." She pressed her hand madly to her forehead, but in a moment an exclamation of joy burst from her lips. "Stand close against the wall on this side of the stairway. I will cover your form with this cloak." They crouched against the wall as the sound of Devilbug's footsteps were heard on the floor of the hall below. Seizing the cloak, which she had left with Mary while leading Mabel from the chamber above, she flung it over their figures and stood erect against its folds, her dark dress shrouding her form from view. The sound of Devilbug's footsteps were heard on the first step of the staircase. There was barely room for him to pass between the form of Bess and the banisters opposite. He ascended the stairs. Step by step he ascended, his hard breathing breaking on the still air like the panting of a wild beast about to spring at the traveler's throat in the darkness of some hideous ravine. The heart of Bess fluttered in her throat. Another step, and he would be at her side. She held her breath. His foot was on the step where she stood, shielding the forms of the girls from view. The light from the distant roof fell dimly over his hideous face and form, while the side of the stairway next to the wall was enveloped in thick darkness. Bess beheld him turn. His coarse garments rustled against her dress. She placed her hand against her mouth to smother the shriek which arose to her lips. The solitary eye of Devilbug peered into the darkness with a fixed glare. Bess silently grasped the massive key of the front door in her right hand and separated it from the ring which confined the bunch of keys. In the action, the keys jingled together. Devilbug started. Bess raised the massive key in her hand. It was her determination to crush his skull with its weight if he laid his hand upon her. Her lips were compressed, and her bosom for the moment was motionless as marble. "My heart's full of all sorts of queer tantrums," muttered Devilbug. "I just now thought I heard somebody breathing on the stairs, and now I thought I heard my keys a-jingling together. What a ridiculous fool I am, to be sure." He pursued his way. He passed the form of Bess, and the sound of his footsteps presently echoed from the stairs above. Bess breathed freely again. A wild feeling of joy fluttered round her heart. She seized the trembling girls, one in each arm, nerved for the effort by a hallowed hope that now began to brighten over her soul. She gathered a fair form in each arm and hurried down the stairs. "The key! The key!" she shouted in a wild delirium of joy. "A moment longer, and we are saved. A moment, and we escape from Monk Hall." Meanwhile, Devilbug, ascending the stairs, stood before the door of Monk Baltzar's antechamber. "I'll see the gal once again," he muttered. "I'll look on her purty face again. She shall roll in gold, she shall. Old Devilbug's darter shall have the money, ha, 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 sich lots of money." He entered the antechamber and passed along without heeding Glowworm and Mosquito, who stood by the fire. Gently unclosing the door of the next apartment, he stepped within the chamber where he had left the girl. He closed the door and advanced toward the light. "She's a-sleepin' on that bed, the darter o' Ellen," he muttered, folding his arms. "Many and many's the night I've laid at Ellen's door, watchin' while she slept, keepin' her from harm. There wasn't never a human bein' as didn't cuss me, except one. That was her, Ellen, the gal whom I'd have died for. And this her darter, ha, 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 and she shall ride in her carriage and have gold pieces, thick as flies in a molasses jug." He advanced a step nearer to the bed, his head inclined to one side, as if in the act of listening. He listened for the low, soft sound of a woman breathing in her sleep. "She sleeps very softly," muttered Devilbug. "And I'll go to Livingstone, and I'll tell him the story, and I'll tear that parson's heart from his carcass if he dare say that she ain't the merchant's darter. I hate and cuss the whole world. The whole world hates and cusses me. But the gal. I'll skulk along the street and see her riding in her carriage. I'll watch in the cold winter nights and see her, all shining with gold and jewels, as she goes into the theater, with the big folks round her and the rich merchant by her side." He drew a step nearer the bed. "And then I'll skulk down into the pit and hide my head, but keep a lookin' on her with my one eye. When I sees the folks making much of her, the jewels shining on her dress, the bracelets round her wrists, and the gold band round her white brow, then I'll stick my face in my hands and laugh. Ho, ho, ho! There, I'll cry to myself, there is old Devilbug's darter among the grandees of the Quaker City." He drooped his head on his breast while his eye blazed and his thick lips parted in a grotesque grin. In a moment, however, a strange mood of thought seemed to pass over the distorted intellect of this monster. He stood with his head drooped low on his wide chest, while his hands hung extended by his side. His solitary eye, which contracted and dilated like the eye of a tiger, grew large and lustrous. His teeth were clenched, while his thick lips receded in a convulsive grimace. He stood motionless as the aged walls of that old house, of whose wide rooms and dreary vaults he seemed the living soul. In that moment of peace, what a world of thought passed over the soul of the monster. First came a vision of the fair woman who had loved him, loved the outcast of mankind, the devil in human shape. Could you have seen Devil-Bug's soul at the moment it was agitated by this memory, you would have started at the contrast, which it presented in comparison with his deformed body. For a moment, the soul of Devil-Bug was beautiful. Then the scorn of the world crowded upon his soul. His ignominious birth, his lonely life, the hatred was felt for him, and the loathing which he felt for man, his distorted face and deformed body. Like a black cloud it gathered upon him. Had Devil-Bug's soul assumed a tangible shape, his body in comparison would have grown beautiful. It was terrible to note the malice of his soul flashing from his eye and trembling on his lip. Then came one wild and wandering thought. It darted over the chaos of his mind like the long and trembling ray of a star that shines but for an instant and then is dark forever. It was a thought, brief, it is true, wild and wandering, yet mighty in its very brevity of existence, and most glorious in its wandering shape. It was a thought of God. Devil-Bug for a moment felt the existence of a God. For a moment he felt that he had a father in the universe. He imagined an awful being, with a face of unutterable beauty, an awful being looking forth from a vast immensity of clouds and darkness, while a frown broke over his eternal brow. Devil-Bug felt that this being was his father. He felt that he, Devil-Bug the outcast of earth, the incarnate outlaw of hell, had one friend in the wide universe, that friend his Creator. He felt in every fiber of his deformed soul that the eyes of the awful being were fixed upon him in terrible reproof, yet with a gleam of mercy breaking from their eternal luster. This thought was but for a moment. Like a flash of light it came, like a shadow it passed away. Then, slowly and terribly, there came gliding to his side the phantoms of the murdered man and woman. The man with the body distorted by death, the knees drawn up to the chest, the jaw broken, and the tongue lolling out. The woman with the blood oozing drop by drop from the hollow skull, while the fragment of the face clung by the quivering neck to the shattered and mangled body. Devil-Bug could see the old woman's flesh quiver. He could hear the sound of the dropping blood. Drop. Then a pause. Drop. Another pause. Drop, drop, drop. How red it grows as it curdles over the hard bricks of the fireplace. He could see the bloodshot eyes of the man moving slowly to and fro. Then the tongue blackened, and then, that low-toned yet terrible moan. "They are with me," muttered Devil-Bug, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "With me forever. But I don't see that man Harvey. I don't see his corpse. There he is now, laying beside the grave, his body straightened out and his eyes glaring upward like bits of glass in the sunshine. He moves. He rises on his feet. He makes toward me. Back, I say. You're dead, you devil, and you can't frighten me." This was uttered in a low whisper that would have thrilled a man's blood to hear. His right arm extended while the cold sweat trickled from his brow, Devil-Bug stood immovable as a rock while he regarded the phantom with a fixed and glassy eye. "Back, you devil. You're dead. Back, I say. You can't frighten me." In a moment the fit subsided, and Devil-Bug gazed around with a wild shriek of laughter. "Them things is very delightful," he observed with his usual grin. "They quite refreshes a feller." He approached the bed, and his mood changed. His child lay sleeping there, his child. The darkness which shrouded the corners of the chamber lay thick around her couch, but she was there. His heart beat with a strange feeling of joy as he approached the bedside, and from his heart through every vein that strange joy darted like lightning. He extended his hand. He passed it over the bedclothes. A shudder ran over his frame. Again he extended his hand. Again passed it nervously over the white coverlid. He started backward with a cry of horror. He stood for a moment silent and immovable. Then, running from one corner of the room to another, he shrieked the name of Ellen, again and yet again, while the muscles of his face worked as with a death spasm. "Ellen!" he shrieked in his frenzy, confounding the mother with the child. "Where have they took you? Ellen, did I not watch you in the winter nights? Did I not fight for you? Say, Nell, was there ever such a sarvant as old Devilbug? Nell, answer me, Nellie. Don't play possum with Devilbug. I know you're hid somewhere. I know it. You not leave me. Nell!" Again he shrieked that name. He listened for a moment. No answer came to his call. He rushed hurriedly into the antechamber. He seized the Negro mosquito by the throat with a giant's grasp. "Tell me, you scoundrel, where did you take that gal?" "Massa," replied the Negro, speaking with difficulty as the taloned fingers encircled his throat. "Mrs. Bess took the keys and the gal. That's all, massa." "Nigger, I'll have you roasted alive," shrieked Devilbug with an ominous scowl of anger. "Bess took the gal and the keys, did she? Niggers, I'll tell you what it is. If that gal escapes, I'll have your black flesh torn off with hot pincers. He rushed through the doorway and was heard descending the stairs. Meanwhile, with the fair form of a trembling woman on each arm, Bess pursued her way downstairs, and in a few moments stood at the small door of the doorkeeper's fire-room. It hung slightly ajar. Bess gazed through the crevice and, to her utter horror, beheld two persons standing near the fire. She looked again and recognized the portly form of the fat parson and the well-built figure of Fitz Coles. They were chatting pleasantly together. "A fine girl, you say, parson? Ha, ha! You're a sly rogue, you are. Where is she now?" "Don't speak so loud, Fitz. She's upstairs, a lovely girl with a soft form and red lips. Ah!" Bess could hear the parson smack his thick lips together with holy fervor. "Take care, parson, or I'll cut you out. I'll buy off old Devilbug and have the beauty all to myself. I know you preachers are awful sly with the women, and the pulpit is rather celebrated for its taste in that line. My curiosity is excited, parson. I should like to see the girl." "Aha, should you? I've had a good deal of trouble in trapping the beauty. She shan't pass out of my hands for nothing, I assure you." There was a pause for a few minutes. Fitz Coles and the parson whispered together. Bess looked through the crevice while the girls hung trembling on her arms, and beheld the good parson in the act of rattling a dice-box, which Devilbug had left on the mantel. "Ha, ha! The $100 are mine," chuckled the parson. Bess beheld Fitz Coles take up the dice and, rattling them for a moment in the box, fling them out upon the surface of the mantelpiece. "And the girl is mine!" exclaimed Fitz Coles with a look of triumph. "Our agreement was that the one who had the highest throw should take the money, the other should have the woman. Being a parson, you, of course, had more luck with the dice than one of the laity like myself. I am content with the girl. Where is she?" "Upstairs. My room, you know," and the parson waved his hand toward the door. Fitz Coles moved from the fireplace. In a moment the door would be flung open, and Bess, with her companions, be discovered. "Now is my time," muttered Bess. "Girls, stay here for a single moment, and I'll save you." She placed them in the darkness, one on either side of the doorway. "The house is on fire!" she shrieked, as with her dark hair flung wildly over her shoulders, she rushed through the doorway and confronted the astonished parson and the millionaire. "Save yourselves while it is in your power! The house is in flames! Away! Away!" She rushed toward the front door while they stood utterly confounded near the fireplace. In a moment the key was in the lock. In another instant the door was flung wide open. "Save yourselves!" shouted Bess, elevating her voice to an unnatural pitch. "The house is on fire! Delay another moment and you are lost!" "Shall we move, Fitz?" "I guess we'd better, Parson." The words had scarcely passed his lips when the folds of white garments fluttered before his eyes, and two female forms, rushing from the doorway of the hall, bounded along the floor with one convulsive spring, like that of the doe when environed by hunters. Mabel, herself all terror, supported the quivering form of Mary. In an instant they passed the form of Bess, as with the key in her hand she held the front door wide open. "Now, girls," she shrieked, "cling to my arms or we may escape." With a fair girl clinging to each arm, she darted from the doorway and was lost to view. "It's the very girl, the one in the white dress. It's Mabel!" exclaimed Parson Pine. "Yes, but there were two in white dresses," interrupted Fitz Coles. "The one with the long dark hair and jet-black eyes, that was Mabel," cried Parson Pine, moving toward the door. "Ha! Say you so? I'd peril a cool 1,000 to win her. Let's give chase. That alarm of fire was all a sham." They moved toward the door and looked out upon the night. At a short distance down the narrow street, the white garments of Mary and Mabel waved in the light of the moon. "I'll pursue them," shouted Fitz Coles, darting down the street. "And I'll run this way and head them off at the next street," cried the parson, moving briskly along the alley in an opposite direction. 10 chances to 1 they take the alley, which winds round and round like a boa constrictor, and at last strikes into the street about 100 yards ahead. Ha ha! I can walk quietly along and head them off. Should dear little Mabel get into my hands again? Aha! The parson pursued his way along the street, chuckling gaily to himself. And at the very moment that Fitz Coles pursued the wanderers in one direction, while the parson endeavored to intercept them in another, the form of Devilbug appeared in the broad doorway of Monk Hall. "Ho, ho!" he cried, looking westwardly down the narrow street. "There they go, with a feller chasing 'em. There's Bess, curse her! There's Lorimer's gal, and there's Nell. Ha! They strike into the alley, which, instead of going straight ahead like a regular Philadelphia alley, winds round the yard of Monk Hall and comes into the street again about 100 yards ahead. Ho, ho! I have it! I have it! I'll just climb the fence of the yard and drop down into the alley back of Monk Hall. The gals will come tromping down the alley for dear life. They'll see a black lump on the ground. They'll rush on thinking it a stone, but that black lump will rise on its feet, and it will stretch out its arms and grasp 'em. Old Devilbug will have the child, his darter, again." He disappeared within the door of Monk Hall. The moon rose above the housetops. Monk Hall gleamed in this silvery light like a goblin mansion. Each peak of the roof, each fantastic chimney, the massive tower, and the front of black and red brick intermingled in strange contrast, were disclosed by the light of the rising moon, floating so soft and mellow from the expanse of the fathomless winter sky. Meanwhile, along the narrow street, each arm supporting the form of a half-fainting girl, Bess pursued her way, her heart filled with one fixed purpose, and her very soul nerved for the effort. The sound of footsteps struck upon her ear. She turned her head over her shoulder and beheld Fitz Coles at the distance of some 50 yards. His conical hat and gold-headed cane were directly perceptible in the moonlight. But one course remained for Bess. She must strike into the narrow alley or be overtaken. Gathering the arms of the girls more firmly within her own, Bess whispered a word of encouragement in their ears and darted around. The three forms were lost to view in the winding alley. "Gad, I'll have them yet!" shouted Fitzcoles, gaining the corner of the alley and gazing intently upon the figures of the wanderers. "That face and those eyes are not so easily forgotten. Gad, I'll have them yet!" Bess turned her head over her shoulder. She saw the pursuer gaining upon her at every step. "On, Mary," she whispered. "On, Mabel." For by some strange means she had gained the name of the strange maiden. "You are running from death, and worse than death." Her words infused a new life into the heart of Mabel. Poor Mary, too, felt a strange energy darting through her veins. Not a word more was said, but on and onward they dashed. Over the rough stones, through the puddles of miry water, beneath the shadow of the thickly clustered houses, on and onward, a race for maiden purity, a race for woman's honor. At every step Fitzcoles gained upon the wanderers. His shout of laughing derision burst upon their ears. The echo of his footsteps smote their hearts like a death knell. "Ha, ha!" he laughed. "My black-eyed damsel! I'll have you, by Jove! I'll have you yet!" Bess reached a point of the winding alley where the thickly clustered houses were superseded on one side by a high board fence. Over the fence, dark, indistinct, and gloomy, was seen the roof of Monk Hall, with the tower rising in the moonbeams. As Bess reached the fence, Fitzcoles was within 10 paces of her side. Nothing could save her now. Panting for breath, the girls clung tremblingly to her arms. Their weight began to drag her down. Her strength gave tokens of exhaustion. Fitzcoles uttered a shout of triumph and sprang forward to grasp his victim. He did not heed the dark lump which, like a blackened rock, uprose from the very center of the pathway. The girls rushed past the blackened mass. Fitzcoles sprang forward to grasp them, laughing gaily in the action, when a wild yell broke on the air, mingling with his cheerful laugh. The black mass at his feet assumed the shape and form of the monster, and Devilbug confronted the millionaire. "Ho, ho, my feller! I've got you, have I?" he shrieked with a blazing eye. "What in the devil do you mean by chasing that gal?" "Stand back, or I'll cleave your skull with my cane. Stand back, fellow. You're in my pay, and I'll chastise you for this insolence." And Fitzcoles brandished his gold-headed cane in the light of the moon. "You'll chastise me, will you?" shouted Devilbug. "There never yet was a man as felt the weight of this arm and lived afterwards." He sprang upon Fitzcoles with a yell. They clenched together, they fell in the mire of the gutter, and fought like dogs, the savage and the millionaire. Onward with faint and weary steps the wanderers held their way. They reached the termination of the winding alley, where it emerged upon the narrow street, 100 yards distant from Monk Hall. Panting for breath and trembling in every tired limb, Mabel clung nervously to the arm of Bess, while Mary, her senses whirling in a strange confusion, flung the weight of her quivering form full upon the shoulder of the dark-eyed woman. "Ha! There is a man standing at the corner of the street. We are watched," Bess exclaimed in a whisper. "Courage, Mabel. Courage, Mary. You shall not be dragged to Monk Hall again while Bess has a firm soul or a resolute arm." "It is my father," whispered Mabel, trembling in every limb. "Yes, yes, my pretty Mabel, it is your father," cried the portly parson, advancing from the shadows of the street. "Come here with me, and I'll overlook your recent misconduct. Come home, my dear." He approached the trembling girl. She clung to the arm of Bess with the energy of despair. Bess suddenly flung the maiden aside and raised her arm on high. Each sinew was braced for a desperate effort, and the tiny fingers of her hand grasped the massive key of Monk Hall. "Oh, do not cast me from you!" shrieked Mabel. "Come to your papa, my dear," exclaimed Parson Pine, reaching forth his hand to grasp the form of Mabel. Her eyes flashing fire, Bess sprang forward and struck the parson on the forehead with the massive iron key. The blow was as sudden as it was unexpected. He reeled to one side and fell upon the pavement like a dead man. "Now, girls, cling to my arms yet once again. Ere an hour passes over my head, I will place you in a quiet refuge, where no wrong can assail you, no dark passion mar your peace." "Anywhere, Bessie, to the lowest hovel, to the abode of rags and misery and want, but for God's sake not to that home, the home which I left only last night for the mansion of Lorraine. I have had my dream, Bessie. God alone knows how terrible has been the awakening from that dream." As Mary spoke, her voice grew tremulous, and Bess turned her face away from the gaze of the ruined girl. That wan countenance, those eyes of liquid blue dilating with a frenzied glare, the vision blasted the very eyesight of long-haired Bess. Mabel clung to the arm of the tall woman, and in a whisper besought her to fly from the spot. "Let us away," she cried. "My father—" and she pointed to the portly form which cumbered the roadside. "I fear him worse than the grave." Bess silently gathered the arms of each girl within her own, and then, as the moon shone upon the wan yet beaming face with blue eyes and golden hair on one side, and the pale countenance with dark eyes and midnight tresses on the other, she raised her gaze to the moonlit heavens above, and for the moment her dark orbs grew lustrous with a strange eloquence. At that moment, as standing at the corner of the gloomy street with a ruined girl on one side, a wronged maiden on the other, her face, once so beautiful and now lovely to look upon in its very ruins, was imbued with an expression holy as that which mantles over the face of the dying mother when blessing her first-born child. Up to the throne of the pure and merciful God, from the heart of the courtesan, there ascended a vow, a holy vow. She was degraded, steeped to the very lips in pollution, cankered to the heart with loathsome vice. Yet at that moment she was a holy thing in the sight of the angels, for before the altar of Almighty God she swore to protect the ruined Mary to the death. She vowed to guard the stainless Mabel from the shadow of a wrong. And the vow went up to God, and the moon, rising higher over the rooftops, seemed to shed a more kindly light as if to crown that vow with an omen of success. And the three sisters, the fallen, the betrayed, and the innocent, wandered forth among the streets on their gloomy way. 1. From the old State House clock, 1. There is a wild music in the sound of that old bell. It rings like the voice of a warning spirit when heard in the silence of night. How many have heard it in the dead hour of night ere they lay down to die? The suicide, wan-faced and heartbroken, has paused on the edge of the Delaware as the sound of that bell has for a moment called him back to life. The poor mechanic, starving in his desolate home, has raised his head for the last time as the old bell struck 1 upon his freezing ear, and then moaned and clutched the air and died. The bank director, reveling at the sight of his gold, won from the poor by fraud to which a pirate's crimes are acts of benevolence. The jolly bank director, counting over his sweat-wrung gold at the solemn hour of the night, has been aroused from his reveries by that awful sound, dim, booming, and knell-like, the State House clock tolling 1. Woman, fair and young and beautiful, sinking into the arms of shame, has started from the polluted couch as that sound broke on her ears, now fast sealed to all the warnings of conscience. She has started, and the thought of the voice of her gray-haired father, she has started and wept. 1. The young author, with his sallow cheeks lighted by the glare of a flickering lamp, and his threadbare coat fluttering in rags on his wasted form, the young author sitting at his desk at the lone hour of night, while he wrestles with all the world for fame and fortune, his only weapon a rusted pen, hears that State House bell, God bless it for its memories, striking the hour of 1, and rising from his task, he beholds his success painted on the very darkness which beclouds his path. Already he beholds the world at his feet. Already the bloodhounds of calumniation and persecution lie gasping in their last agonies, while his foot is on their necks. Huzzah for the old State House bell, and above all other hours, huzzah for the hour of one. 1. The Minister of Justice, bending over the table on whose surface the hard gold is flung ringing down by the hands of the wealthy citizen who sits smiling opposite, the hard gold which buys the life of some wealthy murderer from the gallows, or the liberty of some gilded robber from the jail. This honest Minister of Justice starts and trembles as he hears the State House bell strike 1. That dull and booming sound seems to call into life the vengeance of the people, which shall one day hurl the lordly master of the law from his proud position. Already he beholds written on the walls of his chamber in letters of flame that black and staring word, corruption. Huzzah for the hour of one. That sound, speaking from the heights of Independence Hall, strikes over the Quaker City like the voice of God's judgment, rousing crime from its task, mirth from its wine cup, murder from its knife, bribery from its gold. Huzzah for the old State House bell, and above all other hours, huzzah for the hour of one. 2 figures were slowly wending their way along a well-known street in the district of Southwark. Curse the hussy! Just look at my forehead! The marks of that key will disfigure me for life. It doesn't improve your forehead much, that's a fact, Parson. But you should have seen the keel-hauling that monster gave me. Egad, there isn't a bone in my body that doesn't ache. How did you get off from old Devilbug, Fitz? Palavered the old scoundrel. Made believe that I was a-going to protect the girl and all that. Deuced singular he should take such an interest in her, ain't it? Quite unaccountable, as we say in the pulpit when the morning collection is rather small. However, Fitz, I've sold the girl to you for $100, and you shall have her. When, for instance? By tomorrow at noon. Say you so, my parson? Place this girl in my possession by tomorrow noon, and another 100 shall be yours. Give me your hand on that, Fitz. There, my boy, it shall be done. Now, Mabel, my pretty chit, he muttered to himself, while his rubicund face was purple with hate. We'll see who places the character of the reverend pastor of a loving flock in jeopardy. We'll see who gets old monsters to defend them. The hussy! What a comfort it is, soliloquized Fitz-Coles. What a comfort it is to think that the $100 note which I gave the parson was on a sandbank. Ha, Fitz! Look yonder! There they go, the 3 beauties! Let's give chase. Agreed. Now for another race. A moment, and we'll have them. In the distance, at the corner of the next street, the white garments of Mabel and Mary, with the dark robes of Bess fluttering between the 2 young forms, waved for a moment in the moonlight. In another moment, the portly Pine and the well-formed millionaire gave chase. In a moment, the 3 women turned the corner of the next street. It required but a few seconds for Pine and Fitz-Coles to gain the corner of the street. They looked up and down the street. The women had disappeared. The moon was shining brightly in the heavens, and its beams illumined the long street, which, like all Philadelphia streets, was laid out with all the matter-of-fact straightness of a 10-pin alley. Where could they have disappeared? Muttered Pine. There is no alley between this street and the next, and I see no signs of any other hiding place. They must have gone into some of these houses. Egad, where will you find a house open at this hour? They must have sunk down plump into the bricks of the pavement. Ha! Here is the widow Smolby's house. 10 to 1, they went in this door. Wait a moment, I'll knock. Accordingly, the Reverend Dr. Pine knocked at the door of the widow Smolby's ancient mansion. In a few moments the door receded about the width of an inch, and the glare of a light flashed out upon the sidewalk. "Is the widow Smolby in?" asked the pious Dr. Pine, assuming his blandest tone. "Not exactly, but her corpse is, if that'll answer," answered a rough voice from the crevice of the door. "Her corpse? I suppose you don't know that the widder was took bad with an attack of murder and thieves this afternoon. The crowner sot upon her, which, considerin' as he's a very fat man, was a rather ungenteel thing for him to do." "You did not see anything of 3 young ladies in these parts, did you?" asked the zealous Dr. Pine in his most unctuous voice.
Now what a precious question that is to wake a man up in the middle of the night for. Make a pincushion of me, somebody, and hang me up agin the wall for all the old ladies to stick pins in, but if I ain't got a notion to come out there, old porpoise."
With these words, the gentleman on the inside, being in somewhat of an angry mood, violently closed the door, using a familiar synonym for condemnation with some considerable emphasis. "How much his voice sounds like that of Major Mulhill," muttered Fitzcoles. "The gal is in this house, I've not a doubt of it," blandly remarked the foe of pagan Rome. "I'll tell you what it is, Monk Beltzar. I feel interested in this girl. Her dark eyes have made a decided impression on me. I never yet fancied a woman that I did not win, and so, if you'll by some means or other, I don't care how, secure this girl for me by tomorrow at noon, another 100 shall be yours." "I'll manage it. Trust me with the affair, Fitz. You must know I've some small spite against this girl, and by tomorrow at noon this petticoat shall be in your power. By the by, what's that object in the gutter yonder?" "Nothing but a drunken man. Come, parson, let's stroll down the street and arrange matters." As they strolled down the street, talking earnestly together, the dark object in the gutter moved to and fro, and in a moment it resolved itself into the outlines of a man's figure. The moon shone over a wan and ghastly face with glassy eyes glaring fixedly on the blue heavens above. Around that face fell thick locks of jet-black hair, all matted with the mire of the gutter and soiled with the dust of the street. And the man crawled slowly along the hard stones of the street, and then, as if unable to move from weakness, he raised his face faintly in the light of the moon and looked upon the heavens and uttered a low cry. Then his head dropped upon the stones of the street, and he lay like a dead man. The heart of Bess thrilled with despair when, after all her wanderings and her efforts to escape from Monk Hall, she heard the triumphant cry of the parson and the millionaire as they again pursued her. Dragging the exhausted girls with her, she rushed forward, but the strength of the 3 soon failed, and she was about to sink down with despair when Mabel uttered an exclamation of surprise. "This is the widow Smolby's house, from which my father dragged me 12 hours ago," exclaimed Mabel as she beheld the gloomy walls of the old house rising in the moonbeams. "The widow Smolby," muttered Bess, as though some strange memory had flashed over her brain. "Ha! We may obtain shelter here. I'll make the attempt at all events." She knocked at the door. It receded slightly, and a rough voice from within demanded her errand. "Ha, Larkspur!" she exclaimed. "Is that you? Long-haired Bess asks you to give her shelter for the night. She has some important facts to disclose with regard to the late murder."
"Why, Bess, my duck, is that you?" cried Easy Larkspur, opening the door. "2 young ladies with you. Ho, ho! Up to some new caper, I suppose. Come in, my dear."
For the first time a wild suspicion darted over the brain of Mary Arlington that Bess was a courtesan, that she had been betrayed through her means. That thought, so wild and vague and yet so terrible, smote poor Mary to the soul. The familiar manner with which a rough-looking gentleman like Easy Larkspur greeted Bessie first aroused the suspicion in the mind of Mary.
"Walk in, ladies, walk in. You see, I was just enjoying a glass of whiskey punch by the fire with a prime Havaner. And whiskey punch, ladies, as you may have had occasion to know, is a very good drink and goes down quite easy. Ladies, I'd always advise you to marry a gentleman as knows how to make a good whiskey punch, but you must be careful he don't make it too weak. Weak punch," continued the red-faced gentleman with an anti-total abstinent smile, "weak punch, in my opinion, is the most despisable thing as is."
"Larkspur, I have one word to say to you. From an accomplice of the murderer, I have gained some knowledge of the murder committed in this house yesterday afternoon. This knowledge I will place in your keeping on one consideration. Give these ladies and myself shelter for the night. This is all I ask of you."
"Why, you see, Bessie, I was appointed, after the crowner's inquest had sot upon the old lady, to stay here all night in case the thieves might take a notion to repeat their visit. My fellers is a-sleepin' in the back room. You wouldn't like to try a leetle of this punch, would you? You may stay here all night, no doubt of that. But as all the other rooms was locked up by the mayor, you'll have to sleep in the room where the corpse is."
"Oh, heaven!" whispered Mabel. "Is the old lady dead?" And her dark eyes grew lustrous with fear and awe.
"Dead, my darlin', as the United States Bank," observed Larkspur, with whiskey punch beaming from every line of his face. "And a deader thing than that I don't know. It's about the deadest thing this is, that's a fact."
Bess silently led the girls upstairs. The same shudder thrilled through every heart as they entered the ghost chamber. 2 formal wax candles gave a dim light to the place. The massive bed, with its thick curtains, still stood in one corner. The high-backed chairs had been replaced in their positions against the wall. The mirror between the windows still flashed back the light of the candles. The room was the same as in the morning. The furniture still wore the same antique and ghostly air, and the portrait above the mantel still gazed around the place with its pale and beautiful countenance, relieved by sweeping tresses of long black hair and enlivened by the gleam of lustrous dark eyes. The ghost room was the same, and yet not altogether the same. There was a crust of hardened blood congealed along the cold bricks of the fireplace. The very air seemed tainted with the smell of human blood shed in violence and murder. In the center of the chamber, in the full glare of the light, rested a coffin covered with a plain cloth and placed upon trestles of sable-wood. The glare of the light flashed over the details of the cold white shroud, the stiff hands carefully crossed over each other, the feet thrusting the death robe slightly upward. All were painfully disclosed, but the face was covered with a loose piece of snowy linen. Mangled and shattered and crushed, it was too fearful a sight for the eyes of the living to behold. And yet, was it not tenfold more horrible to see that white cloth thrown over the face, leaving the vivid fancy to depict the loathsome reality, than to look upon the palpable reality itself? To fancy the cold blood falling drop by drop upon the bottom of the coffin from the hollow skull. There she lay, her gold forgotten, her blood cold and icy, her limbs stiffened as marble. And as the light flickered with an uncertain glare, and as the wind moaned through the crevices of the chamber, and as the hangings of the bed and the windows rustled heavily to and fro, while from the frame of the portrait the face of a beautiful woman gazed sadly upon the scene, it seemed as though an awful and invisible fiend had infected the very air with a curse. That fiend was murder. In the rustling curtains, in the moaning wind, in the flickering light, in the sad gaze of the portrait, in the spectacle of the coffin and the corpse, in all these he spoke with a voice that froze the blood in its career and stilled the heart in its beatings. "Behold your mother!" cried Bess, in a tone of wild agitation, as seizing Mabel by the hand, she pointed to the portrait. "Behold your mother! You are the child of Livingstone the merchant. This house and all its contents are yours by the will of yon murdered woman, who rests cold and icy in her coffin. Behold the face of your mother, gazing upon you in kindness and love. Kneel, Mabel, kneel, and thank your God that after the long night which has darkened your life, the day has dawned at last." And while Mabel stood stricken dumb with astonishment, while her brain whirled in wild confusion and the very room seemed to reel around her, Bess turned aside and took Mary by the hand. "Now hear the dark confession which I have to whisper to your ear," she shrieked, falling on her knees. I was the cause of your ruin. I was the accomplice of the seducer. I took his wages and earned them by selling myself body and soul into his hands. I it was that lured you from your home. I it was that led you on to ruin. My soul is blackened by the full guilt of a crime which hell can name no deed of darker horror. Hear this confession, and hear my fixed resolve. Spurn me from you, trample on me, curse me, oh, curse me, but from your living side I will never depart. You do not wish to return to your father's house. I will slave for you, work for you, beg for you. Let me wash out some portion of my crime by a lifelong devotion to your service. Curse me, Mary, spit upon me, Mary, spurn me as the base thing I am should be spurned, but I am your slave through life. My crime shall be washed out in tears of blood. Vain were the power of language to paint the horror which paled the face of Mary Arlington as this dark confession fell shrieking on her ear. She looked vacantly in the face of the kneeling woman. She even toyed playfully with her long dark hair, and then she gave utterance to a wild and maniac laugh. "Lorraine!" she cried. "Lorraine! Ha, ha, ha! He will return at last! He will be mine! Lorraine! Lorraine!" End of section 38. Section 39 of The Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the Third, Chapter 13th. The Gold Which Devilbug Won. Slowly and silently, Devilbug ascended the staircase of Monk Hall. The lamp which he held extended at arm's length cast a flaring light over his distorted face, now rendered tenfold more hideous by the tokens of some terrible emotion. He had bitten his upper lip until the blood trickled over his clenched teeth down to his pointed chin. There was a glassy light in his solitary eye and a lowering frown full of omen upon his protuberant brow. Slowly and silently, with the light in his hand, he ascended the massive staircase of Monk Hall. He uttered no word, but fearful thoughts were working at his heart. 1 hour ago, his heart had been softened into something like human feeling. A very child might have led the savage and ruled him with a word. That word, a word of kindness to the child of Ellen. Now they had stolen the child. They had torn the fair girl from his arms, and Devilbug was a savage once more. Like a black cloud arising from the stagnant waves of the Dead Sea, so the feeling of fierce malignity to all the human race arose hideous and terrible from the depths of the monster's soul. "Ah!" he cried as he suddenly paused upon the stairway. "The corpse of that man Harvey is a-layin' beside the grave in the pit of Monk Hall. I must go down and bury it. Yes, yes, snug under the earth. Snug, snug, I'll put it out of sight." He turned round and began to descend the stairway. "I'll bury it, that I will, and as the hard clods fall on his white face, I'll laugh, ho, ho, ho. I'll laugh when I think of the prize that's in store for me, the tall woman with the rail-ripe lips and jet-black eyes." He raised his left hand into the glare of the lamp, and then a fiendish laugh convulsed his brawny chest. "Nobody don't see that ring on my little finger, do they? It's most too small for the finger, so I had to squeeze it on above the joint. Does anybody see it? I wonders if the dead man'll see it when I holds it to his glassy eye and tells him about the prize it won for me." Again that low-toned yet horrible laugh echoed along the stairway, and Devilbug flung the lamp wildly on high in the excess of his infernal glee. "Yes, yes, I'll force his cold eyelids slowly apart. I'll rub the ring against the frozen eyeballs, and I'll shout in his ear, 'Luke, my boy, you was a jolly feller when alive, and now when you're dead, a ring from your finger buys such a prize for Devilbug,
Sich a real screamer of a prize. First I'll bury the corpse, and then, ho, 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 I'll taste the red lips of that sweet young woman as is a-dying to see me upstairs."
Laughing horribly to himself, he descended into the vault of Monk Hall. There was a long pause of silence, and the light of the moon, streaming from the skylight in the roof, faintly illumined the winding stairway. Nearly half an hour passed, and the night began to wane towards its close, when the beams of a lamp again flashed over the stairway, and Devilbug came hastening upward with a strange and peculiar expression impressing the lines of his distorted visage. With immense strides he hurried up the stairway, flinging the hand which grasped the light merrily from side to side, while that hideous sound, like the laugh of a devil, echoed from the depths of his chest.
"It rather puzzled me,"
he muttered, and then chuckled gaily to himself.
"Quite a riddle, a very good riddle to be sure."
His features gleamed with an expression of infernal triumph.
"Ho, ho, ho, I see how it was done. I see it all. The feller come to himself and tried to crawl from the cellar, and not knowing where he was, he fell into the water, and was carried off just like a dead rat, or a cat, or any other critter. I should have liked to have heard him howl when he found himself floating into the underground channel. Ho, ho, ho."
In his glee, he raised his left hand to his forehead and swept the thick hair aside from his eye. The ring on his finger glittered in the light.
"The sweet young lady with the red lips and the dark eyes. Ha, ha! I don't think I ought to keep her waiting any longer. The ring is on my finger, and the prize is mine. The handsome woman is bought and sold. Ho, ho, ho."
Hurrying up the stairway, Devilbug presently attained the hall on the second floor. In a moment he stood in front of the chamber, where Livingstone, the night before, had witnessed the guilt of his wife. Raising the light overhead, he applied his ear to the keyhole of the door and listened with speechless intensity for a single instant. That ghastly grimace, that flashing eye, that upraised hand with the ring glistening in the light. Oh, Dora, proud and fearless Dora, better death than the foul dishonor which glares upon you from the monster's face. The lofty chamber was full of shadows. The shadow of the lofty bed, the shadows of the high-backed chairs, the shadow of the antique dressing-bureau, all thrown along the floor by the trembling light which stood upon the small table in the center of the gorgeous carpet. Then the fire on the wide hearth ever and anon would light up in a ruddy glare, flinging along the carpet the shadow of a long and beautiful form seated by the table of ebony. Then the curtains of the bed would rustle into the light, presenting the soft azure of their folds to the glare of the fire or the mild beams of the lamp. Or the oval mirror would reflect both shadows and light with a gloomy and spectral effect, or the uncouth figures, delineated in warm colors on the rich carpet, would assume a temporary life as they basked in the glow that flashed from the fireside. The chamber was full of somber shadows and full of glaring flashes of light. Now the golden coronet, surmounting the canopy of the bed, glittered in the light, and the rich silken folds of purple and azure which lined the lofty walls of the chamber were tinted with a lively glow, and again the painting above the mantel, where Venus in all her softness and beauty lay uncovered amid the rosy freshness of the rising morn, felt the gentle influence of a sudden flash from the hearth, or warmed into life beneath the beams of the trembling lamp. Still amid thick shadows and glaring gleams of light, along the floor was flung the shadow of a young and beautiful form. Dora Livingstone sat beside the table, her cheek resting on her hand, while the glossy tresses of her dark hair fell clustering to her shoulders. The lovely outlines of her form were still disclosed in the close-fitting frock-coat which became her so well. The collar of the coat was thrown back, and the shirt flung open at the throat disclosed the whiteness of her snowy neck, with a glimpse of her bosom, now heaving and throbbing with tumultuous thoughts. She was very beautiful, was that proud and scheming woman in her male disguise. The light fell warmly over her wide shoulders, so voluptuous in their outline, over the rounded fullness of her bust, over the slender gracefulness of the waist, as the close-fitting frock-coat gathered round her form with the nicety of a glove. She was very beautiful, and yet along each cheek of her queenly countenance there flashed a spot of vivid and burning red, which betokened the feverish anxiety which absorbed the soul of the proud woman, while her dark eyes, flashing with a clear and brilliant glance, fraught with unutterable meaning, glared upon the thick shadows of the chamber with a fixed and immovable gaze. Her brow was calm and unfrowning as that of the sleeping babe, and the emotion which absorbed her soul was manifested in the agitation of her bosom as it swelled into the light, in the compression of her red ripe lips, in the feverish spot of burning red upon each blooming cheek. Thus had she sat for hours, more like a criminal waiting for the morn which was to bring her fair neck to the doomsman's axe, than the determined murderess waiting for her victim. And now, as the silence of the chamber gradually awed her soul, as the flashing gleams of light, struggling with the thick masses of shadow, imparted a spectral effect on the chamber and its costly furniture, the thoughts of the proud woman, sitting there so silently in that unwomanly disguise, dwelt on the past and its memories. First, like some pale and reproachful ghost sent from the grave to warn her of her guilt, arose the thought of the days when she was a pure-hearted and innocent girl. The hand which had supported her cheek trembled, and her lips grew ashy white. The face of her mother was before her, that face with its outlines broken by grief, and the large black eyes, dilated to an unnatural size by sickness and pain, arose before her for a moment in appalling distinctness. Starting with involuntary terror, Dora's gaze was fixed upon the gorgeous bed. At the sight of that canopy with its luxuriant folds and its coronet of stars, all the blackness of her crime rushed upon the dishonored wife. There, upon that couch of shame, had she lain down the purity of a wife to take up the dishonor of an adulteress. Dora turned her eyes away from the bed and tried to drown the silent voices speaking forever within her, by the thought of the prize for which she had trafficked her soul. Glowing visions of pomp and power, the coronet on her brow and the title to her name, the smile of a queen beaming upon her face, and the glories of ancestral rank flashing all around her, glowing visions in which her grasping ambition was crowned with triumph, dawned upon her soul. And yet, whether it was from the feverish anxiety of her long and terrible watch, or whether the future already gleamed upon her soul, mingling its revelations with the remembrances of memory, whenever she thought of the coronet which was soon to entwine her brow, it became all loathsome with crawling grave-worms. The queen who smiled upon her became a grinning skeleton, and all the lordly flatterers whom she had fancied kneeling at her feet suddenly arose with the ghastliness of death painted on their faces, while around their icy limbs the death-shroud waved in drooping folds. Dora covered her face with her hands. By one sudden effort she banished these thoughts. The echo of a footstep struck upon her ear. She started, she turned pale, she arose to her feet. "It is he," she muttered with ashy lips, while her hands were clasped over her bosom. "It is the murderer." She listened eagerly for the footstep. It approached the door of her chamber. It passed. It was but the footstep of a reveller from the banquet-room. Dora resumed her seat and breathed freely again. Then, leaning her cheek on her hand, she endeavored to banish all thought from her soul, while her ear drank in the slightest echo of a sound. Worn out by feverish suspense, she fell into a brief and half-wakeful slumber, in which her soul was startled by terrible dreams. The faces of the dead were before her sealed eyes, grinning hideously in her face, as if in derision of all her ambitious plans. And then a coffin, black as midnight, was borne slowly past by hands outstretched from a lowering cloud. Then the death-stricken countenance of Luke Harvey arose from the coffin lid and smiled upon her in scorn, while his hands tore the shroud from his limbs and scattered the fragments in her very face. Dora started from her brief and feverish slumber and gazed around the lonely chamber. The bed with its costly hangings arrested her eye. "Ha!" she exclaimed in a low whisper, as though her blood was chilled by the fear that one loud tone of her voice might arouse the dead into life from the thick shadows of the room. "My soul is terrified by strange fears, yet I will endure it all. Skeletons have arisen and gibbered in my face, the dead long forgotten have been with me, and a coffin has been borne before me by hands outstretched from a lowering cloud, yet will I endure it all. Ha ha!" Her deep-toned whisper was succeeded by a wild and startling laugh. "Such a ridiculous fancy! It is quite laughable. I just now imagined that my husband might have been looking through the bed-curtains last night while I slumbered, unconscious of his gaze. How very amusing!" She laughed gaily, and her face brightened with an expression of careless glee. The sound of a heavy footstep resounded in the hall without. Dora stood as if frozen to the floor. The laugh died in her throat. "'Tis he," she murmured in a hollow whisper. And in a moment Devilbug stood before her, flinging the light aloft with his extended arm, while his features were agitated with a grin of triumph. "Is it done?" murmured Dora in a whisper. "Lady, behold the ring," exclaimed Devilbug, slowly approaching the proud woman, with the ring flashing in the light. "It is done, good lady. I've got the ring. Now for the gold." "He is dead," exclaimed Dora, and a wild light flashed from her dark eyes. "I have triumphed." She clasped her hands together with a convulsive gesture, and for a moment stood motionless as a statue. "Yes, lady, he's stone dead, and the rats, jolly fellers, have already begun to crawl over his carcass." Devilbug advanced a step nearer the proud dame and glared upon her with his solitary eye. "I have triumphed. Rank and power are mine. Not an enemy in my path, nor a shadow on my future. I shall walk among the titled dames of the royal court. I shall feel a coronet pressing on my brow. Tomorrow Livingstone and I depart for Hawkwood. From Hawkwood, Livingstone never returns alive. In a month, in one short month." And her form rose towering to its full height, while her eyes flashed and brightened with all the glory of the vision that burst upon her soul. "In one short month, Dora Livingstone, the cobbler's granddaughter, shall be the Lady Dora Delvany of Linswold." "But the gold, good lady, the gold!" The proud woman started at the sound of that harsh voice. She started and beheld the eye of Devilbug glaring upon her lovely face with a look of terrible meaning. His huge hands were crossed upon his breast, and with his head drooped low, he stood regarding her with a fixed gaze. That gaze spoke volumes. Better for the fair bosom of Dora to have been torn by the talons of an enraged tiger than to have had the beauty of her proud countenance devoured by the animal fire of that steady look. She started with involuntary surprise. She receded a single step, and then, with a faint and trembling voice, she addressed the savage. "The ring," she whispered, averting her face as she reached forth her hand. "Here it is, good lady." And the solitary eye of Devilbug flashed with a glance of gloating admiration as he extended the ring. Dora looked steadily at the ring for a single moment. "It was my mother's ring," she whispered in husky tones. "I gave it—" her voice trembled. "I gave it to him on the night when I consented to become his wife, as a pledge of my love." These words fell trembling from her lips, and then, like a flash of lightning, all her dreams of ambition passed away, and a terrible memory agitated her soul. I gave it to him while his eyes were fixed upon mine, and my hand trembled in his. I gave it to him while his kiss was yet fresh upon my lips. And now, great God, now I have murdered him." No words can depict the utter agony of look and emphasis which accompanied these words. Her proud form, rising in all its queenly stature, quivered from head to foot as she held the ring extended in one hand while the other shaded her eyes from the light.
"The gold, good lady, the gold."
Devilbug suddenly advanced, and grasping her extended arm with his taloned fingers, impressed a loathsome kiss upon the fair white hand which held the glittering ring. She started with a look of silent disgust. She endeavored to fling the savage from her, but his taloned fingers gathered more closely around her arm. His grasp was like the embrace of a vice.
"Yo made the bargain, good lady. Yo sold yourself, black eyes, pouting lips and all, for the ring. Do you think I'm such a fool as to be cheated out of my wages in this here way? Don't think such a thing, good lady. Old Devilbug wants the gold you promised."
"Release me," whispered Dora, with an ashen face, as she felt the grasp of his fingers on her arm. "Let me pass from this room and from this house, and I will reward you with gold beyond all your expectations. I will make you rich for life."
"Ho, ho, ho," chuckled Devilbug. "Here's a tall woman afore me, with a look like a queen, a lip like a cherry, a cheek like a peach, and eyes like diamonds in the jeweler's winder. She axes me to give up all this."
He pointed to her voluptuous form.
"She axes me to give up all this for gold. Ridiculous."
Dora's countenance suddenly grew lovely with all the hues of the summer dawn. Her eye dilated and sparkled with a clear and burning light. Casting her glance over Devilbug's shoulder, she beheld her cloak flung over the rounds of a chair. On a table besides the chair lay the pair of loaded pistols which she had brought with her to Monk Hall. "Could I but obtain them," the thought crossed her soul like a ray of hope, "I could defy the monster to his teeth."
"Lady, there's a very purty bloom on your cheek, and there's a very rich look in your eyes."
He paused and raised her fair white hand to his loathsome lips. Then, reaching forth his other arm, with his blazing eye devouring the loveliness of her face, he endeavored to encircle her form with his arm. "I am faint," muttered Dora in a whisper, and she reached forth her hands as if to save herself from falling to the floor, while her eye closed as in a deadly swoon.
"Ho, ho, my beauty faints, does she?"
muttered Devilbug, catching her form in his arms.
"Very purty in the beauty, that is. It's a genteel way of saying she consents, I suppose."
With her head resting on his shoulder, while her bosom almost touched his face, Devilbug encircled her form in his arms and bore her slowly along the floor. He laid her gently down in the chair where her cloak had been thrown. Then, stepping backward, he quietly surveyed her voluptuous form while that look of animal admiration reddened over his face.
"She lays there very beautiful, her head thrown back a little, her eyes closed, and her red lips parted. Sich white teeth. And that form, all dressed in some gentleman's coat and pants. Ho, ho, it all belongs to me. Sich a nice bosom. It looks quite purty with the shirt collar thrown wide open about the neck. And that's all mine."
The swooning woman lay reclining upon the folds of the cloak flung over the rounds of the chair, while the light streaming over the back of Devilbug fell mild and softened over her lovely face with the eyelids closed as if in death. Never had Dora looked so beautiful. Never had her lips been tinted with such a rosebud freshness. Never had such a lively glow bloomed from the fullness of her cheek. Never had the tresses of her unbound hair fell in such bewitching carelessness around her countenance and along her snowy neck. She lay there like a beautiful incarnation of sleep, while the savage stood gazing upon her with a look of increasing admiration. His solitary eye grew loathsome with its expression of brute passion, while his lips were agitated by a hideous smile.
"Hello, my beauty's a-comin' too. Look, she moves her head. She rests it on the table at her side. Her eyelids are opening again."
In her unconscious state, Dora gently moved her arm, and as gently laid the hand upon the white cloth of the table. At the same moment her eyelids faintly unclosed, and she gazed around with a bewildered stare.
"So, my beauty's had a fainting spell all to herself,"
muttered Devilbug with a hideous chuckle as he approached the side of the half-conscious woman.
"I believe I'll taste her lips."
Laying his hand on her shoulder, he stooped slowly down, and the shadow of his face darkened her countenance. His loathsome lips well-nigh touched the ripe lips of the proud woman when her hand moved nervously along the white cloth of the table. Nearer drew his lips as hot breath streamed over her cheek.
"One kiss, my purty beauty, only one kiss."
With one sudden bound, Dora Livingstone sprung from the chair, and when Devilbug looked for her again, she stood in the center of the floor, her eyes flashing fire, her long dark hair streaming wildly from her brow, while each extended hand held a grim pistol at the monster's heart. "Now, devil, I defy you!" she exclaimed in a tone of withering scorn. "With a loaded pistol in either hand, I will fight my way from this den. Advance but a step, and I will stretch you out upon the floor a lifeless corpse." Devilbug started, and covered his face with his hands, as if utterly confounded by this sudden movement of the beautiful woman. "Ha ha!" The scornful laugh of Dora broke on his ear. "Do I hold the bloodhound at bay? Monster, where is your courage now? Stand back and let me pass, or I fire this pistol." And with deadly aim she points the pistol at his brawny chest. Devilbug raised his face from his hands. Every harsh lineament of his countenance was convulsed with an expression of fiendish laughter.
"Ho, ho, what a sweet creature you are, to be sure. Be so kind as to blow my brains out with them pistols. It'll quite disappoint me if you don't. That's a good girl. Oh, fire away, my duck. What a pity it is for you that them bulldogs ain't got no balls in 'em. Ha ha! What in the devil made you leave 'em downstairs with your cloak while I showed you the way up in this room? I didn't draw out the balls. Of course I didn't. Who the devil said I did?"
Dora's face grew deathly pale. With an involuntary gesture, she extended her hands. The pistols fell to the floor with a heavy, deadened sound. "All is lost," she muttered as her hands dropped listlessly by her side.
"So it is,"
cried Devilbug, and with the celerity of lightning he sprang forward and seized the pistols.
"Ho, ho, my gal, did I fool you that time? The pistols are loaded, but you don't get 'em again. No, you don't, upon my word."
"Fool that I was!" cried Dora with a flashing glance. "Oh, that I had lodged the bullet in his heart!" She turned away and pressed her red lip between her teeth until the blood started from the skin.
"Now, my ducky dear, down on your knees and ask for mercy."
Devilbug advanced with a scowling brow, while each extended hand held a pistol toward her form.
"Down on your knees, or I fire."
"Fire," echoed Dora, as her proud lip curved with scorn. "Fire, and I will thank you." She folded her arms and confronted the savage with a fearless brow.
"Pluck, regular pluck,"
exclaimed Devilbug with a stare of involuntary admiration.
"But come, my gal, you made the bargain, and you must stick to it. I've stood fooling long enough. It's time to put an end to these small matters. Now for the gold."
He dropped the pistols on the floor. With one convulsive bound, like a wild beast darting on his prey, he sprang forward and gathered his long arms around the form of the proud woman, while his rough face rested against her velvet cheek and her lip felt the pressure of his kiss. Starting with a shriek, she endeavored to tear her form from his embrace, but in vain. She, the proud and haughty woman, with the outcast feasting on her lip and reveling on her beauty. Even in that moment of despair, the thought aroused all her energies. She sprang from his embrace. Her convulsive efforts for a moment loosened the grasp of his arms. But in another moment they gathered around her form with a closer pressure, and like a bird fluttering in the coils of a snake, she lay in his power and at his mercy. She sank helplessly on her knees. Devilbug bent over her kneeling form, and with his arms gathered round her waist, impressed his loathsome kiss upon her pouting lips. Nothing could save the proud beauty now. Dishonored, and by a devil in human shape. The thought filled her veins with madness. Her eyes seemed all on fire with the terrible intensity of her thoughts. His hot breath streamed over her cheek. His sneering chuckle echoed in her ears like a death knell. His solitary eye drank in the beauty of her countenance with a look of brutal passion. Dora gathered her strength for one last struggle. Her brain throbbing with wild delirium, she shouted a name that rose to her lips. She knew not why, she shouted a name of the olden time. "Luke!" she shrieked, tossing her arms madly on high. "Luke! Save me! Oh, save me!" As if her voice had aroused the dead from the grave, the secret door slid back, and Luke Harvey stood revealed, a dim taper held in his extended hand, flashing its light over a pale face, spotted with drops of blood, and marked by a fearful gash which laid open the flesh along the right temple. His dress, all torn and disordered, was soiled by the earth of the grave, and his long black hair hung lank and stiffened around his face. His eye, dark, piercing, and snake-like at all times, was now animated by a luster that seemed supernatural. There in that same doorway, which the night before had been passed by the husband in search of his guilty wife, in that same doorway stood Luke Harvey, gazing upon the savage and his victim with one fixed and immovable gaze. "Luke, save me! Save me!" shrieked Dora, unconscious that the man whom she had sold to death stood gazing upon her peril. "Oh, Luke! Oh, save me!" His head bent down. Devilbug suddenly felt the gleam of a strange light flashing over his face. He raised his head. He beheld Luke standing silent and pale in the doorway, and then, flinging Dora from him, uttered a wild howl of surprise. "God damn!" was his solitary ejaculation. "If there ain't that feller come to life again!" He was about to rise from his feet when the apparition rushed forward, and seizing a pistol from the floor, struck Devilbug a fierce and fearful blow over the forehead. His skull echoed the blow like a piece of metal ringing on the anvil. With a curse on his lips, Devilbug rose fiercely to his feet, but the pistol again descended. Again that ringing sound. The monster fell heavily to the floor. He lay senseless as the oaken planks on which he rested. Thrown prostrate along the floor, Dora rose into a kneeling position and gazed around in speechless wonder. Tall and erect, the dim light held in his extended hand, Luke Harvey stood before her, gazing down on her face with a saddened and immovable look. The light flashing upward gave a ghastly and fearful appearance to his pale countenance, while his blazing eye encountered hers with a look so strange and piercing that she was forced to avert her gaze. "His ghost comes to reproach me," muttered Dora in an almost inaudible yet thrilling whisper. "Oh, Dora, Dora," said a calm and deep-toned voice, rendered fearful in its very calmness by its striking contrast with the usual sneering tones of Luke Harvey. "Oh, Dora, Dora, little did I think in the times when I gathered you to my heart and tasted the freshness of your virgin lip, and in the very fondness of passion called you my own sweet wife, little did I think in those times, now gone forever, that a moment could ever come when I would behold a scene like this. Dora, whom I once so fondly loved, thrown prostrate on the floor of this polluted chamber, her person, her honor, the price of a cold-blooded murder. Oh, Dora, Dora, you might have spared me this shame." The sneer had gone from Luke's tongue. He stood gazing upon the kneeling woman with a trembling voice and a look of agony. Even while he looked, a scalding tear rolled down his deathly cheek. "Your body, the price of a cold-blooded murder," he uttered in a whisper, as his immovable gaze was still riveted to her countenance. "Murder," echoed Dora, gazing wildly in his face. "Yes, murder," replied Luke in that same tone of unnatural calmness. "I overheard your plot, Dora, overheard every word. In the darkness, I stood beside the door of the room downstairs. I saw you enter. I heard you bargaining for my blood. Oh, Dora, I felt something like a desire for revenge whenever I thought how you trifled with my feelings and trampled on my heart. But now, Dora, now, you are revenged upon me. Far better the knife of the assassin had cut my heart in twain than to look upon you in such shame as this." She was indeed revenged upon him. There was agony in his look and tone, in his pale face and trembling voice, agony worse than death. Dora was silent. She bowed her face on her bosom as she knelt at his feet. She bowed her face and veiled her eyes with her hands. The ring dropped from her finger. Luke knelt silently by her side. He took the ring from the floor. "This ring you gave me on the night when you first consented to be mine," he said in that calm and deep-toned voice. "Then it was the testimonial of our love. Now it is the witness of your shame." Dora shuddered. That voice speaking so sadly to her ear penetrated her very heart with remorse. She raised her face from her bosom. She gazed upon his countenance in silence. It was a strange and awful moment. The rejected lover kneeling beside the proud woman, at once the faithless mistress and the guilty wife. "Luke," she whispered in a tone strangely in contrast with her usual commanding voice. "Luke, if ever you loved me, take that pistol from the floor and place it to my forehead. I am utterly lost. Death would come to me now like a welcome messenger." There was silence for a single moment. They gazed sadly in each other's faces, while the same thought rose from each heart. Dora thought how pure and happy would have been her life had she become the wife of Luke. Luke thought how dear and holy a thing she would have been to him as a wife, she, the fallen and dishonored. "Curse on the fate that severed us!" he cried, wringing his hands with a mad gesture. "There is an awful gulf between us now. I am lost, and lost forever," said Dora, as the first tears of repentance which she had ever shed rolled down her cheeks. "Dora, there is yet a glorious hope for you," cried Luke, as his ghastly features warmed with an expression of enthusiasm that might almost have been called holy. "Promise me that you will renounce all unhallowed love. Promise me that you will from this time forth dissolve all connection with the poor creature who has dishonored you by a foul crime. Promise me that you will ever be to Livingstone a true and faithful wife, and I swear before God to sustain you in your course, to defend you from all harm." Oh, that tone, that look, that beseeching gesture of the rejected lover! Dora was melted to the heart. Radiant with all the beauty of a new-formed and holy resolve, she raised her heart and eyes to heaven. "I promise," she cried, and the tears rolled down her cheeks. "I swear to sustain you to the death," cried Luke, raising his hands on high. There was silence for a single moment, and the character of the place in which they knelt, the guilt of the wife, the revenge of the lover, all were forgotten. That resolve hovered over their hearts like the halo around the cross of a dying saint. In a moment Luke raised her gently from the floor and silently gathered the cloak around her disguised form. She reddened to the very roots of her hair as he placed the cap upon her head. Her ambition, her recklessness of soul alike were gone. She felt the modesty of a wife once more. She stood ready to depart while the form of the insensible savage lay prostrate on the floor. "In a moment, Dora. I will be with you," said Luke as he turned toward the secret door. "In a moment I will lead you from the place." Dora was alone. Oh, what a tide of tumultuous thoughts came rushing madly over her brain. As she stepped across the floor, it seemed to her that she trod on air, that the present was some glorious dream from which she would soon awake to the reality of life and the pollution of crime. The tones of her former lover lingered yet upon her ear, how like the days of stainless innocence and love. Then the affection of Livingstone, his care for her slightest wish, his doting love came like a burst of sunshine on her soul. With a trembling lip and flashing eye, she wondered to herself that idle toys like the world's ambition and the love which is born of guilt should ever have lured her from the duty of a wife, the purity of a woman. As these thoughts flashed over her soul, Luke stood by her side again. "Give this to your husband at the earliest opportunity," he said as he placed a sealed note in her hands. "You start for Hawkwood in the morning. For God's sake, do not fail to give him this." Dora placed the note in her bosom. Then her large eyes, dark as midnight and lustrous as the morn, encountered the glance of her former lover, and for a moment they silently gazed upon each other. "Oh, Dora, my fever of revenge is past. Till this hour I never knew how your image had wound itself into my very heart." "And I would have been your assassin," Dora exclaimed, turning suddenly very pale. "Oh, Luke, I am too vile a thing for your slightest notice. I am—how the word chokes me—I am an adulteress." "Let the past be with the past," said Luke in a solemn tone, as taking her hands within his own, he raised them on high. "Let us now in the sight of heaven confirm our mutual vow." Fools that they were! As they stood there in that lonely room, hand linked in hand and eyes raised to heaven, fate was weaving its threads of doom around and about them. Silent and stern and immutable fate was surrounding them with its serpent coils, while it looked upon them in scorn and laughed in derision as its awful hand pointed to the future. "Tomorrow," it murmured. "Ha ha, tomorrow." And while they stood in that lonely chamber, hand linked in hand and eyes raised to heaven, in his counting-room, silent and alone, the husband mixed the poison which on the morrow was to lay his guilty wife a stiffened corpse. Bending over the table on which were scattered the various drugs which composed the fatal draught, bending over the table with the light of the taper falling upon his death-stricken face, the husband laughed madly to himself and whispered in husky tones, "Tomorrow, ha ha, tomorrow." Fools that they were! To think that fate, which drives its iron wheels over hearts and thrones and graves, would turn aside in its career for them. "Away, Dora!" cried Luke. "Away from Monk Hall!" They moved toward the door. The wretch thrown prostrate on the carpet groaned. "Ha! I forgot the keys," cried Luke, retracing his steps. "There they are." He bent over the form of Devilbug. "In a moment your escape is certain." He led her from the room and down the stairs. In a few moments they stood in the doorkeeper's den. By the dim light the negroes might be discerned sleeping by the fireside. It required but another moment for Luke to place the key in the lock and open the massive door. She stood in the doorway with the cloak thrown round her form and the beams of the setting moon falling on her face. "Go, and God go with you, Dora," whispered Luke, pushing her gently from the door. "Do you not go with me?" she whispered as she paused upon the threshold. "There is danger for you within these walls, perchance death." "I have other matters to arrange," answered Luke. "I must avenge wrong and defend innocence. Go, Dora, and remember your vow." He pushed her gently across the threshold. He closed the door and stood alone in the doorkeeper's den. The Negro still slumbered by the fireside, and the faint light of the fire illumined the face of Luke with a ghastly radiance. He advanced toward the fire. He placed his hand hurriedly against his brow, while his eye grew animate with strange and powerful emotion. "The world would call me a fool for acting thus," he whispered. "True, she trampled on my heart. True, she dishonored her husband. True, she bargained with the ruffian for my life. But God alone knows how the face we once loved to look upon ever maintains a strange influence over the heart, how the voice we once loved to hear even has a music for the soul. My brain whirls in confusion. I am weakened by the loss of blood. Ah!" Turning to regain the door which led into the mansion, he felt the strength generated by the excitement which had agitated his soul during the past hour. He felt this unnatural strength passing from him like a shadow. He stretched forth his hands in the effort to preserve his balance, but in vain. With a cry of agony on his lips, he fell helpless to the floor. Half an hour passed, and Devilbug stood over the form of the prostrate man with a light in his hand. He regarded the pale face of Luke with a scowl of fierce malignity. His own distorted countenance, spotted with blood near the temples and livid in hue, assumed an expression of savage hate. So, mister, you'll help the woman to dig off, did you?" he muttered, placing his foot upon the breast of the insensible man. "I've a notion to knife your wizen. Wonders how you'd look with a small air-hole in your throat." He drew an old-fashioned Spanish knife from the breast of his coarse garment as he spoke. The blade, long, pointed, and glittering, flew open with a touch of the spring. Stooping over the form of the insensible Luke, he applied the knife to his unbared throat, and with a wild grimace distorting his features, he moved it gently along the skin. "I only wants to see how near to the skin I can go without cutting his windpipe. Ho, ho, ho!" There was a great deal of the philosopher in Devilbug. Never a doctor of all the schools, with his dissecting knife in hand and the corpse of a subject before him, could have manifested more nerve and coolness than the savage of Monk Hall. Slowly and gently along the throat of the insensible man, he moved the glittering knife, holding its keen edge within a hair's breadth of the skin. Then, as if to show that his spirits were not depressed by the solemnity of the operation, he laughed merrily to himself and hummed the catch of some dismal song. Suddenly his protuberant brow grew heavy with a scowl. He clenched the handle of the knife with a grasp of fierce resolution, and in a moment the blade glittered in his upraised hand. "I'll put an end to this," he muttered hoarsely. "I'll give him a taste of this piece of hardware. Crack me over the skull with the butt of that ar pistol, did he?" For a moment the knife quivered in the air above his head, and the scowl grew darker over his brow. The next instant, as if some strange thought had suddenly taken his soul by storm, the frown cleared away and the knife fell from his hand and stuck upright in the oaken floor. "Nell," he slowly muttered, "your only hope lies here." He pointed to the body of the insensible Luke. "Here lies your hope and your fortin. This man can make all the matter straight. He can place you afore the proud folks of this town as the daughter of Livingstone, and nobody else can do it. I'd rather burn myself alive than to hurt a hair of his head." Stooping to the floor, he raised Luke on his shoulder. He bore him from the den, up the stairs, and into his room. He laid the form of the insensible man upon the bed, and then rushed hurriedly from the room and down the stairs again. In a few moments the lamp which he held in his hand flashed over the massive brick pillars of the dead vault. The place was infested with a deathly chill, and the atmosphere was like the breath of a pestilence. Devilbug gazed calmly round the vault, as if marking the rows of coffins stored away in the nooks of the walls, or the fragments of the human skeleton scattered along the floor. Then he gazed upon the pillars of massive brick, and then, shifting the light from side to side, He seemed to feel a strange pleasure in observing the heavy shadows which ran along the distant walls or crept over the arching ceiling above.
"I'd a'most forgot it,"
he soliloquized as he seated his deformed body on the floor.
"The doctor sent for me last night, the one what wants me to steal dead bodies for him. I must go early in the morning. He pays me well, and I likes the business. Such a jolly business. To creep over the wall of some graveyard in the dead of the night, and with a spade in your hand to turn up the earth of a new-made grave. To mash the coffin lid into small pieces with a blow of the spade, and to drag the stiff corpse out from its resting place, with the shroud so wide and clean, spotted by the damp clay. To cover the corpse with an old overcoat or a coffee bag, and bear it off to the doctor, with his penknives and his daggers and his gimlets. Hoo! Hoo!"
He emitted a wild imitation of the screech owl from his compressed teeth.
"Such a jolly business."
Then, placing the lamp on the floor and drawing the fragment of a crumbling coffin beneath his elbow, he rested his brawny cheek upon his hand, while his solitary eye glared fiercely upon the thick shadows of the vault. He sat thus for a few moments, when his senses were overpowered by slumber, and he lay there huddled in a heap along the floor, sleeping with his eye wide open. The light flashed over his face, while the muscles worked as if under the influence of a spell. The brow was corrugated with wrinkles like thick cords. The eye flashed and sparkled and glared. The teeth were clenched together, and then, around the quivering lips, the white foam began to gather like the froth on the nostrils of the dying warhorse. The soul of Devilbug was passing through the mazes of a fearful dream. This it was that made his eye glare and his lips move. This it was sent the cold shudder through his sleeping form. This it was that clenched his hands and made him grasp wildly at the air. As he lay there, his soul absorbed by an awful nightmare, a world of phantoms passed before him. The sight that he saw in his sleep, the vision that broke upon him, was it a revelation from the other world? Was it a prophecy whispered to the monster's soul by the tongues of angels? End of section 39. Section 40 of The Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the Third, Chapter 14th. Devilbug's Dream. When first he slept, the phantoms of his murdered victims rose before him. The man with the broken jaw and the lolling tongue, the woman with the blood falling drop by drop from the hollow skull. Then the eyes of the man started from his death-stricken face. Then he could see the neck of the woman quiver as with the convulsive throes of death, and then he could hear the low pattering sound of blood dropping from the hollow skull. The sleeper groaned in agony. The woman reached forth her skinny arms and clasped them round his neck, and applied her thin lips wet with blood to his ear, and whispered, "Murder," in a tone of horrible laughter. And the man lolled his blackening tongue, how clammy and how cold, against the face of Devilbug, and looked into his very soul with those bloodshot eyes, almost touching the forehead of the dreamer. Then the dream became confused and wandering. Devilbug was surrounded by a hazy atmosphere, with coffins floating slowly past, and the stars shining through the eyes of skulls, and the sun pouring his livid light straight downward into a wilderness of new-made graves, which extended yawning and dismal over the surface of a boundless plain. Then the sun assumed the shape of a grinning skeleton head, and the stars went dancing through the dim atmosphere, dancing round the sun, each star gleaming through the orbless socket of a skull, and the blood-red moon went sailing by, her crescent face rising above a huge coffin which floated through the livid air like a bark from hell. Then the sky was full of comets, darting along like lightning, each comet with a long white shroud sweeping the heavens as it rushed through the air, and then sky and sun and moon and stars were succeeded by thick and impenetrable darkness. There was a long pause, and the darkness resolved itself into shape. Devilbug stood in the midst of a boundless plain, covered with a darkness like that which betokens the approach of day. The whole sky was changed into one vast curtain, which hung in midnight folds across the immensity of space. The dreamer looked upon this awful curtain in awe and wonder. "This," cried a voice speaking shrilly from the darkness, "this is the curtain of the theatre of hell." And then Devilbug laughed loudly to himself, as if in glee at the merry conceit. At the very instant there arose from the dark plain a chorus of shrieks and groans and yells of agony. It was as though the dying in some vast battlefield had suddenly, in one breath, sent their combined death shrieks to the heavens above. Yell on yell, groan on groan continued to rend the air, and then a horrible chorus of laughter broke on the ear of the dreamer. "This," cried the voice, "this is the orchestra of hell." Then the curtain slowly rose. Up, up the dark folds ascended. Higher, higher. The theatre of hell lay bare to his view. Devilbug started forward and looked upon the scene, and howled in glee. What he then beheld may never be told to the ears of living man. Oh, horrible and ghastly, that sight of all sights the most dread! Oh, horrible and ghastly! On every wave a lost soul, on every breeze of that heated air a groan of death. That throne rising black and lurid from the center of the chaos of flame. Oh, picture its horror to no living ear! But the fair-bosomed women, floating on those waves, are they not spared? And the babes, lifting their tiny hands on high, is there no mercy for them? And the old men, dashed against the red-hot rocks, is there no deliverance for them? Look, look! Strain your eyes, Devilbug. Behold that sight of grandeur. That wave, ha ha! See how it rises from the bosom of the sea, that wave of fire! How it roars around the throne, how it towers and swells! And in the fiery surf which crests its summit, look, look! There are millions of souls shrieking for mercy. Only a drop of water, only a drop of water. The orchestra of hell strikes up its music, and the play goes on. Suddenly, all became dark again, and the dream changed. End of Book the Third. End of Section 40. Section 41 of The Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The last day of the Quaker City. He stood in the wide street of a magnificent city. All around him, from lofty windows, the glare of many lights flashed out upon the winter night. Above, the clear cold sky of a calm winter twilight overarched the far-extending perspective, brilliant with light and life, which marked the extent and grandeur of that wide street of a gorgeous city. Devilbug looked around him and beheld the sidewalks lined with throngs of wayfarers, some clad in purple and fine linen, some with rags fluttering around their wasted forms. Here was the lady in all the glitter of her plumes and silks and diamonds, and by her side the beggar child stretched forth its thin and skinny arm, asking in feeble tones, for the sake of God, some charity, good lady. And the lady smiled and uttered some laughing word to the man of fashion by her side. With his slim waist and effeminate face, she uttered a remark of careless scorn, and passed the beggar child unheeded by. Here, passing slowly onward, with a look of sanctimony, a white cravat and robes of sable, was the lordly bishop, whose firm step and salacious eye betokened at once his arrogance and guilt. Here was the man of law with his parchment book and his cold gray eye. Here was the judge with his visage of solemnity and his pocketbook crammed full with bribes. And here, hungry and lean, was the mechanic in his tattered garb, looking to the clear blue sky above as he asked God's vengeance upon the world that robbed and starved him. Devilbug rubbed his hands with glee. There was something so exhilarating to him in the sight of all this, in the spectacle of the lofty windows stored with silks and satins, gold and jewels enriched with the tribute of a whole world, in the animation of the sidewalk, its crowds of wayfarers, its rich and poor, its worldly and its holy men, that old Devilbug laughed gaily to himself and rubbed his hands in very glee. Wandering slowly onward, he was wrapped in wonder at the magnificence which broke upon his vision, when suddenly a massive edifice rose before him, with long rows of marble columns and a massive dome breaking into the blue of the sky far overhead. Beside this gorgeous structure, which appeared to be in progress of erection, for there was scaffolding about its columns, and the implements of the workmen were scattered around, beside this edifice arose a small and unpretending structure of brick, only 2 stories high, with its plain old-fashioned steeple rising but halfway to the summit of the marble palace. This small and unpretending structure was in ruins. The roof was torn from the steeple, the windows were concealed by rough boards, and from one corner the bricks had been thrown down. Devilbug, when he beheld this structure in ruins, while the marble palace by its side arose in such grandeur upon the clear blue sky, smiled to himself and clapped his hands boisterously together. "This," he cried, pointing to the edifice, "this should be the old State House, and I must be in the Quaker City." As he spoke, a ghostly form glided from among the gay wayfarers of the sidewalk and stood by his side. A ghostly form, like a thin shape of mist with large dark eyes flashing from its shadowy face. "It is the old State House," whispered the ghostly form, in a voice that thrilled to the heart of the listener. "Yes, it is old Independence Hall. The lordlings of the Quaker City have sold their fathers' bones for gold. They have robbed the widow and plundered the orphan, blasphemed the name of God by their pollution of his faith and church. They have turned the sweat and blood of the poor into bricks and mortar, and now, as the last act of their crime, they tear down Independence Hall and raise a royal palace on its ruins." "What do you mean by that?" cried Devilbug fiercely. "Royal palace, hey? That means something about a king, don't it?" "King?" echoed the ghost in a sad and sorrowful tone. "Look at those proud chariots rolling along the crowded street. Look at those chariots with the horses decked in tinsel trappings and with liveried retainers riding at their sides." "Yes, yes, I see 'em," cried Devilbug in his coarse way. "Them carriages with horses all rigged out like circus horses, and with fellers riding alongside dressed in monkey jackets. What does it all mean, anyhow?" "Those chariots are the equipages of a proud and insolent nobility, who lord it over the poor of the Quaker City. Yes, there rides a duke, and there a baron, and yonder a count. This palace is intended for the residence of a king. Liberty long since fled from the Quaker City, in reality has now vanished in its very name. The spirit of the old republic is dethroned, and they build a royal mansion over the ruins of Independence Hall." As the spirit spoke, the blaze of lights grew more radiant, the sidewalk was thronged by gayer wayfarers, the street resounds to the echo of chariot wheels, and up to the clear sky, like the echo of Niagara, went the hum and confusion of the wide city. "Ho, ho," laughed Devilbug. "So they get on quite lively, do they? Stranger, if I may ask such a question, where is Girard College, hey?" The eloquent eyes of the ghost lighted up with an expression of speechless woe. "They have torn it down to build this palace with its marble," it answered in a tone of unutterable agony. "And what year do you call this?" "The year of our Lord 1950, said the spirit. But Devilbug was not sure that he had heard aright. It seemed to him afterward that the spirit had added a word to his enumeration of the time.
And this king whose palace is a-buildin' yonder, and these dukes and lords who are riding in their big carriages yonder, what great deeds did they ever do?
Cheated the poor out of their earnings, wrung the sweat from the brow of the mechanic and turned it into gold, traded away the bones of their fathers, sold Independence Square for building lots, and built this palace for a king. These are their mighty deeds.
It seems to me, stranger, that the king with his dukes and lords ain't nothing but a pack of swindling bank directors, hey? In the year 1842, there was some fuss made about a monument to General Washington in Washington Square. Can you tell me, stranger, whatever became of it?
The ghost led him silently through the archway of the ruined State House, and in a moment they stood upon Independence Square, all cumbered with heaps of marble and piles of building timber. The great portion of the square was occupied by the royal palace, but from the western extreme a free view of the heavens might be obtained. "Do you see that dark and gloomy building yonder?" exclaimed the ghost, pointing in a southwestern direction.
What, that great big jail of a buildin'? Why, stranger, that stands where Washington Square used to stand. What does it mean, anyhow?"
"It is indeed a jail, built on the ground of Washington Square. Within its gloomy cells all those brave patriots are confined, the brave men who struck the last blow for the liberty of the land against the tyranny of this new risen nobility. There, day after day, and night after night, with the rusted iron eating into their wasted flesh, there they drag their lives away in darkness, in cold and hunger."
"Hello, mister. Isn't that a gallows I see yonder, opposite the jail? It's quite comfortin' to see the old-fashioned thing alive yet."
"It is a gallows," said the ghost, "and thanks to the exertions of some of the holy ministers of God, it is never idle. Day after day its rope is distended by the wriggling body of some murderer. Day after day these merciful preachers crowd round its blackened timbers, sending the felon into the presence of his God, his ears deafened by their hallelujahs, while his stiffened hands grasp that Bible whose code is mercy to all men."
"Hurrah!" shouted Devilbug. "The gallows is living yet! Hurrah!"
"For some years it was utterly abolished," said the ghost. "Murders became few in number. Convicts were restored to society, redeemed from their sins, and the jails began to echo to the solitary footsteps of the jailer. But these good preachers arose in the Senate and the pulpit and pled beseechingly for blood.
"Hurrah for the preachers! Them's the jockeys!"
"Give us but the gibbet," they shrieked. "Only give us the gibbet, and we'll reform the world. Christ said mercy was his rule. We know more about his religion than he did himself, and we cry, 'Give us blood!' In the name of Moses, in the name of Paul and John and Peter, in the name of the church, in the name of Christ, give us the gibbet, only give us the gibbet."
"They said this? The jolly fellers!"
The gallows was given to them. The gibbet arose once more in the streets. Murder became a familiar thing. Crime dyed its hands in blood and went laughing to the gibbet. The good preachers pled for blood, and they had it.
"Hurrah!" screamed Devilbug. "The gallows is living yet! Hurrah!"
He sprang from his feet in very glee and clapped his hands and hurrahed again. When he again looked round, the ghost had disappeared. Retracing his steps through the archway, Devilbug stood on the sidewalk of the broad street again. He passed along among the crowds of gay wayfarers. He passed many a princely equipage and many a gorgeous chariot, and here and there at the corners of the streets or among the gayest of the laughing throng, he beheld a squalid beggar crouching to the earth as he asked for bread, or a pale-faced mechanic in worn and tattered clothes, who shook his hands in impotent rage as he beheld the stare of wealth which flashed from the lofty windows as if to tantalize him with their splendor. At last Devilbug stood in front of a lofty marble church, which arose from the center of a graveyard. All around the massive church, in the cold light of the stars, arose long rows of whitened tombstones, with here and there a lordly monument or slender obelisk or lofty pyramid of snow-white marble. Devilbug looked at the church intently for a few moments, admiring its massive structure and expansive dome, when, to his utter astonishment, the top of a vault near the wall of the graveyard rose suddenly upward, and through the aperture a shrouded form issued in the starlight and stood erect, lifting its hands to heaven, while the death shroud fluttered in the air. Suddenly the figure turned. It advanced toward Devilbug. He started in utter horror. A ghastly corpse, with eye of leaden dimness gazing fixedly from a face yellowed by decay, stood before him. And as he started in horror, from each marble vault of the graveyard, from each rising mound from beneath each pyramid and obelisk, arose the shrouded form of a corpse, and in an instant the place was white with the fluttering shrouds of the multitude of dead. On they came, advancing slowly toward the graveyard wall. On they came, their hands crossed over their white shrouds, their leaden eyes gazing fixedly forward, their foreheads all alive with the loathsome grave-worm. On they came, gliding over the wall. On they came, a throng of the ghastly dead. While Devilbug started aside in horror, they glided over the graveyard wall. They mingled with the gay throngs of the sidewalk, their white shrouds fluttering amid silken gowns and velvet robes, their ghastly faces seen among gay visages, vacant with the joy of a pleasure-loving world. Devilbug beheld them file along the street, one by one, a long and fearful train. He saw them pass beneath the glare of the lights, beneath the shadow of the palaces. He saw them gliding slowly around, their leaden eyes wearing that same fixed gaze, while their hands were folded on their breasts. With utter horror, he discovered that the gay revellers of the street beheld them not. They walked merrily round while the arisen dead glided all around them. They smiled gaily, unconscious of the leaden eyes that were gazing so sadly in their faces. They rent the air with laughter, unheeding the rustling sound of the 1,000 death shrouds that swept the fringe of their costly robes. Oh, what unutterable agony was painted upon the faces of the arisen dead as they discovered that the living beheld them not! How their blue lips moved, yet uttered no sound! How their white hands were upraised as if in warning, while the worms went crawling round each brow.
"What does this all mean?" shouted Devilbug in utter dismay. "Good folks, don't you see that the dead's among you? Good lady, look there, look! There's a walking corpse at your shoulder. Fine gentleman, look, look! There's a dead man at your back. Look, the whole graveyard is emptying itself into the street. Look, you fools! I say look!" He screamed and shouted as seized with an agony, whose origin he could not comprehend. He felt himself forced to declare the awful spectacle which he beheld to the ears of the pleasure-loving citizens, but he screamed and shouted in vain. They heard him not. The lord rolling by in his gilded equipage was unconscious of the shrouded corpse that looked in his window. The beggar in the gutter knew not that the form of a friend, long since dead, was now gazing sadly upon his misery. Devilbug gazed far along the street, and to his amazement beheld a long multitude of shrouded dead, walking beneath the flaring lights as far as eye could see, until the magnificent perspective was lost in a mass of vacant darkness. "Good folks!" shouted Devilbug in horror. "Hello! Don't you see your town is alive with dead?" "Let them alone, let them alone," said a mild and saddened voice. Rushing madly along the street, Devilbug turned hurriedly around. The pale ghost was at his side. "Let them alone," it cried in that low-toned voice. "The dead arise around them to warn them of their coming doom, yet they know them not. These are their friends, their relatives, their wives, their sisters, their brothers, risen from the grave to warn them of their doom.
but their sealed eyes behold them not.
Their doom, echoed Devilbug. Speak plain, will you? What do you mean?
Behold, cried the stranger, pointing to a black cloud which arose from the blue in the western sky. Devilbug looked and beheld written on the cloud words and letters of fire which he could not read.
What does it mean?
He shrieked, turning to the figure at his side. The angel of the judgment writes the doom of this proud city. From the heavens his hand is extended. Behold the words of flame on yon glistening cloud. Woe unto Sodom. Devilbug looked upon these characters of flame and felt a strange awe penetrate his heart. Come, cried the ghost, I will show you sights that no human eye may see. I will unseal your ear to sounds that no human ear may hear. Devilbug felt himself borne upward. He felt himself hurried with the speed of wind along the crowded street. And he was borne along from every graveyard. He beheld the shrouded dead arise, beheld them pour out upon the thronged sidewalk. He saw them lift their hands on high. He saw them fix their leaden eyes upon the faces of the living with a look of unutterable woe. From lonely burial places, from the banks of the broad river, from the grounds of the prison, up started the shrouded dead. Nay, from the very bricks of the crowded pavement they rose, and joined the snow-white multitude who thronged the streets. Devilbug and his guide stood at the foot of a gallows which arose like an evil omen upon the night. The corpse of a convict hung in chains, swung heavily to and fro. As Devilbug looked, the convict came down from his gibbet, and clanking his chains on high, with a hideous face festering with corruption, and lighted by leaden eyes gleaming with all the malignity of hell, the felon corpse rushed by and joined the train of the dead. Through street after street, through avenue after avenue, Devilbug was borne by his ghastly guide. But every wide street, every avenue, each pathway and sidewalk was crowded by throngs of laughing citizens mingling with the multitudes of the shrouded dead.
What does all this mean?
Cried Devilbug to the ghost at his side. This night is a festival night with the lordlings of the city. Tomorrow they will hold a grand revel through the whole extent of the wide town, and tomorrow— The ghost paused. It pointed to the lurid cloud overhead with the letters of flame written on its darkness, and as it pointed, a sad smile stole over its lips, and it whispered, Woe unto Sodom. Tomorrow, shrieked the spirit, tomorrow will be the last day of the Quaker City. The judgment comes, and they know it not. As he spoke, he set Devilbug down again in front of Independence Hall. Listen to the song of the dead, cried the ghost. Hark how they sing as they mingle with the crowds of light-hearted revelers. Hark how their low-toned song breaks like a funeral hymn on the air. Hark! And as the shrouded dead glided along, mingling unseen with the gay and living, there broke from the livid lips a fearful song, uttered in a low and moaning chant that arose to the heavens in notes of prayer and execration. A single voice pealing from among the dead, moving along the street as they sang the solemn hymn, prayed God to curse the Quaker City. Then the whole legion of the dead shrieked in one horrible chorus, Woe unto Sodom! Anathema Marantha! Cursed be the city, cried that solitary voice, leading the supernatural choir. Its foundations are dyed in blood. The curse of the poor man is upon it, and the curse of the orphan. The widow, with her babe starving at her breast, raises her hands and curses it in the sight of God. Woe unto Sodom! And the ghastly train, extending far along the streets, their stiffened hands folded upon their white shrouds, took up the cry with their livid lips and chanted in a low yet horrible tone, Woe unto Sodom! Woe! Anathema Marantha! It has burned the churches of the living God. It has torn his cross from the altar. It has soiled his banner with dust and ashes. Even the graves of the dead it has not spared. The hands of violence have torn the bones of the dead from their graves and flung them mockingly beneath the hoofs of the horses. Cursed be the city! Woe unto Sodom! Woe unto Sodom! The hour of doom draweth nigh. The church of the living God in ruins curses it. The cross polluted and covered with ashes curses it. The grave torn open by the hand of violence and the bones of the dead curse the city before the throne of God. Anathema Marantha. Again that solitary voice resumed its chant of death and woe. The poor man toils in want, and the rich man riots in his sweat and blood. Woe unto Sodom! The guiltless and the innocent pine in the dungeon, while the unholy judge feasts upon the price of bribery and shame. The corpse of the innocent swings upon the gibbet, and the worms crawl over its brow, while the murderer rides in his chariot, his proud form clothed in fine linen and his guilty face decked in smiles. Accursed in the sight of God be Sodom, now and forever. And all along the street, from the 10,000 dead, arose the response, Amen. Accursed in the sight of God be Sodom now and forever. Amen and amen. Anathema Marantha. And thus, in low and solemn tones, the solitary spirit recounted the foul litany of the city's crimes, and as each hideous deed of wrong or murder fell from his livid lips, the multitude of the dead raised up their voices and shrieked, Amen and amen. Accursed be Sodom, now and forever. Anathema Marantha. The curse seemed to pierce the ear of heaven. From the sky, shadowy forms of grandeur looked down upon the scene, and suddenly a figure of awful and majestic beauty bent from the dim azure and waved a flaming sword across the heavens. Up to the sky, like the blast of the last trumpet, swelled the anathema of the risen dead, and from the blackness of the cloud, overhanging the city like an embodied curse, flashed the letters of doom, Woe unto Sodom! Accursed be this city in the sight of nations! It has torn the flag of freedom from the rock and dashed it in the dust. Accursed be the city in the sight of God, shrieked the voices of the dead. Woe unto Sodom! Anathema Marantha! And then they raised their leaden eyes to heaven and clenched their cold white hand on high, and then their solemn chant was heard once more. Accursed be the city before the throne of God. It has torn the flag of freedom from the rock and trailed it in the dust. Woe unto Sodom! Woe! And through the streets they wound, this ghastly multitude, circling among the careless crowd, their hands crossed on their breasts and their leaden eyes raised up to heaven, and far, far along each avenue they extended, one awful train of shrouded dead, moving slowly onward while around them swelled the hum and roar of the gay city holding its carnival. And still up to the heavens arose the chant of the solitary voice, and still like the thunder blast of the last trump arose the dread response, Woe unto Sodom! Amen and amen. Anathema Marantha. The scene changed. Suddenly, Devilbug was borne upward through the air, and the city passed from his view. All was night and blackness and silence. He looked around again, and an exclamation of wonder burst from his lips. He stood upon the portico of a proud palace, which arose from the midst of a dark and angry river. The palace was reared upon a solitary island which broke the fury of the waves in the center of the river. Devilbug looked to the west, and beyond the channel of the river he beheld the dim and dusky outlines of the magnificent city extending north and south in one dark mass of roofs and walls, with here and there a heavy dome or towering steeple rising into the sky, while from the lurid cloud overhead a strange light was flung upon the darkness of the scene. And from that cloud, hovering in mid-heaven, that cloud so lurid, so black and dismal, from that mass of ominous darkness flashed the red words of flame, Woe unto Sodom! All around the isle burst and foamed the waves of the swollen river. The torrent was choked with masses of ice, and a rustling, heaving sound went ever more up to the heavens. Looking to the west, Devilbug beheld the black outlines of the city, with the light from that fearful cloud playing upon its roofs and domes. But as he gazed upon the east, all was thick darkness, with the broad waves of the river moaning and foaming in the blackness of the night. Here and there a towering wave rose heaving into view as it caught a faint gleam of light from the cloud above the far-off city. But it suddenly sank again into the bosom of night, and all was darkness, thick as chaos. As Devilbug, standing on the roof of the palace, gazed round in wonder, the river became the scene of a strange and awful spectacle. The waves were suddenly crowded by a fleet of coffins, tossed wildly to and fro, each coffin borne upon the surface of the waters like a boat, with the foam dashing over its dull, dark outlines. And in each coffin sat a corpse, with the death shroud enfolding its limbs and waving along the blackness of the night, while it urged its grave boat merrily over the waters, using a thigh-bone for an oar. And at the foot of every coffin, which served for the prow of the unearthly boat, was a lurid light burning a skull, and flinging its radiance around over the waters, over the faces of the dead, and over the fluttering folds of each death-shroud. 10,000 coffins, each bearing its boatman and the form of a shrouded corpse, floated on the surging waves of the river. 10,000 lurid lights, each flaring from the eyeless sockets of a skull, gave a terrible radiance to the scene, and the river, far as the eye could see, was crowded by this fleet of grave boats with their shrouded oarsmen, tossing the water aside with the skeleton bones for an oar. Devilbug shouted aloud in the wildness of his glee. Ha ha! Ho ho! There was something so merry to his fancy in the spectacle of a broad river crowded by a fleet of coffins, something so joyous in the light flaming over the orbless eyes of 10,000 skulls, something so grotesque and horrible in shrouded corpses, scattered over the surface of the river, that Devilbug felt a strange frenzy of glee darting through his veins. He raised his hands and shouted for very joy. As Devilbug looked around in fiendish glee, a new wonder met his gaze. The fleet of coffins parted suddenly into two divisions, and each division arrayed itself as if in the order of battle. On the north, from the island to the city, over the surface of the waters extended one grim line of coffins, with a livid corpse setting upright in each coffin, and raising the skeleton bone aloft in the stiffened hand, while their white shrouds waved like banners upon the night. On the south, with a broad path of waves between, another grim line of coffins extended from the island to the river, the white shrouds of the corpses borne aloft by the wind, while 10,000 deathly hands swung the thigh-bone wildly overhead. In front of each line of coffins burned the lights, flaring from the orbless eyes of a skull, and now, as the lurid rays gave strange radiance to the scene, the faces of each corpse, the leaden eyes, the blue lips, and the brow all green and clammy with decay, became fired with deadly rage, and, beating the thigh-bone on the side of each coffin, the antagonist lines of the dead began to move slowly toward each other. Then an unearthly peal of music broke upon the air, the music of the hollow skull echoing to the blow of the skeleton bone. From side to side it swelled, it rose clanking to the heavens, it deafened the ear of night with its infernal din. Nearer and nearer to each other the opposing lines of coffins drew. Faster and faster they glided over the waves. Wilder and more terrible swelled the music of the skeleton bone and the skull. Now the opposing lines of the dead glared in each other's faces. Now they raised their stiffened hands as if eager for the onset, and waved their white shrouds in the air. Now a thin line of water lay between each division of the dead. Hissing and whirling and plunging, the combatants drew near each other, with a low muttered groan far more terrible than the loudest shout. Each party hailed the approach of its opponent, and then, with one deafening crash, they closed together, corpse fighting corpse, dead throttling dead. Coffin meeting with coffin, each urged onward by the heaving waves, each crashing madly into the prow of its antagonist, while the dead arise, and leaning over the side of their death boats, they reach forth their arms and grasp each other in the clutch of an infernal hate. Then how the fires flaring from the orbless eyes of skulls danced to and fro! Now the river grew alive with the white robes of shrouds fluttering on the air, with the gleam of lights hissing as they sank beneath the waters, with that horrible groan of the corpse as it fought with its fellow corpse. Then how merrily the music of the skeleton bone and the hollow skull shrieked over the waters, and mingling with the low muttered groans of 10,000 corpses, rose echoing to the heavens above. Then crash upon crash, with horrible yells of laughter, the shrouded dead again urged their coffins full upon each other, and fought like living men upon a battlefield. With ghastly faces mouldering with corruption, yet fired by all the passions of life, upturned to the sky, with the waves rearing and plunging all around them, with their shrouds tossing madly on the air, while the skull fires danced to and fro, they closed together in terrible combat, and fought amidst the howling of the waters. Another peal of the skeleton bone and the skull, another wild burst of laughter. Like a flash of lightning, the scene was changed. The river was calm as the joy of the saint, first awakening from the sleep of the grave into the peace of God's own sweet rest. Pure, serene, and placid. It lay like a mirror before the eyes. Yet still in the sky overhead hung the cloud with its letters of flame. Woe unto Sodom! Still from the letters of flame a lurid light fell over the waters now so calm and tranquil. And the dark mass of walls and roofs which marked the position of the city, with the lofty steeples and proud domes steeped in livid light, was reflected in the calm waters like a magnificent picture delineated by some unearthly hand. And along the calm waters marched a long and winding column of the dead, gliding over the bosom of the river, their stiffened feet but touching the smooth surface, while their solemn faces were upraised to the sky, and their white shrouds fell in drooping folds around their awful forms. Gliding over the waters, two abreast, a long column of the dead, their ghostly figures mirrored in the depths below, they sang a low-toned and solemn song. Oh, how its tones of awful tenderness and feeling floated on the still air! How that soft melody filled all space and breathed forth upon the universe like a perfume from eternal flowers! Softly and gently it floated over the river, that wild and bewitching lament for the dead. Now it died sadly away until a whisper of deep and absorbing melody was all that broke upon the silence of night. Then louder and louder it rose. It filled the sky, and like a chorus of angel voices seemed to hold earth and heaven enchained with its deathless song. It was a lament for the dead. It was a lament for the dead who were to die on the morrow. It was a lament for young maidens, for gray-haired and helpless men, for smiling and sinless babes. All were to be mingled in the destruction of the morrow. All were to share the doom and the death of the last day of the guilty and idolatrous city. The lament wept its tears of melody for them, the young and beautiful. It wept for gray-haired age. It wept for smiling innocence. Suddenly its notes changed from sadness to joy. Joy to the captive in his cell, joy to the sick man on his couch, joy to the felon who was to die on the morrow, joy to the poor, oh joy! Their day was come at last. The rich, with their purple and fine linen, had enjoyed the world long enough. Now the God of the poor would arise in his might and crush the lordlings under the heel of his power. What cared the poor if they too shared the ruin? Was it not triumph to see the rich and corrupt dragged down from their high places? Was it not triumph worth all the deaths in hell? Therefore the band of shrouded dead, winding over the smooth surface of the river, sang joy to the poor, joy to hunger, joy to starvation, misery, and woe. Joy to ye all! Your God arises. His arm is uplifted. Already the rumbling of his chariot wheels draw near. No more hunger now, no more crying for bread, no more huddling down in squalor and want and cold. The Avenger comes. Shout, ye poor, shout from your factories and workbenches, from your huts and dens of misery, shout! Hail to the last day of the guilty and blood-stained city. As the last echo of the song broke on the air, the forms of the dead, Their moldering faces and their white shrouds faded slowly from the view, and the day began to dawn in the east. The last day of the doomed city. Streaking the east with faint gray, and then with soft crimson, and then with purple and gold, the day arose upon the river and the city. Devilbug looked for the cloud. It was gone, gone with its letters of flame. The night with its phantoms was over. And now the day came on, the awful day preceded by that night of omen and prophecy. The last day of the doomed city. All hail! The laughing waves of the river caught the red gleam of the rising sun, and the proud domes shone like masses of burnished silver, and the steeples rose glittering in the sky. Devilbug beheld the sun arise in grandeur. He saw the stars fading away before the day god, slowly and solemnly as they looked their last glance upon the beautiful earth. He gazed upon the blue sky and marked the flashes of purple and gold warming upward to the very zenith. It was a glorious day, this last day of 10,000 years of blood and crime. The air was freshening and balmy, although it was winter, and the broad river, rippling in innumerable tiny waves, caught the sunbeam on its transparent surface and smiled in welcome of the rising day. As Devilbug gazed around, the palace on which he stood sank suddenly beneath him. Like a rock hurled from some dizzy height, it sank. One moment its towers gleamed in the light. The next instant, a small, narrow, and barren islet uprising from the waves, like the back of some huge ocean monster, assumed the place of the gorgeous fabric. The palace was gone, and a flood of sunlight poured over the river, where its shadow but a moment before had darkened the waves. Devilbug was suddenly lifted from the isle by invisible hands and borne across the waters towards the mighty city. The waves laughing beneath him and the clear sunshine around, he was borne slowly onward. As he glided through the air, a strange wonder met his gaze. On the surface of the river floated a solitary coffin containing a stiffened corpse, whose white shroud and ashen face lay open to the warm gold of the sunbeams, while its fixed and leaden eyes gazed steadfastly upon the sky.
"Ha ha!" shrieked Devilbug. "It's the corpse of Lorimer! Hurrah!"
A strange glee animated his breast. As his loud laugh broke upon the air, the corpse arose in its coffin and flung the folds of its white shroud to the winds. It tossed its arms on high and echoed the glee of the dreamer with a ghastly laugh. Then, borne onward by the tiny waves, the coffin floated down the river. A low muttered chant broke from the lips of the corpse, and then sitting erect with the white shroud fluttering on the winds, it went sailing merrily over the waves.
"Hurrah!" cried Devilbug. "It's the corpse of Lorimer! Hurrah!"
As his laugh shrieked along the winter air, the river and the coffin with its corpse rushed from his view. He stood in the streets of the wide city once again, and the awful drama, which formed the soul of his dream, wore on to its last scene. The streets of the doomed city were utterly deserted. Devilbug wandered up and down, but gained no sight of a human face. A strange panic seemed to have laid hold of the denizens of the proud town. They kept within the shelter of their homes, the lord within his mansion, the king within his palace, the beggar within his hut. The streets were deserted by the living, and yet up and down the wide avenues glided the white bands of the countless dead. Up and down the wide avenues, evermore and unceasing, their cold white hands crossed on their breasts and their leaden eyes glaring steadily forward, glided the corpses of the night before. And the warm sunlight shone full upon their ghastly faces, upon the livid lips and the discolored cheeks. Their leaden eyes, oh, merciful God, how fixed and ghastly was their glare! Their leaden eyes were turned to horrible gold. The loathsome worms crawling around each forehead glistened gaily in the light, and wreathed a hideous coronet of death upon each festering brow. Devilbug passed along amid these shrouded forms. He passed along unheeding their ghastly faces and their frozen looks. He had grown used to these sights of horror. He passed swiftly onward, noting the grandeur and magnificence of the streets, the temples of marble, the mansions of towering splendor, the churches with their lofty steeples, and the halls of pleasure with their glittering domes. And as he passed along, he noted with strange awe a new omen of the day. The towering mansions along the wide streets were sinking slowly into the earth, slowly and almost imperceptibly. Inch by inch they were sinking into the hard ground. Wherever Devilbug passed, this wonder met his gaze. In narrow alleys and in spacious streets, the same fearful spectacle was exhibited. The wide town was sinking slowly into the bosom of the earth. Suddenly, the streets became alive with people. From obscure huts in lonely alleys, and from lordly palaces along far vistaing streets, from quiet dwellings and from gorgeous mansions poured the contrasted multitude. It was a gala day in the city. It was the anniversary of the death of freedom. The king was to be crowned, and the multitude were gathered in grand procession to swell his triumph. Devilbug stood in front of the ruins of Independence Hall. Along the wide street, as far as the eye might behold, was one living sea of banners and plumes, bayonets and spears. Horses with glittering trappings and gallant riders were speeding to and fro. Armed bands thronged the streets. There were chariots all glistening with cloth of gold. There were long files of liveried retainers. There were proud lords glittering in purple and jewels, and enthroned on a royal seat, perched on the summit of a splendid structure, a mimic temple borne on wheels and drawn by milk-white steeds. Above the gleam of spears and the flutter of banners sat the king. He looked to the blue heavens and smiled. It was such a glorious day. He was to be crowned again in honor of the anniversary of his triumph. The sunshine streamed over his dark and swarthy face. The breeze played with the ringlets of his jet-black hair. The king glanced over the living sea and smiled again. The heaven above was the only space that met his eyes that was not occupied by banners and plumes, stern visages, and merry faces. From the roof to the gutters on either side of the wide street, all was glitter and show. Fair forms crowded the lofty windows, and white hands flung showy scarfs upon the air. Aged matrons lifted little children upon high, and pointing toward the throne, bade them look upon the king. White bosoms rose heaving in the sun at the sight of his stern majesty. Bright eyes glanced upon him in pride. Along the roofs of the houses, along the sidewalks of the street, clinging to the pillars of the uprising palace, nay, over the ruined walls of Independence Hall, gathered the dense multitude, young and old, rich and poor, gazing with fixed interest upon the triumph of their king. Purple and rags, gray hairs and cherry lips, smiling foreheads and wrinkled cheeks, all were mingled in strange contrast. It was a grand day and a glorious sight. That sky of blue, that cheerful sun, that long vista of palaces and pillared mansions, that dense mass of people, that glittering array of spears and plumes and banners, with the proud king sitting enthroned above all. The procession began to move. First came the music rending the air with its martial joy, the peal of bugle, the roll of drum, and the clang of cymbals. Huzzah! How that cheer of the mob shrieked up to the sky! Then came the banner knight surrounded by throngs of brave warriors, and riding on a milk-white steed. His firm arm swung aloft the red banner of the city, with the crown and his chain emblazoned on its folds. Huzzah! Another cheer from the mob at the sight of the crown and chain. Then solid files of soldiers were tramping by, their bayonets gleaming in the light, their plumes waving in the air. Then came the temple drawn by milk-white steeds, and the king, sitting on the throne, raised his glance to the heavens, while his proud lip curled in scorn. He despised the multitude whose necks were under his feet. And at this moment, as his eye was fixed upon the heavens, while the proudest jewel in his crown shone like a meteor in the light of the sun, at his very shoulder stood a ghastly corpse, its stiffened limbs folded in a white shroud, its dull, dead eyes fixed upon his visage, the visage of the king. He saw it not. There upon the summit of the temple, beside his very crown it stood, but he saw it not. Its clammy visage was all alive with hideous grave worms, and its fearful eye was gazing sadly into his own, into the proud eye of the king, but he saw it not. Nor did the vast crowd of living men behold the dead multitude as it mingled with them and crowded away their ranks. Nor did the soldiers tramping in pride behold the files of dead men marching amid the glory of their banners, all uniformed in deathly shrouds. Yes, yes, on every side gathered the legions of the shrouded dead, amid the ranks of the procession, in the lofty windows, along the sidewalks, on the rooftops, and on Independence Hall, they gathered that band of countless dead. Devilbug beheld them. He alone of all that innumerable crowd beheld the corpses in their shrouds. He beheld them and laughed in glee. It was a sight of glory, a sight of maddening glory to the king as he looked over the soldiers, but the corpse at his side, with its dull, dead, leaden eyes fixed upon his face, he saw it not. It raises its arm, it places its stiffened hand upon the shoulder of the king. He feels no pressure of the cold, dead fingers, but looks upon the living crowd and smiles. Devilbug laughed until his sides ached again. An old and withered man standing at his side looked up at the sound of that wild laugh, and Devilbug felt the glance of a cold gray eye fixed upon his face. "Why do you laugh?" said the old man in a deep and mournful voice. "Know you not Liberty is buried today? This is her funeral." Devilbug laughed loudly yet again, and pointed to the procession, with its pomp and banners. "That's why I laugh," he cried. "Only look at the crown and chain, and then look at Independence Hall. Ho, ho, ho!" The old man drew him aside into a dark corner. Under his arm he carried a huge portfolio. "I'm an antiquary," he said in that low-toned and mournful voice. "I gather up the relics of the past." "A sort of curiosity-monger?" suggested Devilbug. "Look here," whispered the old man. "Be careful that no one sees you. It will cost you your life. Look there." He placed a piece of damp cloth in the hands of Devilbug. Devilbug gazed upon it with some interest. He unrolled it and threw its colors. Alas, how faded and tarnished! He threw its colors open to the glare of the day. It was an old banner with 13 crimson stripes and 29 white stars emblazoned on a blue field. "Ho, ho!" chuckled Devilbug. "Why, this is the American flag." "That was the American flag," said the gray-eyed antiquary. "Was?" echoed Devilbug. "Was the American flag, I say. There is no America now. In yonder ruined hall, America was born. She grew to vigorous youth, and bade fair to live to a good old age. But, alas, alas! She was massacred by her pretended friends. Priestcraft and slavecraft and traitorcraft were her murderers. And now a poor old antiquary has to skulk like an assassin through the street, because he has discovered a relic of the olden time and bears it with him. This proscribed and forbidden flag." The old man bowed his head. "Ho, ho! Yonder's the purty banner, with the crown and the chain. Hurrah!" As Devilbug laughed in his frenzied glee, the old man concealed the flag in the portfolio under his arm and walked silently away. The procession came sweeping by in all its royal pomp. After the temple with its throne and king came the sacred clergy in all the pride of priestly robes and godly faces. Walking 4 by 4, they talked eagerly together and disputed with great force and energy upon subjects of grave import. Various banners marked their various creeds. One fat-faced parson swung aloft a banner of white with a grim gibbet pictured on its folds. "Hurrah!" The mob yelled in grateful applause at the sight. "The gibbet and the good old gallows law," they shouted. "The gibbet and the gallows law forever." Then came another preacher with lantern jaws and an eye like a vulture's. He swung aloft a banner of sable, dark as midnight, with eternal death emblazoned in its dark surface in lively letters. Hurrah! Hurrah! That mob was a pure, old-fashioned Orthodox mob. Eternal death forever, they shrieked. Eternal death in the next world for every soul that disbelieves in our creed, and in this world the fire and faggot for all heretics. Hurrah! And among the dark bands of the sacred clergy walked the shrouded dead, looking into the godly faces of the reverend men with that fixed stare of their leaden eyes. There was a corpse at the side of each doctor of divinity, a ghastly dead man at the shoulder of each oily priest. And they trooped on with their black robes and their banners, and then the ministers of justice drew nigh. A glorious band. A figure of justice done in gilt upon a black ground floated like a bird of omen above their heads. By their sides walked dark-faced miscreants, with whips and manacles in their hands, and a long line of penniless debtors with staved forms and wan faces brought up the rear. Hurrah! Hurrah! That was a lusty cheer. A law-loving mob was this. Old laws and judges, who have an eye for their friends, they shouted. Justice with a bandage over her eyes so thick that gold alone can make her see clear. Hurrah! Hurrah! Then came the slaves of the city, white and black, marching along one mass of rags and sores and misery huddled together. A goodly tail to the procession of the king. Chains upon each wrist and want upon each brow. Here they were, the slaves of the cotton lord and the factory prince. Above their heads a loom of iron, rising like a gibbet in the air, and by their sides the grim overseer. Hurrah! Hurrah! This is a liberal mob. It encourages manufactures. The monopolist forever, they yelled. His enterprise gives labor to the poor. Hurrah! Hurrah! The slaves lifted up their eyes at the sound of that tumultuous hurrah and muttered to each other of glad green fields and a farmer's life, and then they clanked their chains together and gazed at the ruins of Independence Hall. So they went trooping by, the slaves of the cotton lord and the factory prince. And at their sides and among their ranks walked the unseen forms of the shrouded dead. For them, the manacled and the lashed, for them, the slaves of capital and trade, the grim faces of the dead wore a smile. Look up, brothers, they muttered in their awful tones. The day of your redemption draweth near. This is the last day of your toil. The slaves heard them not, but gazing madly upon the ruins of Independence Hall, went sadly on. Suddenly, a dim, faint murmur burst from the ranks of the procession. A murmur as faint and dim arose from the sidewalk, from the windows and the housetops. Devilbook looked around in wonder. Every face grew suddenly white. A strange and awful fear had descended upon the hosts of the king and the crowds of spectators. Rushing to the head of the procession, Devilbug looked upon the face of the king. It was ashy. He turned to his soldiers, he turned to his subjects, he shrieked aloud in horror. And at that very moment 10,000 eyes beheld the object of the monarch's terror. At his side stood a ghastly corpse, with worms crawling round its brow and dull leaden eyes animate with a horrid light like a gleam from hell. One shriek went up to God from that vast crowd, one shriek of horror. Every eye beheld the corpse at the side of the king, and now, O God of judgment, every man in all that countless crowd beheld the form of a grim dead man at his side. How the shriek of horror rushed up at the clear sky like thunder from hell. Yes, every man beheld the form of a corpse at his side. Every woman saw the leaden eyes gazing upon her beauty. The very babes beheld the awful spectacle and hid their heads in their mothers' bosoms, and mingled their shrill cry of horror with the shriek of the millions. The film had fallen from their eyes. They knew that the dead walked among them. They knew that the last day was upon them in blackness and fear. The priests cast aside their banners and groveled in the dust. They shrieked for mercy to that God whose name had been blasphemed by their every act and word. With a clanking sound, 10,000 muskets and swords and spears rolled upon the ground. The warriors, too, were on their knees, but they looked upon the sky not in imbecile fear, but with a stern and awful agony. Then the shrieks of the women, the wild yells of the crowd, the horrid anguish of old men tearing their gray hair in very agony. There with them, and among them and around them, glided the forms of the dead, with their ghastly eyes and their long white shrouds. Above, the sky was clear, the sun was radiant. Azure and serene, the heavens were undimmed by a cloud. The king looked up and folded his arms, while the cold sweat trickled down his brow. He set his stern lips together and muttered a curse upon his God. At the very instant, from the clear sky leapt a bolt of red thunder. The king lay on the earth a blackened corpse. Then the long line of houses began to sink into the earth, slowly, slowly, inch by inch, like ships at sea with the waves creeping over their decks. Then from the earth burst streams of vapor, hissing and whirling as they spouted upward into the blue sky. Around each pillar of vapor, in an instant there lay a circle of blackened corpses. That steam smote the living to the heart. It withered their eyeballs. It crisped the flesh on their bones like the bark peeling from the log before the flame. Then from the sky, so clear, so serene, leapt 10,000 bolts of red thunder, each bolt striking the earth with a fierce hissing sound, and laying the living along its path a heap of blackened and festering dead. Then the earth began to heave, like the ocean in a storm, and waves of solid ground rose up to the clear heavens, bearing palaces and domes and steeples on their crests. A storm on the land, waves of solid earth, billows created with domes and steeples, with myriads of human beings hanging like foam on the top of each wave and billow. Huzzah! Columns of hot vapor rising from the heaving earth, 10,000 columns, winding upward to the clear blue sky, with a circle of blackened dead thrown in one huddled mass around each hissing column. Huzzah! Huzzah! Then the shrieks and the groans and the low-muttered thunder echoing from the bosom of each earthly wave. Then the fair women tossed in the air, clasping their babies in their arms as they were dashed in fragments on the earth. The old men and the bright-eyed youth all mingled together in the massacre of judgment. Devilbug beheld it all and was not harmed. An invisible hand bore him on through the heaps of bleeding dead, over the waves of tossing earth, on, unscathed and without harm. He heard the crash of one wave crested with temples meeting another, with the mass of human beings tossed from its summit like foam sparkles from a brooklet's ripple. He heard the cries of despair, and over all he beheld the smiling sky. He felt himself borne suddenly aloft, on the crest of one long and tremendous billow of solid earth. High above the ruin, high above the universe of that city's woe it rose. It shot upward into the sky. It remained fixed in the air, an awful column of trembling earth, with its crumbling peak tenanted by 3 living beings besides Devilbug. A father and his child and the lover of that child. The father, standing on the summit of this dizzy column, tore his gray hairs in very despair as he beheld the city rocking to and fro at its base. The daughter clung to his knees, her long golden hair waving in the sunbeams, and her large blue eyes upturned to his face. The lover, with a dark eye gazing on the sky, and jet-black hair damp with the beaded sweat trickling from his brow, he cowered to the earth of that fearful isle. He howled in imbecile agony. Devilbug looked upon the scene with a strange pleasure. There they were, perched on the summit of that dizzy column, that column of solid earth thrown upward into the air by the wave which had tossed them aloft. There they were, alone in that world of death. Below them and around them rocked the city, its temples tossed like autumn leaves by the wind, its uncounted myriads of human beings mingled in one awful massacre. Then the earth began to crumble from the edges of the column, and far, far below, whirling first to one side and the other, the hard lumps of solid clay were tossed like wounded birds upon the breeze. The father moaned and gathered the blue-eyed girl closer to his knees, but the lover— Devilbug laughed in glee as he beheld the dastard act. The lover rose with a mad shriek and seized the maiden in his arms. "Down!" he cried, tossing her aloft. "There is room but for one upon this isle. Down!" The old man caught him by the throat. He tore the girl from his arms, and then battling over her prostrate form, for a foothold on that dizzy column surface, they grappled together and fought like devils. The old man's eyes started from his withered face, and the lover seized his cheek between his teeth and howled like a hyena rushing on a corpse. Devilbug beheld the scene, and yet by some strange influence maintained his foothold on the rock. The old man gathered the lover in his arms. He tossed him wildly aloft. He sprung from the very isle. How their folding bodies went down through the clear air with a sound like the whizzing of birds upon the eyrie. The fair girl raised herself from her prostrate position. She gazed over the edge of the crumbling column. Oh God, what an awful space lay between that column's summit and the rocking earth! She raised herself upon her feet. She tossed her golden hair upon the wind. She looked to the blue sky with outspread arms. She leapt toward the radiant sun with a wild shriek. "I come!" she cried. Then down to the heaving wreck of the city, like a dove wounded by the hunter's shaft, plunging through the still air she fell. Devilbug was alone upon the surface of the awful column, alone with that unutterable sight seen far below. He raised his hands aloft. He flung them in the air with a shriek of infernal glee. And then, right over his head, dusky and black gathered the cloud of the night before, like the raven corpse of the dead. And in its awful surface was written the words of flame, and a ghastly voice whispered their meaning to the air, "Woe unto Sodom!" Again, like a spirit reigning over the evil which he had wrought, Devilbug raised his hands and laughed in glee. "Look below," cried the ghastly voice speaking from the still air. "Look far below and behold the wreck of the doomed city. Temples and domes, heaps of dead and piles of solid earth mingled in one awful ruin. The river burdened with blackened corpses, and the bright sky watching smilingly over all. Look and behold the massacre of judgments, the sacrifice of justice. The wrongs of ages are avenged at last. At last the voice of blood crying from the very stones of the idolatrous city has pierced the ear of God. Look beneath and look upon the wreck of the doomed city. Look below, and with the angels of eternal justice, shout the amen to the litany of the city's crimes. Shout, Woe, woe unto Sodom." End of section 41. Section 42 of The Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the Fourth, The Second Day. Ravoni the Sorcerer. Chapter 1st. God is Just. The night drew near its close. From the dark azure of the sky, the cold winter stars shone down over the streets of the silent city. At that moment, when the night had yet an hour to run, when the morning dawn was yet an hour distant, in two chambers of the slumbering town, removed from each other by the space of a mile, were progressing scenes fraught with a deep and solemn interest. In one chamber was mystery and gloom. In the other was poverty and death. In one chamber was priestly guilt bargaining with sorcery for the downfall of purity and virtue. In the other, a ruined woman lay, while starvation and suicide stood watching by her couch. First, we draw the veil from the chamber of the sorcerer. It was an hour before the dawn of morning on the night of Friday the 23rd of December, when two figures came walking slowly and carelessly along one of the prominent streets near the heart of the city. A solitary lamp illumined the pavement, near the center of a massive block of towering mansions. For a few feet around the lamp was thrown a vivid and ruddy light, while all beyond and above was shadow, starlight, and the heavy obscurity which falls upon the night before the dawn of day. The figures paused for a moment in the light of the lamp.
"Parson, do you believe in a God?"
said a voice rendered indistinct and husky with wine.
"Why, to tell you the truth, Fitz, I've preached about that particular belief frequently, quite frequently. So often, in fact, that I've forgotten what is my especial faith on that point."
And with a bland smile the godly Dr. Pine gazed upon the swarthy countenance of Fitz Coles.
"Quite drunk," he muttered to himself with a pleasant chuckle. "Has quite a snake in his hat, a perfect viper of a snake." "Because, if you do believe in a God," returned Fitz Coles, endeavoring to maintain possession of a particular brick near the lamp-post, "I just thank you to name him. For, parson, hear me now, you fat old dog, I swear by that God to have the girl before another day goes over my head."
Fitz Coles struck his gold-headed cane against the lamp-post, while the parson seemed to enjoy the scene with a vast fund of good humor. "That was very good wine we drank in the cellar, eh, Fitz?"
"The devil take you and the wine. I was talking of the girl."
"Oh, you was you? And you'd like to have her?"
"Don't grin that way, parson, or I'll knock you down. I will have her, eh? Have her, before another sun goes over my—"
"Hat?" suggested Parson with a wide grin.
"Head, curse your head!" roared Fitz Coles. "Hello, what old building is this?"
Fitz Coles started backward toward the curb as he spoke, and placing his conical hat on the end of his cane, took a quiet though half-drunken survey of the building. It was an old-fashioned structure, 4 stories in height, with a massive hall door in the center, and a multitude of windows on either side. The surface was a bright yellow. This fact by itself was sufficient to excite the attention of a wayfarer, for in the Quaker City the eye is wearied by one unvarying sameness of dull red brick. The man who paints a house blue, or yellow, or pink, or white, or any other hue, in fact, than this monstrous red, is incontinently set down by his neighbors as slightly weak-minded or positively crazy. In addition to this striking peculiarity, the house was marked by several other characteristics, well adapted to excite the wonder of a citizen or a stranger. The windows were numerous, but each window was small and cramped in size, with its dingy white shutters hermetically sealed. The roof was flat, the cornices around the eaves massive, and the hall door approached by a flight of time-worn marble steps. The mansion was separated from the adjoining houses by a narrow alley on either side, whose darkness the light of the lamp could not penetrate.
"That's what I call a venerable structure," exclaimed Fitz Coles, maintaining his position on the curbstone with a gentle seesaw motion. "It looks as though it were one of the town residents of that respectable old gentleman, the Wandering Jew. Damn it, parson, what's it used for?"
Parson Pine smiled pleasantly as he replied in an unctuous whisper, "The uses of that house are threefold, Fitz Coles. In the first place—"
"Curse your first places. You ain't in the pulpit now, old boy."
"It's a madhouse," whispered Dr. Pine.
"Ha!"
ejaculated Fitz Coles with a vacant stare. "It is a dissecting hall," continued the fat parson.
"A what?"
cried the drunken millionaire. "And it is a sorcerer's den," exclaimed Pine with deep emphasis.
"Hello!"
ejaculated Fitz Coles. "You don't say that.
And who is the mad doctor, the dissector, and the sorcerer? Is their name Smith, or Jones, or Miller?"
Did you ever notice on Chestnut Street on a sunshiny afternoon a slight thin individual, rather well built but with a stoop in his gait? He dresses in a dark cloth overcoat, rather profusely adorned with furs, and wears his hair long and lank about his shoulders. His face is yellow as a guinea, but he has an eye like a devil incarnate, Do you know the man?" Fitzcoles raised his gold-headed cane slowly to his lips. At that moment he presented a finished picture of drunken wisdom. "He is called a signor, is he not? A signor or a don or a prince?" "The same. Well, this sallow-faced gentleman in the furred dress and the dark eyes is the mad doctor, the dissector, and the sorcerer." "It seems to me that I should like to have a little conversation with the old boy," exclaimed Fitzcoles, aiming a blow at a particular brick with the end of his cane. "Is he visible at this hour?" Dr. Pine raised his hand suddenly to his forehead. "I have it," he muttered between his teeth. "I must get rid of this fellow without delay. Look-ye, Fitzcoles," he exclaimed aloud, "we must part for the night. By tomorrow night I will place this girl in your power. Here is my hand on it. Good night." And he strode hurriedly down the street. "That's what I call cool," muttered Fitzcoles with a drunken leer as he strode away from the lamp in an opposite direction. "Ha-ha," he chuckled to himself, "has a sallow face and a devil's eye. Ha-hee! Be in my power tomorrow night at noon. Hurrah!" In a moment the millionaire was lost to view in the darkness, and the fat form of Dr. Pine emerged from a neighboring alley and ascended the marble steps of the old mansion. He rang the bell in silence. There was a long and weary pause, and the sound of a key turning the lock was heard. One of the panels of the massive door receded, and a dingy black hand was thrust through the crevice. Dr. Pine took a small piece of green pasteboard from his pocket, and after glancing for an instant at the strange characters scrawled upon its surface, he placed it within the grasp of the sable hand, which immediately disappeared. There was a pause for a moment, and then the door was opened, and a negro dressed in green livery beckoned the parson to enter. In an instant Dr. Pine stood at the end of a long and narrow hall, illumined by a single lamp suspended near its center, with its farther extreme occupied by the steps of a massive stairway. The negro in livery locked the door, and then, folding his arms across his breast, stood before the parson, motionless as a statue. "Is your master in?" said Dr. Pine. The negro made no reply. "Damn the nigger," muttered the parson. "He must be addressed by his proper name, or else he will not answer. Avar, I would see this Signor Ravoni." The negro mute waved his hand toward the stairway, and slowly led the way along the hall. As they passed under the lamp, Dr. Pine started with involuntary disgust. The full ugliness of the negro's face broke upon him at a glance. The mute did not observe the start, but silently led the way up the thickly carpeted stairs and along a dark and gloomy entry. The negro opened the door, which turned on its hinges without the slightest approach to a sound, and the Reverend Dr. Pine entered the den of the Signor Ravoni. As he stepped over the threshold, the door was closed, and he was alone with the sorcerer. He looked around, and an involuntary feeling of awe gathered round his heart. It was a spacious chamber, lined along its firm walls with thick folds of dark velvet. At one end, the dreary uniformity of the velvet was broken by a massive mirror, which, enclosed in a glittering frame, reached halfway from the ceiling to the floor. The ceiling was painted black, and the floor, concealed by a sable carpet, gave no echo to the footstep. In front of the mirror, seated beside a table covered with black cloth, with the light of a small lamp falling over his sallow face and dark robes, the Signor Ravoni sat silent and motionless, his pale white hand tracing lines on a sheet of paper, while his head was downcast and his long dark hair hung carelessly about his neck and shoulders. He raised his head slowly from the manuscript, and his large dark eyes were fixed upon the face of the clergyman. "Who is it that seeks audience with the Signor Ravoni?" he said in a deep sepulchral voice. There was something so calm, so dignified, yet spectral and unearthly in the manner and tone of this singular man, that Dr. Pine was awed into silence for a few moments. At last, shaking off the feeling of superstitious fear which began to creep over him, He advanced and laid the green card upon the table. "This was given to me by Dr." he said, naming a celebrated surgeon of the Quaker City. "He is one of your friends and pupils. He informed me that you were skilled in the treatment of the insane." "You seek the advice of the Signor Ravoni?" interrupted the voice of the Signor. "I have a daughter," began Dr. Pine. Ravoni motioned him to a seat, and then, resting his sullen cheek upon his pale hand, he fixed the glance of his large dark eyes upon the face of the priest and listened in silence to his story. Their interview continued for the space of half an hour, when the parson took the pen from the table and wrote a few lines on a slip of paper. "This will settle the matter," he cried with one of his satyr-like smiles. "Arrange this business, and the money is yours." A gleam of contempt flashed from the dark eyes of Ravoni. "It shall be done," he said as he rose from his seat. The door was flung suddenly open, and a loud laugh burst upon the air.
"Ha-ha, Doctor! I've come to steal that corpse for you," shouted a rough voice. "I've come to steal the dead body. Hooray!"
Well was it for Dr. Pine that he sank behind the table as the sound of that voice broke on his ear. For in the center of the chamber stood Devilbug, the doorkeeper of Monk Hall, every line of his distorted countenance quivering with a wild expression akin to madness, while his solitary eye dilated and flashed like phosphorus gleaming through the orbless socket of a skull.
"I've had such dreams,"
he shouted, dashing the thick hair aside from his protuberant brow.
"Such dreams of death and hell that I could murder a man just now for the very fun of the thing." "Did you say I was to steal a dead body tonight, Doctor? By God, I could steal a graveyard of 'em."
The expressive lip of Ravoni curled in scorn. "Is the day drunk or crazy?" he muttered with that slight foreign accent which marked his speech. "Slave!" he cried, advancing with his arm outstretched. "How dare you cross that threshold unbidden?" His sallow face grew animate with contemptuous indignation. Every muscle of his countenance quivered. His lip trembled with scorn. His eyebrows were joined in a withering form. A strange magnetic gleam darted from his eyes. He waved his white hand in the air with a gesture of command. Devilbug endeavored to brave that look, but in vain. There was a fearful magnetic power in the glance of those large dark eyes. He felt himself drawn toward them. He felt the control of his limbs, the mastery of his immense strength passing from him like a dream. "To your knees," whispered the deep tones of Ravoni. "To your knees, dog. Am I not your master?" The glance of those eyes was upon the monster. Impelled by an unknown influence which darted from their unutterable luster, Devilbug walked trembling along the floor and crouched at the feet of Ravoni like a spaniel at the call of his master. And there, clinging by each hand to the feet of Ravoni, he still fixed his gaze upon the luster of the full dark eyes which held him prisoner. And this, when one single blow of his iron hand might have crushed the man who stood before him into a shapeless mass of clay. It was a sublime spectacle, the triumph of an intellect over the brute and the savage. As Devilbug crouched spaniel-like at the feet of Signor Ravoni, Dr. Pine stole from his hiding-place and slunk away from the room. "Brave me thus but once again," whispered Ravoni, gazing steadily upon the monster at his feet, "and I will take from you the power to think or act without my consent. My will shall be yours. Your brute strength shall be mine. Yes, yes," he added in a muttered whisper. "By one fixed exertion of my brain, I can make my will the soul of this mass of savage strength."
"Master,"
whined Devilbug, still crouching on the floor,
"do with me what you like. Ask me to steal dead bodies, or set fire to a house, or murder a man in broad day, and I'll do it."
Ravoni smiled and motioned Devilbug to rise. Our way now leads to the chamber of want and suicide. We return to the nameless man whom we left sleeping on the wayside stones in front of the widow Smolby's house. It was an hour previous to the scene which we will shortly depict. Two watchmen, enveloped in thick white overcoats, were taking their quiet way along the deserted street. Their conversation was fraught with that deep and absorbing interest peculiar to the conversations of sleepy watchmen. "I say, Smeldyke, what's your opinion of the tariff?" said the watchman in a fur cap. "Don't you think it's the cause of half the robberies a-going?" "I don't know about that, Warleyput," responded the other guardian of the night, whose distinguishing characteristic was an extremely picturesque relic of a hat. "It seems to me there hain't been nothing like comfort since the National Bank was destroyed. Everything's gone wrong since then. Why, you may believe it not, but the very day the news came in that the deposits was removed, my wife makes me a present of a pair of boys. Now that never happened to us before, and being a poor man with 6 growing children, it wasn't a bit funny." "What had the National Bank to do with that?" responded the fur cap. "I tell you, Smeldyke, it's the tariff what makes all the mischief. Was not the tariff the cause of the Florida War, where them Seminole Injuns set fire to the Bahamy banks? Pooh, don't talk to me. I tell you, it's the removal of the United States Bank." "Don't pooh me," responded Smeldyke. "I wasn't made to be poohed by a man like you. There now, and what have you got to say to that?" Doubling his fists, Smeldyke advanced toward his comrade guardian with a manner full of menace. Warleyput squared his elbows and returned his brother guardian's look of fierce defiance. There was every prospect of a fierce encounter between those respectable functionaries when their attention was attracted by a deep groan proceeding from the center of the street. In silence they advanced to the side of the prostrate man as he lay with his limbs flung carelessly over the rough stones of the street. His face was pressed against the earth, and his long dark hair was soiled with the dust and mire of the gutter. "Come, feller, wake up. You're a pretty one to be layin' here in this state," exclaimed Smeldyke, raising the strange man on his feet. "Yes, you're a purty feller, you are," chimed in Warleyput. "In these days of Washingtonian revivals, when they makes congressmen out of drunkards, and the worse drunkards they been, the better congressmen they makes. You're a beauty, I vow." With these amiable words on his lips, the intelligent Smeldyke dealt the unconscious man a vigorous punch in the sides, and Warleyput paid a similar compliment to his breast and shoulders. "What have you got to say for yourself, eh?" "Mary, I will save you yet," exclaimed the stranger, opening his eyes and gazing wildly around. The last beams of the setting moon fell upon the discolored face of Burnwood Arlington. "Mary, there is death in my path, but I will save you," he shouted, springing from the grasp of the watchman. "I will save you yet." And with a speed that defied pursuit, he darted down the street, dashing his arms wildly overhead and shouting madly as he was lost to view in the shadows of the street. "Mary!" The name was borne upon the winter wind. "Well, if that ain't cool," ejaculated Smeldyke. "I suspect Mary's his wife, the young scamp. Been ill-treating her, has he? I say, Smell, my boy, what's your idea of the United States Bank?" Shouting the name of his sister to the still night, his senses swirling in mad confusion, and an awful consciousness of calamity pressing upon his heart like a dead man's hand upon the breast of the living, the brother fled along the deserted street, his flashing eyes upturned to the starlight sky, while his long black hair streamed wildly on the winter wind. He knew not why he fled, but there was madness in his veins and fire in his heart. Invisible hands seemed leading him onward. Had some fathomless chasm yawned at his feet, he would have plunged into its darkness with a frenzied joy. The very stars of night had a voice for him. A low-toned and whispering chant filled the vault of heaven, and its burden was full of omen and woe. Thus madly, with his hands grasping at phantoms, he fled along the silent streets, while time and space were lost and forgotten in his delirium. It was after the space of half an hour, when, standing motionless as stone at the corner of a wide street, his hands solemnly upraised to the sky and a wild oath trembling on his lips, it was at this moment, when his dark eyes blazed with frenzy, that the spell passed from him and he stood like a man aroused from a dream. He looked around in vague wonder. The effect of the potion was gone, and with it had passed all memory of the fearful incidents of the last 48 hours. He stood there beneath the gleam of the starlit sky, and his reason was with him, but when he tried to remember an incident or even a thought of the moment previous, all was shadow and dream. This was indeed the peculiar curse of the potion administered by Devilbug. It destroyed the memory. There are men who can never call to mind the incidents of a sight of intoxication. With these men, wine is oblivion. So with the drugged potion. It might stupefy a man. It might arouse him into frenzy. He might murder his best friend while under its influence, but that influence once over, he was unconscious of the past as the dead are of the living. "I have had a horrible dream," muttered Burnwood, folding his arms and stalking slowly along the pavement. "Ah, I see how it is. I have been indulging in wine. Fool that I am, to steep my soul in madness. Yes, I remember I was with Lorimer. We drank freely. I became crazy from the effects of the wine, left my company, and here I am, wandering about the streets like an escaped lunatic. I vow I've lost my hat." He raised his hand to his head. "And my hair is matted and tangled. Pshaw, what a miserable fool I have been making of myself." He ground his teeth together with mortification and remorse. "It was indeed a horrible dream. Mary dishonored. Yes, and let me remember. Who did I dream was her seducer? Was it Lorimer? It has all escaped my memory, but it was a fearful dream. Thank God it was a dream." He clasped his hands in silent joy. Thank God it was a dream. A wild sound, like the cry of a strong man in mortal agony, broke on the still night air. Burnwood listened and looked around. He stood in front of a row of massive buildings, dwellings and warehouses, with a small frame house arising near the center of the square, like an image of starvation in the midst of plenty. Again that low moaning sound startled the still air. The door of the frame house was flung suddenly open, and the figure of a woman rushed out upon the sidewalk. "Help! Help!" she cried in the shrill tones of age. "There is murder in this house! Help! Help!" She perceived Burnwood and rushed forward, and clung wildly to his arm. "For God's sake, stranger!" she cried as her white hair escaping from beneath her torn cap streamed down to her shoulders. "For God's sake, stranger, this way!" And ere he could reply, she hurried into the house, clinging nervously to his arm while she urged him onward. They passed through a dark room, and in an instant stood at the foot of a narrow stairway, at the head of which a light was streaming from an open door. "Quick, quick, or we'll be too late!" screamed the old woman as she led the way upstairs, her tongue and her feet clattering to one brisk tune. "You see, I'm a poor widow, and about 6 months ago I let out the upper part of my house to poor Davis. He was a carpenter, and no doubt meant to do well, but troubles came thick upon him, and he could not get any work, and about a month ago his wife died. Come in, sir, or we'll be too late. Oh, my God, such a thing in my house! And then, sir, some rascal, I wish I had the villain here, ruined his poor daughter, and so tonight poor Davis went out and— oh, my God, my God!" They stood at the stairway, and the light from the room flashed full in their faces. Burnwood glanced within the room and felt his blood grow cold. In that chamber, starvation and suicide watched by the deathbed of innocence. Ere Burnwood enters the place of death, we must travel back some hours in our story. Our episode will furnish to the world a pleasing illustration of that justice which, in the Quaker City, unbars the jail to great swindlers while it sends the honest poor man into the grave of the suicide. The State House clock had just struck 8, when, amid the gay crowds who thronged Chestnut Street, might be discerned one poor, wan-faced man, who strode sadly up and down the pavement in front of a jeweler's window. The night was bitter cold, but a tattered roundabout and patched trousers constituted his scanty apparel. He had not been shaven for several days, and a thick beard gave a wild appearance to his lank jaws and compressed lips. His face was pale as a mort-cloth, but his eyes shone with that clear wild light that once seen can never be forgotten. There was famine in the unnatural gleam of that eye. His much-worn hat was thrown back from his pale forehead, and there, in the lines of that frowning brow, you might read the full volume of wrong and want, which the oppressors of this world write on the faces of the poor. Up and down the cold pavement he strode. He looked from side to side for a glance of pity. There was no humanity in the eyes that met his gaze. Fashionable dames going to the opera, merchants in broadcloth returning from the counting-house, bank directors hurrying to their homes, godly preachers wending to their churches, their faces full of sobriety and their hearts burning with the enmity to the Pope of Rome. These all were there on that crowded pavement. But pity for the poor man who, with famine written on his forehead and blazing from his eyes, strode up and down in front of the jeweler's gaudy window? Not one solitary throb. "No bread, no fire," muttered the mechanic as he looked to the sky with a dark scowl on his brow. "No bread, no fire for 2 whole days. I can bear it, but... God, my child, my child!" With the tattered cuff of his coat sleeve he wiped away a salt tear from his cheek. "God," he fiercely muttered between his set teeth, "is there a God? Is he just? Then why have these people fine clothes and warm homes, when I, with honest hands, have no bread to eat, no fire to warm me? Your pardon, pious people, your pardon for the blasphemy of this starving wretch. Starvation, you know, is a grim septic, a very infidel, a doubter and a scoffer." 2 days without bread or fire," he muttered, and strode wearily along the street. Suddenly a half-muttered cry of delight escaped from his lips. A splendid carriage, drawn by 2 blood horses, with a coat of arms gleaming on its panels, met his gaze. It was the work of an instant for the mechanic to spring up behind this carriage, while a smiling-faced elderly gentleman sat alone by himself within. And away the horses dashed, until they reached a large mansion in one of the most aristocratic squares of the city. The smiling-faced elderly gentleman came out of the carriage, and after telling James the coachman to be very careful of the horses, he took his night-key from his pocket and entered the mansion. "He failed 3 days ago," said the mechanic, glancing at the mansion with a grim smile as he leapt down from the coach. "The bank of which he is president broke a fortnight since. Ha ha!" And with a hollow laugh he pointed to the retreating coach and then to the mansion, from whose curtained windows the blaze of lights flashed out upon the street. "He is the president of the bank that broke, and yet has his coach and horses, his house, his servants, and his wines. I had $600 in that bank, and yet have not a crust of bread to eat. I suppose this must be what they call justice." And with that same mocking laugh he strode up the marble steps of the bank president's palace. "I will make another effort," he whispered, "and if that fails, God will take care of my child. As for myself, I suppose the overseers of the poor will bury me." The door of the bank president's palace was ajar. The mechanic pushed it open and entered. A ruddy glow of light streamed through the parlor doorway into the hall. Walking boldly forward, the mechanic paused at the door and looked in. On such fine furniture, a splendid glass above the mantel, ottomans, a sofa, a gorgeous carpet, and silk curtains drooping along from the windows, magnificent furniture. And he is the president of the broken bank. Mr. Job Johnson, the president of the bank which had just failed for only $1 million, sat writing at a table in the center of that gorgeous parlor. He was a pleasant man, with a round face and small eyes, a short neck and a white cravat, corpulent paunch and a showy broadcloth coat. Altogether, Job Johnson, Esquire, was one of your good citizens, who subscribed large sums to tract societies and sport velvet-cushioned pews in church. He did not perceive the entrance of the mechanic, but having taken his seat in a hurry, was making some memoranda in his notebook by the light of the astral lamp. $20 to the Society for Promoting Biblical Christianity at Rome. Thus he soliloquized. Good idea, that. Be in all the patent gospel papers. $200 for jewelry. Mrs. Johnson is very extravagant. $50 for furniture broken by my son Robert, who is now at college. Bad boy, that. $1,000 for a piano, grand piano for my daughter Corinne. Who's there? What do you want? The mechanic advanced, and taking off his hat, approached the table. It was a fine contrast. The unshaven mechanic and the bank president. On this side of the table, rags and want. On that side, broadcloth and plenty. Here, a face with famine written on its every line. There, a visage redolent of venison steaks and turtle soup. Your business, sir? Do you not know me, Mr. Johnson? I am John Davis. Indeed, you shingled a house for me last summer. Why, you are sadly changed. The lip of the mechanic trembled. I was a little better looking last summer, I believe, he said. But, Mr. Johnson, I have called upon you in order to ascertain whether there is any hope of my ever gaining any portion of my money from the bank. Not 1 cent, said the bank president, taking out his watch and playing with the seals. I worked very hard for that money, Mr. Johnson. I've frozen in the winter's chill and broiled in the summer's heat for that money, Mr. Johnson. My dear fellow, you talk to me as if I could help it, said Mr. Johnson, gazing intently upon the motto engraven on his seal, Up with the Bible. And now, Mr. Johnson, I am without work. My money is gone, continued John Davis, speaking in a low tone that God's angels could not listen to without tears. My child lies at the point of death. How can I help that, my good fellow? I am sorry that your child is sick, but can I help it? Said the bank president in the tone of withering politeness. I have neither bread nor medicine to give her, said Davis as his gray eye blazed with a strange light. There has been no fire in her room for 2 days. Get work, said the bank president in a short, decided tone. Where? And Davis extended his lean hands, while a quiet look of despair stamped every line of his countenance. Anywhere, everywhere. You don't mean to say that an able-bodied man like you can't get work in this enlightened city of Philadelphia? Pshaw! I have tried to get work for 2 long weeks, and am now without a crust of bread. And John gazed steadily in Johnson's face. Well then, where's your credit? You don't mean to say that an industrious mechanic like you are, or ought to be, can't obtain credit in this enterprising city of Philadelphia? There is no imprisonment for debt, said John with a sickly smile. No poor man gets trust nowadays. Well, my poor fellow, I am sorry for you. Sorry that our bank failed to meet its liabilities. Sorry that you invested your little money in it. Very sorry. But you see, I have an engagement and must go. The corpulent bank president rose from his seat, inserted his watch in his fob, put on his greatcoat, and moved toward the door. Davis stood as if rooted to that gorgeous carpet. He made an effort to speak, but his tongue produced but a hollow sound. Then his lip trembled, and his quivering fingers were pressed nervously against his breast. "Come, my fellow, I pity your case, but I can't help it. There is a meeting of the Patent Gospel Association tonight, and I must go. You see, my fellow, the Pope of Rome must be put down, and I must go and help do it." Davis advanced toward the corpulent bank president. "Look here, Mr. Johnson," he said in that husky whisper which speaks from the thin lips of want. "My hands are hardened to bone by work. Look at these fingers. Do you see how cramped and crooked they are? Well, Mr. Johnson, for 6 long years have I slaved for that $600. And why? Because I wanted to give my wife a home in our old age, because I wished to give some schooling to my child. This money, Mr. Johnson, I placed in your hands last summer. You said you'd invest it in stock, and now, sir, my wife has been dead a month. My child lies on her dying bed without bread to eat or a drop of medicine to still a single death pain. And I come to you and ask you for my money, and you tell me that the bank is broke. Now, Mr. Johnson, what I want to ask you is this." His voice trembled, and he raised his hands to his eyes for a single instant. "Will you lend me some money to buy some wood and some bread?" "Why, Davis, really, you are too hard for me," said the round-faced Johnson, moving a step nearer to the threshold. There was a supercilious curl about his fat lip and a sleepy contempt about his leaden eyes. "Will you?" cried Davis, his voice rising to a whispered shriek. "Will you lend me $1? Davis, you are too hard for me," said the bank president, jingling the silver in his pocket with his gouty hands. "The fact is, were I to listen to all such appeals to my feelings, I would be a beggar tomorrow." He strode quickly over the threshold as he spoke. "John," he cried to the servant who was passing through the hall, "if anybody calls for me, you can say that I have gone to the special meeting of the American Patent Gospel Association. And look ye, John, tell James to have the coach ready by 12 tonight. One of the directors gives a party, and I must be there. And when this person goes out, you can put down the dead latch." Having thus spoken, the bank president walked quietly to the front door of the mansion, and in a moment was passing along the crowded street. John Davis stood in the center of that gorgeous parlor, silent and motionless as a figure carved out of solid rock. "Come, mister, as the gentleman's gone, I suppose you may as well tortle," said a harsh voice. John Davis looked up and beheld a fat-faced servant in livery motioning him toward the front door. Without picking up his hat from the carpet, John walked slowly from the house. Meanwhile, Job Johnson, Esquire, passing with a dignified waddle through the crowded street, reached the corner of 6th and Chestnut Streets, where the outline of the State House arose into the clear, cold, starlit sky. A hand was laid gently on his shoulder. Johnson, turning quickly round, beheld a man of some 30 years, whose slovenly dress and red nose betrayed his profession. He was a tipstaff of one of the courts of justice. "Beg pardon, sir. Your name, Johnson, sir? There is a case to be tried in court tomorrow, and you are summoned to appear as a witness. Here's the subpoena." Johnson reached forth his hand to grasp the paper, when the figure of John Davis strode quietly between him and the tipstaff. "And I," shrieked a voice wild and broken, yet horrible in its slightest tones, "and I have a summons for you also." The bank president made an involuntary start as the glare of those maniac eyes flashed upon him. "I subpoena you, Bob Johnson, to appear at the bar of Almighty God before daybreak tomorrow." And he raised one thin hand to heaven while the other rested upon the bank president's shoulder. Johnson shrunk from that touch. It was like hot lead on the bare skin. "I will be there," whispered Davis. "There!" And he waved his thin hands toward the stars. "At the bar of God Almighty before daybreak tomorrow." The bank president raised his hands to his eyes with an involuntary gesture. When he again looked around, the maniac was gone. "We will leave Job Johnson, Esquire, until the hour of daybreak on the morning of Friday, the 23rd of December." Burnwood Arlington stood on the threshold of the poor man's chamber. The first object that met his eyes was the body of a man flung over two chairs, with the arms dropping heavily to the floor and the long thin fingers touching the uncarpeted boards. A miserable candle, half burnt to its socket and fixed in an old bottle, was placed upon a table of rough pine. The flickering light fell over the face of the man. It was pale and livid, the lips hung apart, and the lower jaw was sunken. Burnwood advanced and looked, and again that cold chill ran through his veins. There was a gash across the throat of the man, and his dingy shirt was spotted with curdled blood. Burnwood started as if to avoid the sight, when a low faint cry burst upon his ears. It was the cry of a child. "You see," said the old woman, pointing to a cradle in a dark corner of the room, "the child was born about 3 weeks since, and I took care of it while the mother was sick. Little did I know that the poor girl wanted for bread. And she a mother, too." "The mother?" muttered Burnwood, as his expressive face manifested a strange agitation. "Where is she?" "There, behind you," answered the old woman. Burnwood suddenly turned round, and beheld a white sheet thrown over a miserable bed in one corner of the room. Beneath the folds of the sheet the outlines of a human form were perceptible. It looked like a statue of a beautiful woman, covered with a thin drapery that but half concealed it from the view. The arms lay motionless along the bed, and the feet were thrust upward, causing a slight elevation in the folds of the sheet. Burnwood advanced to the bedside. His face was ashy, and the sweat hung in thick beads upon his forehead. "And the night afore last," cried the old woman as he advanced. "Sick as she was, poor thing, she went out in the street to try and find him, the villain who—" A deep groan heaving from Burnwood's chest made the old woman start with a strange fear. Burnwood advanced slowly. He knelt by the bed of death. The sheet concealed the face of the dead girl. Burnwood reached forth his hand. The white fingers trembled like leaves in the wind. He lifted the sheet and looked upon the face of the dead. One look was enough. With a wild howl he fell backward, and for a moment lay like a dead man on the floor. A low groan came from his lips. Then, with a sudden bound, he sprang to his feet. His dark eyes were riveted to the face of the dead. Again that wild cry burst from his heaving chest. His hands were pressed madly against his forehead. He fled from the room and from the house as though hell was yawning at his back. The old woman stood stricken dumb with astonishment. It was some minutes before she could recover her presence of mind. "Oh, my God, she cried. "What's the use of so much misery in the world? What good does it do? Oh, Lord, what am I saying? And she so young and beautiful. Oh, Lord, oh, Lord." "And how is our young patient?" said a soft and whispering voice. The old dame turned round with a start. The Signor Ravoni stood before her, his slight form clad in a long robe or surtout of dark cloth, adorned with fur along the edges and around the neck. The sleeves hung wide and loose, their dark fur borders imparting a marble whiteness to the delicate hands of the signor. A diamond pin of dazzling luster confined the plain black cravat which encircled his throat, while his black hair, long and lank, was surmounted by a circular cap of dark fur. His sallow face wore a calm and insinuating smile, as his dark eyes were fixed upon the countenance of the old dame with a clear, impenetrable glance that sent a shudder through every fibre of her withered frame. "And how is our young patient?" "Dead! Oh, my God, dead!" shrieked the old woman, pointing towards the couch. "Dead!" cried the signor with a start. And this sight," he whispered as his glance rested upon the form of the suicide, "what does it mean?" "Why, you see, Dr. Raven, when I went to see you t'other day and begged you to come and visit a poor girl as was sick and had no friends, for I'd hear you was kind and charitable, though a foreigner, I didn't know how poor Davis was, and, my God, all the time you been comin' here, unknown to Davis, do you mind? For he was poor, but proud, and couldn't bear to think of having a doctor tend on his child for mere charity. And so, what was I saying? Oh, why, all this time Davis has been waiting for bread, and so tonight—" cut his throat in despair. And this in the pious Quaker City. And a withering smile played around the expressive lips of the signor. Cut his throat because he had no bread to give his child. Can such things happen in pious and Protestant Philadelphia? "Oh, my God!" cried the old woman, bursting into tears. "If I live 100 years more, I'll never forget the look which she gave me tonight when she was dying, and her words. Mrs. Wilson, says she, with the tears in her big blue eyes, that crust of rye bread on the table yonder is all that I've had to eat for 12 long hours. She was too proud to speak of it until she was dying." "There was a noble soul locked in that lifeless form," muttered Ravoni. "And the medicine which I gave you last night? I mixed it with some gruel which I gave for her, and she drank it, but it wasn't of any use. She died an hour afterwards." "She died an hour afterwards," echoed Ravoni with a meaning smile. "She died in my arms only half an hour ago," chimed in the old dame. "And there, but 5 minutes ago, as I was straightening her out on the bed, her father, poor John Davis, comes in, looks for an instant on the face of his child, and then, oh Lord, he cuts his throat from ear to ear and falls on 2 chairs as dead as a stone." "He is yet warm," muttered Ravoni, laying his hand on the dead man's face. There was an awful despair written in the face of that ghastly corpse. "And so she died an hour after taking the medicine?" "And such a purty corpse," cried Mrs. Wilson. "Just look there. Did you ever see such hair? So curly and long and so like gold? Did you ever see such a mouth?" She lifted the sheet, and Ravoni gazed upon the countenance of the lifeless girl. Death was there in beauty. Long curling locks of golden hair fell twining around a mild and winning countenance, with arching eyebrows, lips that smiled even in death, and a round chin still indented with a laughing dimple. The neck was snow-white, and as the sheet was lifted slowly up, a gleam of light shone upon a fair young bosom, dainty food for the grave worms. Death was upon the face and the bosom in holy beauty. The veins still traced their azure lines upon the alabaster of those rounded globes. A rosebud spot of red still bloomed upon each swelling cheek. Ravoni folded his arms and gazed upon the corpse in speechless silence. His meaning eyes dilated and flashed with a peculiar expression, and his thin lips trembled with an emotion as strange as the gleam of his eyes. "Widow, you are poor, but you have been kind to this man and his child," he said in a calm, dignified whisper. "Here is money for the funeral of this poor suicide. I myself will attend to the burial of the girl." The widow was about to reply when a confused sound like the trampling of feet over the pavement below attracted their attention. Then came the sound of a door flung suddenly open, and then a voice resounded from the foot of the stairway. "Hello! Is there anybody in this house?" it cried in thick, gruff tones. "It's the watchman," muttered the widow, going to the head of the stairs. "Is that you, Mr. Thompson?" "Yes, it is, widow," replied the gruff voice. "But here's a man taken sick in his carriage coming home from a party, and he wants help mighty bad." "You see, master made a little too free with the wine at Deacon Roger's house," chimed in another voice, "and consequence is, he's took bad with an apoplectic fit." Then the sound of footsteps was heard on the stairs, and in a few moments the back of the watchman's greatcoat appeared in the doorway, with the fat face of a man in livery peering over his shoulder. Between them was the body of the sick man. He groaned and struggled as they laid him on the floor and turned his head from side to side as though the death rattle was in his throat. As his head turned from side to side, the light fell upon the round fat face of Job Johnson, the bank president.
"Well," screamed the man in livery, "if there ain't the man I turned from master's door last night! If there he ain't with his throat cut!"
The watchman looked upon the suicide with a start and muttered distinctly to himself the words, "Damn fool." Watchmen are great philosophers. Meanwhile, in the center of the uncarpeted floor, his dark broadcloth coat soiled by the white foam which fell from his lips, his round face turned from glowing red to dark purple, with the distorted veins standing out from his skin, lay Job Johnson, the bank president, moving piteously as he clutched the breast of his shirt with his gouty fingers. His eyes, red and bloodshot, protruded from his face and rolled from side to side with a pitiful stare.
"Can't you do nothing for him, nobody?" said the man in livery. "He's my master."
"I'm afraid all is over," said Ravoni, stooping down over the prostrate bank president. "However, we may bleed him." The words had scarcely passed his lips when Johnson rose on his knees with a violent struggle. Where, he muttered as a gurgling noise sounded in his throat. "Where am I? Ah!" His voice rose into a horrible shriek husky with the death rattle. He beheld the ghastly face of the suicide. "Ah! Ah!" he groaned, clutching at his throat with his gouty hands. "At the bar of God Almighty, before daybreak tomorrow." With these words on his lips, he fell, a shapeless mass of clay. He had obeyed the subpoena of the suicide. He had gone to meet his pale accuser before the throne of eternity. God is just. This is a truth we often hear preached, but it falls upon our ears with a hollow sound. God is just. Come hither, all the world, come to the chamber of want and suicide, and gaze upon this picture of God's justice. On the floor, the bare and uncarpeted floor, lay the portly form of the bank president, beside the very chairs which supported the lean figure of the suicide. The face of the bank president was loathsome purple, and his bloodshot eyes hung from their sockets. The visage of the suicide ashy pale, and there was a red gash across his throat. The legalized robber lay beside the wretch whom he had plundered. The well-fed bank president, who not 10 hours past had refused the starving mechanic one solitary dollar, now lay beside the victim of his lawful fraud, like that victim, a loathsome mass of clay on which worms would soon hold their revel. Say, was not this the justice of God? And the trembling light fell over the forms of the two dead men, the summoner and the summoned, and upon the figures of the strange group who encircled them. There was the Signor Ravoni, his sallow face wearing that meaning smile, his eyes flashing their calm, impenetrable glance, while with folded arms he gazed upon the dead. The old widow and the phlegmatic watchman and the well-fed servant all stood by gazing upon the scene with one common awe. And behind the group was the bed of death, with the cold white sheet thrown over the icy form of the ruined girl. The good and merciful God has flung between our eyes and the shadow of eternity an awful veil, or else we might follow up to judgment the soul of the bank president. We might behold the long train of orphans' ghosts who follow his soul with curses to the bar of almighty justice. And there, while the pale suicide stalks before him, blasting his sight with a spectacle of speechless woe, we might see how the guilty wretch trembles and crouches in the presence of his God, as the wrongs of 10,000 men and women and children beggared by his fraud come blackening upward impalpable shapes of doom. But let him pass to his account. There are hundreds like him walking the streets of the Quaker City, their round, fat faces wearing a pleasant smile as they think of houses and lands torn from the honest poor by legalized robbery. Let them all pass. God is just. The watchman and the man in livery bore the dead man to his carriage.
"How cussed heavy the old chap is,"
muttered the watchman as he tumbled the mass of clay through the carriage door.
"Wonder who in the devil'll pay me my wages,"
cried the man in livery, jumping up behind the coach. The coachman, who had been sleeping on his box, woke up from his quiet nap and asked a brief question.
"I say, John, is it a common fit, or has the old man kicked the bucket?"
"Kicked the bucket, James." "No," replied the other in a tone of complacent wonder. "Cussed glad he paid me off yesterday." Whoop! He applied the whip to the blood horses, and away they dashed, bearing to his home, his wife and children, the dead body of the bank president. As the carriage drove away from the door and disappeared in the distance, another vehicle came slowly along the street and halted in front of the widow's house. It was drawn by one horse and was by no means as gorgeous in appearance as the coach of the bank president. There was no gaudy coat of arms emblazoned on its panels, nor did the coachman wear a livery of showy hues garnished with bright tinsel. It was a hearse, and the driver who dismounted from the box was dressed in black, with thick folds of crape drooping over his face.
"It's near daybreak," he muttered in a hoarse voice. "It's near daybreak, and I must be in a hurry. Very fine coffin, that."
He pointed to the glittering coffin which the uplifted folds of the hearse exposed to view, and then disappeared into the house of the widow. Ravoni and the old woman stood beside the bed of death.
"I will attend to the burial of the girl,"
said Ravoni, placing gold in the hands of the woman. As he spoke, the figure of a man with crape drooping over his face glided between the twain, and extending his rude hands, gathered the sheet around the form of the dead girl.
"What does this mean?" cried the old woman with a haggard look. "I don't exactly know what to make of it."
The man with the crape hung round his face silently placed the body of the girl upon his shoulder, and while Ravoni confronted the old woman, strode quietly toward the doorway.
"What does it mean? Why do you take the body from this house?"
said the old woman in the shrill, peevish tones that old women are wont to use when slightly angered.
"Woman, do you think I could harm the dead?"
said Ravoni, and he bent the glance of his unfathomable eyes upon the withered face of the woman. There was something awful in the magic of that man's look. The arms of the old woman fell by her side, and she stood like a statue, yet with her gray eyes chained to the glance of Ravoni. What was the power of this man? In the Dark Ages, they would have called it magic. In the 19th century, they called it magnetism. "Are you satisfied?" said the signor with a mild and insinuating smile.
"Yes, yes,"
gasped the old woman.
"Only leave me, that's all."
The man with the corpse on his shoulder thrust aside the crape from his face. The grim visage of Devilbug was revealed by the beams of the trembling light.
"Curse the man," he muttered. "I believe he's a born devil. I don't feel as though I had a will of my own any more. I don't like the way things work."
He strode downstairs with these muttered words on his lips. As the corpse of the mother disappeared, the babe sleeping in the cradle awoke and uttered a faint cry.
"Here is gold for the child,"
said Ravoni, and then, folding his arms calmly together, strode from the house. The rattling of the hearse as it dashed along the deserted street broke on his ears.
"Ha ha! I must prepare for the scene of tomorrow," he muttered. "Now for my home. Now for the orgy of Ravoni."
He paused for a moment and raised his hands to the daybreak sky.
"Ye stars, beneath whose light I have walked 200 years, tell me, shall I not live until my name is worshipped as a god among these playthings of an intellect like mine? They are men who plot and plan and gather gold, and yet creep into the same dull grave at last."
End of section 42. Section 43 of The Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the Fourth, Chapter 2nd, The Curse of the Drugged Potion. The day was breaking in the east when a pale man came trembling up the marble steps of a mansion in South 3rd Street, and leaning against the stone pillars of the door, buried his face in his hands, while every fiber of his frame shook with emotion. The day was breaking, and red gleams of morning shot up into the sky. Cold white clouds sailing slowly through the heavens caught the first kiss of sunrise on their bosoms. The man who leaned for support against the heavy door pillars raised his face from his hands after a moment of silent agony, and tossing his dark hair aside from his brow, looked fixedly at the vacant air, with set teeth and flashing eyes. "It is all fancy, I know it, and yet there, floating in the dim air, I see her form. Oh, how cold and icy! The death shroud waves round her stiffened limbs. The taint of corruption is on her cheek. Her eyes, so dead, so lustreless, have still a gleam that burns into my soul. And I am her murderer. Yes, her murderer. Her babe will live to curse my name. In her last hour she called on me. She shrieked my name with her last breath." He pressed his hot eyeballs against his hands and was silent again. A terrible remorse had seized upon the soul of Burnwood Arlington. In that hour, the poor drudge, the despised servant girl, was forgotten. The wronged woman, holy because trusting, innocent because loving with a pure love, that flung the world of her honor at her lover's feet, the wronged woman glided like a phantom between the seducer and the light. A noble soul throbbed within the bosom of Burnwood Arlington. In crushing the honor of an unprotected girl, he had only followed out the law which the lady and gentleman of Christian society recognize with tacit reverence. Seduce a rich maiden? Wrong the daughter of a good family? Oh, this is horrible. It is a crime only paralleled in enormity by the blasphemy of God's name. But a poor girl, a servant, a domestic? Oh, no, these are fair game for the gentlemen of fashionable society. Upon the wrongs of such as these, the fine lady looks with a light laugh and supercilious smile. Now it was that the better soul of Burnwood awoke within him, and pled for the woman he had wronged. Could his life at that moment have restored her to life and purity, he would have flung it on her grave with joy. He stood at his father's door again. In the strange oblivion of soul which succeeded the drugged potion, he fancied that only a night had passed since he left his father's threshold. The key was in the lock. He turned it, and after the lapse of a moment stood in the dark entry and closed the door at his back. He advanced along the hall, while an awful presentiment flashed over his soul. Dim memories of the scenes in Monk Hall rushed upon him. "I will seek my sister's room," he muttered. "If she is there, then all is right, and these presentiments are but folly." He was passing by the parlor door when the sound of voices talking in low tones arrested his attention. Gently opening the door, he started back in surprise, as a blaze of light rushed out upon the darkness of the hall. He entered the parlor with a softened footstep, and looked around in vague wonder. The astral lamp stood lighted on the center table, and the remains of a coal fire mouldered in the grate. 2 figures were seated upon the sofa, an old man and an elderly dame. They sat with their hands clasped on their knees, and their eyes fixed vacantly upon the carpet. So deep was their reverie that they did not look up or manifest any knowledge of the intruder's presence. Burnwood stood chained to the spot by a silent horror. Scarce might he recognize his father in the careworn old man who sat silent and withered before him. Scarce might he know his mother in the hollow-eyed old woman whose dark hair, slightly silvered by age, fell carelessly over her shoulders. He advanced a step and beheld that his mother's dark eyes were red with weeping. His father's lips trembled with an incessant movement. They looked like people who have been watching long days and weary nights by the sickbed of some loved one, without once changing their apparel or taking an hour's repose. Burnwood advanced another step. They beheld him, and started to their feet with a half-muttered cry. Oh, there was a volume of hope and fear and agony in that involuntary shriek. For a moment there was silence. The father and mother gazed in the face of their son with the same look of horrible suspense. Burnwood returned that look, and the three stood like statues of some unspeakable agony. "Mary!" gasped the father, and then all further words died on his tongue. He stood with his hands extended and his lips trembling as with a spasm. "Mary," echoed Burnwood. "Father, there is some dark mystery here. Is she sick? Or... And his lips grew white. "Or it may be that she is dead? Keep me no longer in suspense. Tell me the worst at once." "Know you not, Burnwood, that your sister has been missing since the night before last?" slowly asked the old merchant. "The night before last?" echoed Burnwood. "Surely, father, that cannot be. Last night when I left home she was in your arms." "Last night?" echoed Mrs. Arlington in vague astonishment. "Why, Burnwood, you have been absent from home for the last 36 hours," exclaimed the merchant, sharing the wonder of his wife. Burnwood made no reply, but tottering to the sofa, he buried his face in his hands and was silent for a single moment. With all the force of his soul concentrated on one point, he endeavored to remember the events of the last 36 hours. "Did I ever think of this?" cried the father, clasping his hands wildly together. "Did I ever think of this when I toiled day after day over the desk, laboring like a slave at the galley, to build up a fortune which my children might enjoy when I was dead and gone? Did I ever think that Mary, for whom I have toiled and toiled for years, should be torn from me in this way? My God, this suspense is tenfold more horrible than death. Don't you remember her light laugh as she sprung over that threshold 2 nights ago? I'll be back tomorrow." The mother paused and burst into tears. There are some things which can be written down in language, but not a mother's love, nor a mother's fear. What was Mrs. Arlington 36 hours ago? A blooming matron with a healthy cheek and a dark eye, speaking affection and tenderness. What is she now? An old woman with a withered cheek and a hollow eye socket, a brain fired by 1,000 mingling emotions, and a heart cankered by the gnawings of care. A mother's love does not manifest its tenderness in words, but in the gleam of the eye or the smile of the lip. A mother's fear is written down in the wrinkled brow, the faded cheek, the eye darting unnatural light, and the lip quivering with a tremulous motion that speaks the helplessness of the agony which is eating into the soul. "Father, mother," cried Burnwood, starting from his seat, "there is a strange mystery pressing on my brain. I am either the victim of an awful delusion, or else there is in store for me, for you, for us all, a reality worse than death. Even while I speak to you, there are passing before me shapes and forms and visions, whose mystery I dare not speak to you. You know, Father, that I love Mary, that I always loved her. You know that I would give my life for her. Trust the mystery of this matter with me. A few hours will bring her back to this threshold in safety and honor, or confirm these horrible suspicions which are working through my brain." "Yet stay, Burnwood," cried Mr. Arlington as his son moved toward the door. "Where have you been during the last 36 hours? Where?" Ask me not, shouted Burnwood, with a start and look full of frenzy. "Ask me not for the sake of Mary. Ask me not. In a few hours I will return to you. Then you shall know all." With these words he rushed from the room. The old merchant gazed in the face of his wife, who returned the intensity of his look in silence. Not a word was spoken, not a single cry of anguish broke from the lips of father or mother. They suffered in silence. They endured, while every tone of their lost daughter was ringing in their ears, while every look of her beaming face, treasured by memory, came back to haunt them like a ghost sent from the bosom of the past. They endured and suffered in silence. And yet, in all the bitterness of their anguish, not one thought came across their souls of Mary's dishonor. She might have been the victim of some terrible accident. She might have lost her way in the crowded city, to whose maze of streets she was a stranger. She might be dead and buried and without the knowledge of her father or mother. But that the voice of wrong had lured her from her home, that her virgin soul had been stained by dishonor, the thought never crossed their souls. God, in his mercy, may have withheld this horrible thought from the brimming cup of their agony. It was terror enough for them to know that their child was gone, but that she was dishonored. Better than to tell them this would it have been to pour molten lead on their quivering eyeballs. Burnwood rushed hurriedly up the stairway of the mansion, and in a few moments entered his bedchamber. The morning dawn broke through the curtains that hung along the windows. How his heart rose to his throat as he crossed the threshold. 36 hours ago he had left that chamber a free-hearted and joyous man. Now he came back with an awful mystery pressing on his soul. Advancing toward a dressing-bureau which stood between two lofty windows, Burnwood opened a drawer near the top and took from thence a small casket. This casket he opened, and placing some object which it contained within the folds of his vest, he knelt down on the floor and raised his hands to heaven. His face was ghastly pale. His eyes were not upraised, but they glared steadily forward with a wild and watery stare. As he knelt, you might see the muscles of his clenched hand writhe like serpents, and his white lips moved but uttered no sound. The first red gleam of the morning sun fell on his pale forehead. Still his lips moved with that soundless motion, and the muscles of his hands still writhed beneath the skin. It was thus for a moment. He then arose on his feet, and assuming another hat and cloak in the place of those which he had lost at Monk Hall, he went slowly down the stairs and from the house. It was now sunrise on the morning of Friday, the 23rd of December. On Christmas Eve, at the hour of sunset, one of ye will die by the other's hand. The winding sheet is woven, and the coffin made. The prophecy rushed over the soul of Burnwood as he left his father's threshold. Where he had heard it, by whom it had been spoken, or who was the other person included in its wild enunciation, all was shadow and mystery to Burnwood Arlington. "Tomorrow night is Christmas Eve," he muttered, as the winter sunbeams broke over his brow, and then passed from the shadow of his father's door. Into that door again he did not return until the hour before sunset on Saturday the 24th of December, the hour of Christmas Eve. End of section 43. Section 44 of The Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the 4th, Chapter 3rd. Ravoni, a God. The gleam of a vivid light illumined the audience chamber of Ravoni. Beside the table in the center of that room, with its walls and floor and its ceiling of one gloomy blackness, stood a man of impressive look and manner, whose entire appearance was in strange contrast with the place. His figure, slight yet beautifully proportioned, was clad in a costume like that worn by the chevaliers of France in the palmy days that went before the night of the Revolution. He wore a coat of lustrous dark satin, with wide skirts and sleeves hanging in easy folds around the waist. Around the collar and along the front, it was adorned with rich embroidery of gold lace, and in place of buttons, a line of diamonds flung back the reflection of the light with a gleam like stars shining in a clear lake. His vest was of snowy whiteness. His hose, of dark hues, displayed the shape of his elegantly molded limbs, and his red-heeled shoes glittered with diamond buckles. His shirt bosom was of transparent whiteness, and his small white hands were relieved by the thick folds of the ruffles that fell back from his wrist. Altogether, he presented a fine specimen in his appearance and costume of one of those gorgeous gentlemen whose presence gave life and wit to the circle of courtiers who, in the olden time, clustered around the gay kings of France. His head and face were singularly beautiful. His complexion was a rich olive, with a flush of deep vermilion warming the center of each cheek. His eyebrows were dark and arching, his nose a delicate aquiline with slight nostrils that quivered in scorn and dilated in anger. His mouth was small and expressive, with lips of the most voluptuous ruby. The upper lip curled with a proud scorn, while the lower projected slightly with an expression of refined voluptuousness. His chin was small, round, and decided, and altogether, though somewhat large in proportion to the size of his body, his face was at once thoughtful in its every outline and delicate in every feature. His brow, wide, massive, and deathly pale, was well relieved by thick masses of dark hair which fell twining in ringlets to his shoulders. And from beneath the shadow of that pale brow gleamed evermore the clear light of two dark eyes, whose gaze sent a strange thrill of awe into the souls of men. It was not the excessive brightness of these eyes that attracted your attention, nor their intense blackness, nor the delicate fringe of the long and quivering eyelashes. There was a strange magnetic power in their glance. Their look was a spell, their anger an awful fascination that left the gazer powerless, their love an irresistible influence that dragged the victim to shame and ruin with a smile. That terrible consciousness of soul which men in their poverty of words call the will gleamed calmly and fixedly from those wizard eyes. And this gaily dressed chevalier, standing alone in the audience chamber, this strange man with the striking face and shadowy eyes, who was he? It was the Signor Ravoni. "Yes, yes, I am myself once more," he muttered, striding slowly along the room. "The sallow hues of care have vanished from my cheeks, the stoop of age has fallen from my shoulders. Once more I stand attired for the festival of Ravoni. That festival I have celebrated beside the waters of the Ganges, in the fragrant air of Ceylon, amid the snows of the polar desert, and in the boundless deserts where moulder the palaces of Montezuma. 200 years, a glorious career. Once an idle courtier of a thoughtless king, a chevalier whose very breath hung suspended on a monarch's will. Now I am a soul, an intellect, a deathless power. What playthings are these men of science! In all ages and in every clime the same. When they have won a little knowledge, they stoop from their proud height to gather gold in the gutter of a human and contemptible rivalry. I gathered knowledge. I won science from the earth, the air, the sea, from the very sky above me. But how glorious the object for which that knowledge was acquired! What have I won? A deathless career among things whose life is death. Even now my soul leaps from scene to scene of that memory which written in books men would call history. When the torch of St. Bartholomew flashed through the streets of Paris, I was there. When the pikes of the Revolution glittered around the scaffold of a doomed king, and a pale-faced priest bade from the son of St. Louis ascend to heaven, I was there. The proud Corsican stood on the height of the Egyptian pyramid and surveyed his hosts, scattered far and wide beneath, at once his warriors and his worshippers, while his bronzed brow lit up with a deathless ambition, and his lip curled in scorn as he gave to the air the thought of his soul, "When all the world is mine, then I will build up a religion of whose altars I shall be the god." As these words fell from his lips, I, the savant Ravoni, stood by his side. Where is the Corsican now? Where is Ravoni? And in that old hall, where 56 stern-hearted citizens gave the law to a world downtrodden by tyrants, there I stood, while the pens whose very ink was destiny were tracing the immortal signatures upon the scroll which is now eternal. I stood there and saw their faces fire as the last name was written. Where are the signers now? In the dust. Where is Ravoni? Still on his deathless career. I stood by the side of Washington when he took the oath as president of this new world, which was then the hope of all mankind. Where is Washington now? And where is Lafayette and Adams and Jefferson and Hamilton? Ask the dust of annihilation to give back its dead? And what is that new world which they fondly hoped would become the Ararat on which the ark of a world salvation was to find a rest at last? Go to her senate halls and find bullies and braggarts wearing the robes once worn by men who were gods in soul. A pitiful craven lurks in the chair where Washington once sat, the wonder of a world. Treason blasphemes the place once sanctified by honor. Bribery sits on the judicial bench, and a licentious mob administers justice with the knife and the torch. In the pulpit crouches grim superstition preaching a God whose mercy is one incarnate threat, whose beneficence is written on the gravestone of a wrecked world. Such is the land of freedom for which Washington fought and Lafayette bled. And where is Ravoni now? Still on his deathless career. Such as Ravoni have lived in all ages, in every clime. Bold intellects who wrested from corruption the secret of undying energy. And these intellects, so various in their powers, so various in their weird histories, common tradition has combined in one form, and called 1,000 mighty souls by one paltry name, the Wandering Jew. Superstition must baptize a giant truth in the waters of puerile fiction. Few of these great intellects survive at the present day. Some have grown tired of the sameness of their being, and rushed into annihilation to the grim portals of suicide. But few survive. Among these lives Ravoni. And if this great earth must one day sink into chaos, when the gleam of her last sun illumines the summit of the last solitary mountain reeling to its foundations, it will also the brow of Ravoni. I will build me up a religion. There is no God, there is no heaven, there is no hell. At least the belief of the million with regard to mysteries like these is all shadow and fable. I believe in a God, but my God is the power of a giant will. In a heaven, but it is that heaven which springs from the refused cultivation of all the senses. In a hell, I believe, it is the hell of annihilation. The million, led on by the herd of priests and drones, have seized upon these truths of the olden sages and made realities of these fables by which thought spoke to the souls of men in the ancient times. I will build me up a religion. 1,000 years hence, looking from the brow of some tremendous mountain, I shall behold the plains below whitened by the marble domes of a mild and beneficent religion. Those domes shall tower in the name of a God, in the name of Ravoni. The rock on which all religions have been wrecked shall not endanger the faith of Ravoni. Its founder will not die. He will not, like Muhammad, build up a beautiful system and then sink into the grave, leaving his temple to the ravages of priestly liars and robbers. The faith of Ravoni will be simple and beautiful. War shall be buried, anarchy forever dethroned. All treason against the life of man shall be eternally crushed. Men shall live, love, and die in their peaceful beds. Priestcraft shall be no more. I will teach men that in the refined cultivation of the senses is happiness. Not a pore on the body, but may be made the minister of some new joy. Not a throb in the veins, but may become a living pleasure. Every outrage committed against the refinement of the senses brings its own punishment. When mirth sinks into drunken revelry, man is a brute. When love sinks into coarse lust, man is a brute and devil. In order to acquire an influence over the minds of men, which shall be irresistible and eternal, I will appeal to a principle rooted deep in every human heart. I will evoke the love of mystery. I will awe and terrify by miracles and pageants and shadows. At noonday tomorrow they will behold the first miracle. Now for the festival of Ravoni. The eloquent blasphemer passed through a small door concealed beneath the hangings as he spoke. Now for the festival of Ravoni, where the senses hold their revel and thought is softened and mellowed in the delirious atmosphere of passion. End of section 44. Section 45 of The Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the 4th, Chapter 4th. The Priestess of Ravoni. In the course of 1 hour occurred 3 prominent incidents of our revelation. The State House clock struck 9, and the carriage of the merchant prince stood waiting in front of his door. The coachman in gray livery turned up with black velvet sat on the box, and the footman, attired in like costume, stood beside the carriage door, which was flung wide open. The burnished harness of the dark bay horses glittered in the sunbeams, and the panels of the coach emblazoned with the merchant's coat of arms shone like mirrors in the light. It was 9 o'clock, and from the front door of the mansion the merchant and his wife came forth. Attired in a splendid traveling habit of dark green cloth, which developed each queeny outline of her form, Dora hung lightly on her husband's arm, while her eyes shone with unusual luster, and her cheeks glowed with the hues of the damask rose. As she stepped gently down the marble steps, she was peerlessly beautiful. Every look, each gesture and grace of her faultless limbs and imposing countenance bespoke the queen whose throne was in the hearts of all beholders. It was observable that as the merchant led his wife toward the carriage, his face, half buried in the shadow of a fur traveling cap, was turned away from hers, and once or twice, as her gloved hand touched his arm, he shrunk with a slight but involuntary start, as if there had been pollution in the contact. Their eyes met as they stood before the carriage door. The merchant's face was almost hidden from the sight by his fur cap and the upraised collar of his greatcoat, but his blue eyes, dilated to an unnatural size, gazed in the beaming face of his wife with a cold, impenetrable look that sent a strange awe to her inmost heart. "The day is beautiful, Albert," said Dora with one of her winning smiles. "It is indeed beautiful," replied Livingstone, as his lips parted, not with a smile, but with a spasmodic contraction of the muscles of his face. "We have seen many such beautiful days, Dora. May we live to see many more." There was a singular gleam in his large blue eyes as he spoke. "Have you invited our friends to meet us at Hawkwood?" asked Dora as she entered the carriage. "Trust me, Dora, we shall have a pleasant company at the good old place," said Livingstone in a tone of affected lightness. "By the by, my dear, you'll have to travel on alone for an hour or so. I have some business to transact which will detain me a short time in town. I will join you on horseback in an hour." Without waiting for her reply, he softly closed the door and waved his hand to the coachman. The carriage whirled away over the echoing stones of the street, and Livingstone stood alone in front of his mansion. Let me see," he muttered, pressing his hand against his forehead. "What author is it that tells the story of an English lord who, world-worn and heartsick, used to amuse his leisure hours by rehearsing his own funeral? Ha! There is scarcely 24 hours of life left to me, and yet I while them away in digging my grave, and another grave beside my own." That cold spasm, which mocked a smile, played round the merchant's lips, and he went slowly up 4th Street in the direction of his warehouse. The State House clock struck 9, and 2 little men were walking up and down the broad walk of Independence Square. All around them arose the giant trees, whose massive trunks had been young 60 years ago when the Proclamation of Independence rang from the steps of the ancient hall. Their leafless limbs shot upward into the cold blue sky, and between their intricate branches the white clouds might be seen sailing slowly through the winter heavens. At one end of the walk was Walnut Street, with a line of splendid buildings towering in the place of the old jail. At the other, through the vista formed by opposing lines of trees, was seen the ancient State House, with its steeple rising into the full glow of the sunshine. Up and down this walk paced two little men, engaged in an interesting conversation, as might be seen from their linked arms and rapid gestures. One little man wore a high hat and frock coat, which was buttoned so tightly around his thick body that it gave the idea of a mammoth Dutch pudding, stuffed and crammed until the skin was ready to burst. Beneath the skirts of his frock coat appeared a pair of legs which, once seen, might never be forgotten. With a thick piece of cord reaching from one calf to another, they would have described the letter A. They rubbed together at the knees and were separated by the space of a foot between the boots. Bury a man 80 years in a coal mine, and show him those legs after he's brought out into the light again, and show them to him apart from the pudding body, and if he had ever seen them before, he would know them on first sight. Who could ever forget Busby Poodle's legs? The other little man was dressed in a gray overcoat and a shiny leather cap. That pale, square Dresden wax doll face would have been known among 1,000. Who could mistake the large oyster-colored eyes of Sylvester J. Petraikin? And there they walked, the editor of the Daily Black Mail and the magazine proprietor. Poodle's face reminded you of a grimacing ape, making mouths at a magpie. Petraikin's was the visage of a solemn old baboon wrapped in deep thought. The one fattened on the garbage of the town, the other lived on stolen literature. One was a scandal-monger, a bravo on a small scale, the other a plagiarist, a very Jew who lived by clipping the coin of the wide realm of intellect. There they walked, the one living on the murder, suicide, and bloodshed of the town, the other thriving on the fruits of various adroit literary robberies. There they walked, arm in arm, alike the boon companions of blackguards and the loathing of all honest men, these courtesans of the press. Poodle was the pander of the whole town. Anybody could buy him, body and soul, for $3, a bottle of wine, a bologna sausage, and a few crackers. Petraikin was the hireling of but one libertine, Gustavus Lorimer, and his price varied from a $2 subscription to his magazine up to the value of a second-hand steel engraving. "And so, you see, we'll have a great magazine," exclaimed Petraikin with one of his sickly smiles. "Tomorrow morning all the intellects of the land meet at my office in order to talk the matter over. I, Sylvester J. Petraikin, will become the focus of American literature." "Won't the name of Busby Poodle be known all over the country? Posterity shall reverence the name of Poodle, and millions yet unborn will write on their hearts. Isn't there something in that? The name of Poodle inscribed on the pillar of immortality alongside the name of Shakespeare, and then the name of Petraikin." "Let us mingle our names together," cried little Sylvester, striking an attitude. "We will go down to posterity as Petraikin and Poodle." The Petraikin and the Poodle. Huzzah! A sort of Siamese twinship of genius. Ensemble de chose, decidedly the cheese, as we say in domestic French. The little men then shook hands and stood erect, like proud representatives of the outcast literature of the Quaker City. Suddenly Petraikin started. "I vow, there's Lorimer and Muchins," he exclaimed, looking toward the State House. And ere a moment had flown, the magnificent Gus stood by his side with the round-faced Muchins hanging on his arm. "Ha ha, Pet, my boy, how do you do?" cried Lorimer as a gleam of laughter broke over his manly visage. "Silly, who is this fellow?" he continued, arranging his mustache as he glanced at the blackmail man with somewhat of a supercilious smile. "Who is the gentleman in the big hat and duck legs?" "You're quite jocular this morning," exclaimed the little editor, who had heard this aside speech. "Why, I'm Poodle, sir, Busby Poodle of the Daily Black Mail." And the little fellow advanced with a spring. "Oh, you are Busby Poodle!" exclaimed Lorimer with a glance from his half-shut eyes. "Come on, Petraikin. Come on, Muchins. I've something to say to you. And so that is Poodle of the Black Mail, is it? Jove, he looks for all the world like a monkey dressed up to dance on the top of a street organ." and taking the arm of each gentleman within his own, he strode down the broad walk, leaving Poodle to his own delightful meditations. "Well," muttered Busby, "well, if I don't cut that fellow up some day, my name ain't Poodle. And as for that Patrican, damn, I'll go right to the office and abuse his western hem. People that insult Busby Poodle must look for a poodle's vengeance. I'm a perfect Injun, I am." "Boys, I've a capital joke for you," exclaimed Lorrimer as they hurried along the broad walk. "You see, Mutchins, ha! It's capital, capital! And d'ye hear, Pet? By Jove, man," he cried, starting suddenly, "you are as white as a cloth in the face." Patrician stood transfixed to the spot by some unknown horror. Not a word escaped his lips, but standing motionless as one of the trees along the walk, he pointed with his outstretched hand towards Walnut Street. "Look, look!" cried Mutchins, pointing in the same direction. "There's a sight for you, Lorrimer." Lorrimer looked toward Walnut Street, and at the same moment a cold shudder darted through his frame. He was dumb with astonishment. Could he believe his eyes? Yes, there before him, advancing slowly and leisurely along the walk, was the form of Burnwood Arlington. Burnwood Arlington, whom he left the night before in the hands of Devilbug, whom he never dreamt to behold among living men again. Lorrimer's expressive face grew pale and red by turns. For a moment he gasped for breath. "Leave the matter to me," he muttered to his companions, who stood silent. "And mark ye, deny everything, do you hear?" He had scarcely time to whisper these words to his frightened panders when Burnwood approached. Lorrimer started as he beheld the wild light gleaming from his dark eyes. "I have a few words to say to you, sir," Burnwood begun in a low, deep tone like a voice from a sepulchre. "I beg your pardon, sir," cried Lorrimer with a haughty inclination of his head. "You have the advantage of me. I do not know you, sir." And his face was wreathed in a polite and insinuating smile. "Not know me?" echoed Burnwood. "Was I not in your company last night?" "Decidedly not." And Lorrimer dropped the arms of his minions and placed the head of his gold-mounted cane to his lips in an easy, devil-may-care manner characteristic of a Chestnut Street lounger. "Why, sir, Mr. Patrician here introduced me to you, and the introduction took place at this gentleman's rooms." He pointed to the red-faced Mutchins as he spoke. "Pet, did you ever introduce this gentleman to me?" exclaimed Lorrimer with a meaning look. "Never," faltered the white-faced pander. "And damn, sir, I never saw you in all my life, sir," blustered Mutchins, buttoning the front of his white coat in a pompous manner. Burnwood placed his hand to his forehead for a single instant. "I remember the introduction," he said in a slow, deliberate tone. "I remember being in the streets with you, and beyond that all is darkness." "Depend upon it, sir," exclaimed Lorrimer, laying his hand pleasantly on Burnwood's shoulder, "you are the victim of some strange delusion. I give you my solemn word of honor that I never saw you in my life before." "And your name is Lorrimer?" "Egad, you've hit it. By the by, my dear fellow, isn't that a bald eagle sailing among the clouds yonder?" With an air of languid nonchalance he pointed upward with his cane. "Will you give me your word of honor that you never saw my sister?" exclaimed Burnwood as the images of memory darted over his brain. "Your sister?" echoed Lorrimer with a vacant stare. "Oh ho! My dear fellow, you're too hard for me. Upon my honor, I never saw your sister, nor any member of your family, to know them by name. Your name is—" "Arlington," responded the brother with a steady look. "Burnwood Arlington." "Have heard the name, but never knew any member of the family. By Jove, that must be a bald eagle yonder." Burnwood advanced a step nearer and looked silently into the dark hazel eyes of Lorrimer. "Now for the last trial," he muttered, and then repeated in a slow and solemn voice the words of the prophecy. On Christmas Eve, at the hour of sunset, one of you will die by the other's hand. The winding sheet is woven and the coffin made. Tell me, sir," he added in a voice full of emotion, "did you never hear these words before?" Lorimer's cheek did not blench, nor his eye quail. He raised his cane languidly to his lips, and then replied in a careless tone, "Never. Yet stay, I think I've read them somewhere in Dickens or Bulwer." "Oh, madness, madness!" muttered Burnwood, pressing his hand forcibly against his forehead. "I am indeed the victim of some dark delusion. Excuse me, gentlemen, for this intrusion," he continued in a tremulous voice. "It is all a dream, a horrible dream." With these words he darted down the walk, his head bent on his bosom and his eyes fixed upon the ground. "Well, Lorimer, that was neatly done," cried silly Petrarchan, approaching the master libertine who stood in the centre of the walk, gazing upon the retreating form of Burnwood. "You did him brown," laughed Mutchins. "But, boys, we must be careful. There's a devil of a stir made about this baby face." Lorimer made no reply. A strange glow brightened over his face, and his hazel eyes gazed sternly on the vacant air. "I say, Lorimer," began Petrarchan, but a fierce scowl on the brow of the libertine silenced him. Without a word, Lorimer strode slowly away from his companions, and passing through the State House, hurried rapidly along Chestnut Street. His manly form, his handsome face attracted many a look, many a gaze of admiration. But that heaving of the chest, that flashing of the hazel eye, little did the fair dames who gazed upon the handsome libertine dream of the hell that raged within his bosom. Christmas Eve, the river and the death glided like a warning from eternity before his dilating eyes. Dim and shadow-like, yet terrible, the vision rushed upon his soul. It was 9 o'clock when a hackney coach driven by a negro, whose hideous face afforded a strange contrast to his rich livery of dark green, stopped before the door of Widow Smolby's house. A man of slight form, somewhat bent with years, leapt from the coach and knocked at the door of the dreary mansion. His long dark robe faced with furs attracted the attention of some inquisitive neighbors, who from their doors or windows took observation of his appearance, and his sallow face, illumined by eyes of impenetrable darkness and relieved by masses of long black hair hanging loosely about his shoulders, excited the wonder of some casual bystanders. He was evidently a strange man, as the old lady gossips have it, and his appearance in the streets of matter-of-fact Philadelphia, robed in this picturesque costume, was a subject of more than common wonder among the intelligent shopkeepers of the place. The door of the Widow Smolby's house was presently opened, and a thick voice demanded the object of the visitor. "What's the row?" said the voice as a rubicund face appeared in the doorway. "Is the president dead, or has he only sent for Easy Larkspur to go on a foreign mission? What is it?" It was evident that Easy Larkspur had been wounded in a combat with a flagon of whiskey punch. His breath was fragrant, and his eyes were winking to quick music. "I would see the young lady who sought refuge in this house last night," exclaimed Ravoni in his commanding tone. "You would you? Which young lady, for instance?" "Bess and the blue-eyed girl went away an hour after the old woman's funeral, and the black-eyed female sits all alone upstairs a-moaning like the north wind through a keyhole. You see, stranger, I'm left here until the crowner comes back." "The lady upstairs is the one I wish to see," replied Ravoni. "Tell her that I bear a message from her father." "Just walk up and tell her yourself," muttered Larkspur. "Come in, stranger. You ought to seen the old woman's funeral. Took place at sunrise, and the devil a preacher was at the grave to do a prayer. Jiminy, myself and the crowner's deputy was chief mourners. Did we do the groans?" Closing the door, Larkspur led Ravoni through the front room on the first floor. "Now, sir, up 2 pair of stairs in the front room you'll find the gal. And look ye, there's 3 or 4 maniac cats and a parrot a-prowling about unchained.
If you see 'em, kick 'em for my sake. What I've suffered with them cats during the night imagination may conceive, but pen can't depict. The devils. While I was drinking my punch last night, meow, spit, fizz, they puts into my hair, and me not saying a word."
Ravoni left the gentleman in the midst of his philosophic meditations, and ascending the stairs in a few moments stood before the door of the front room on the 3rd floor. "Now for this mad girl," he muttered as he gently opened the door. "This mad girl who fancies, that she is not the child of her father." He prepared himself for the sight of a gibbering idiot and entered the ghost chamber. One step forward and he receded, folding his arms as he gazed in silent wonder upon the unexpected vision that met his sight. In the dim light that came through the purple curtains of a window flung open to the sunlight for the first time in 17 years, sat a fair young girl dressed in white, her hands clasped listlessly together, while the transparent paleness of her face was beautifully relieved by her dark hair, which hung in a thick mass along the cheek turned from the light, and then fell drooping over her shoulder. Her eyes were downcast, and the trembling eyelashes rested upon the alabaster of each cheek. "And this is the mad girl," muttered Ravoni, advancing. "By my life, she looks not like a living thing, but like a carved statue of some pure and holy enthusiasm." Mabel raised her eyes and gazed upon the portrait above the mantel. A soft moisture glistened in each dark eye, and a burning glow crimsoned the center of each pale cheek. "My mother," she muttered, and then, with a start, beheld the deep eyes of the sorcerer fixed upon her. "Start not, my child," he cried in his low and musical voice. "I come to lead you to your father." "To my father? Sooner than return to his doors again, would I beg my bread on the highway. Sooner, far sooner, would I—" "Nay, nay," interrupted Ravoni. "I speak not of the impostor who has so darkly wronged you, but of your father." How his musical voice lingered on that word! True to the instructions which he had received from Pine on the night previous, he now placed the note which the parson had written in the hands of the wondering girl. "Ha!" she exclaimed as she raised the note to the light. "It is a message from my father. Mabel, my own child, so long lost to me, but now forever mine, trust yourself without fear in the hands of the bearer of this note. He will lead you to your father, to Livingstone. Oh, joy, joy! I am ready, sir," she cried with a radiant countenance as she extended her hands toward the sorcerer. "What, without hat or cloak?" said he playfully. "You love your father, then?" "Oh, sir, my heart beats freer at the word. Lead me to him, to my father." Seizing an ancient and threadbare cloak which once rested on the form of her mother from a closet near the bed, she flung it over her shoulders and stood ready to depart. A calm yet meaning smile broke over the face of Ravoni as he led her down the stairs and lingered around his expressive lips as he handed her into the carriage. "And this child with the beaming face and the speaking eye is the mad girl?" he muttered as he sprang in the carriage and closed the door. "Ho, ho, my parson, you have entrusted your treasure to the lion's mouth." A muttered word in a foreign tongue was the signal to the negro in green livery, and the coach rattled away over the rough paving stones. Larkspur looked from the front door in mute and drunken wonder. "Doesn't that beat pigeon shooting? To come and take the gal from under my very eyes without so much as saying thankee. Doesn't it beat possum hunting? I hope to grasses some old nigger will take me as apprentice to the wood-splitting business arter that. Howsoever," he muttered as he closed the door, "I must go and rig up, as Major Rappahannock Mulhill says, and tonight, ho, ho, won't we nab the murderer of the old woman? Bessie didn't tell me nothing, oh no." Meanwhile the carriage rolled on, while Ravoni sat gazing steadily in the beautiful face of Mabel. She felt a strange awe steal over her as the gleam of those dark eyes seemed to look into her soul. "And she shall be the priestess of Ravoni," muttered the sorcerer. "And I shall see my father," cried the fair girl in a joyous tone. "At last I shall find a home." "Here you shall see your father. Here you shall find a home." As Ravoni spoke, the carriage stopped before the gloomy house, whose bricks were painted a dull and tasteless yellow. With a throbbing heart, Mabel leapt from the carriage. With every vein fired by emotion, she ascended the marble steps, and as the door slowly opened, a wild cry of joy burst from her lips, and she entered the den of the sorcerer. Ravoni cast one look at the bright sun ere he disappeared within the door, and his large eyes, dilating and burning with a luster that was superhuman, seemed to behold some gorgeous landscape denied to all other sight. "And she shall be the priestess of Ravoni." End of section 45. Section 46 of the Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the 4th, Chapter 5th. The Dissecting Room. A tall, thin man, attired in a close-fitting greatcoat, was hurrying along Walnut Street. His face, marked by thick eyebrows and an aquiline nose, and imbued with an expression of deep thought, was drooped upon his chest, and while his hands were buried in his coat pockets, he muttered to himself as he hurried along. Beautiful operation that would be, beautiful. To take a man's skull off, look at his brains, and then fasten it on again? Beautiful. They say it's done in Paris. Ha! Burnwood, that you? Heard anything of your sister yet? Sad thing, that. Your father told me all about it. Sad thing. It is indeed, Doctor, exclaimed Burnwood, as he took McTourniquet by the hand. Had I but a single clue to the mystery, I would follow it to the death. But this utter darkness is worse than death itself. Never mind, my boy, never mind. Clear up after a while. Clear up, I say, cried the good-hearted doctor, drawing Burnwood's arm within his own. By the by, Burnwood, did you ever read those accounts of burking folks in London? 5 men hung at once for murdering live people in order to sell their bodies to the doctors. It's my opinion that same thing is done in this good Quaker City. A terrible suspicion flashed over Burnwood's soul. My God, he exclaimed, this singular disappearance of my sister. No traces of her after she left my father's house on Wednesday night. Not a word or sign of her since the moment she crossed the threshold of her home. Doctor, it is a horrible thought. He dared not syllable forth that thought in words. The dead body of his sister laid on the foul altar of a dissecting table. Nonsense, nonsense, exclaimed the doctor, reading Burnwood's suspicion in his look. Come with me, my boy. I want to preach you a sermon on popular credulity. You have heard something of a man they call the Signor Ravoni? I have. He arrived in this city almost a year ago, coming from God knows whence and going the devil cares where. Well, this Italian or Frenchman or Turk or Jew no sooner puts his foot on the soil of the Quaker City than he astonishes the faculty, strikes science dumb, plucks theology by the beard, and in fact walks over everybody's notions on everything. How does he do all this? That's the mystery. He walked into our medical halls unbidden and proved himself a great anatomist, a splendid surgeon. No one has had the bravery or impudence to question him concerning his former life, because there's a cold, impenetrable gleam in his eye that few men would like to brave. You spoke of his knowledge of theology. There it is again. I know several of our first divines. This Ravoni walked into their houses, unknown and unbidden, and astonished them, first, by his knowledge of the theory and philosophy of the Reformation, second, by his daring and atrocious sophistries. And the lawyers? He knocks away their most elaborate arguments, constructed with all the care that a child devotes to making a baby house out of its toys, with one clear word of practical reason that is worth a world of legal tomfoolery. The lawyers and the judges hate him worse than poison. You spoke of popular credulity, Doctor. An unknown pretender appears in the Quaker City, and lo, everybody hastens to entrust him with their own lives and the lives of those they love. You ask how? He gives out that he will cure the insane, and before a day is past, he has 100 patients under his care. Does he cure them? Ha ha! The ugly ones he cures, and returns to their relatives with all possible dispatch. But the women, and the handsome women, ho ho! It will require time, is his invariable answer. And then he has established a lecture room where he gives lectures on anatomy. Egad, our students are crazy with the fellow. You said just now that he was a skillful anatomist. I never saw one half as good. But I'll tell you what annoys me. This Ravoni has given out that he will reveal some important discoveries in anatomy at the hour of 10 precisely this morning at his lecture room. He pretends that he has discovered some new theory of the origin of life, which he will illustrate by the dissection of a subject. This annoys me. Why? Because I believe it's all humbug, and the fact that our professors seem to place some confidence in the fellow furnishes me with a very good illustration of the popular disposition to believe in moonshine. You will attend the lecture? Of course. Should you like to witness a dissection of the human subject? It's quite a treat to the uninitiated. Come along with me. The fearful suspicion which had crossed Burnwood's mind not many minutes past now returned in all its vigor. The dead body of his sister on the dissecting table. I will go with you, he said, and they turned into a southern street, and after the lapse of a few minutes stood before the house of Ravoni. We entered the dissecting hall by this alley, said Dr. McTurnicay, leading the way along the narrow avenue on the east of the mansion. Did you ever see my blood horse, Harry Clay? Ere Burnwood could answer this characteristic question, the doctor pushed open a small door which was the only object that varied the massive side of the mansion from the pavement to the roof. He then led the way up 3 flights of stairs, so narrow and confined that there was barely room for one man to pass at a time between the walls. The last of these stairs terminated in an extensive corridor, which traversed the entire width of the building, with the doors of various rooms fashioned in its walls and a wide window at either end giving light to the passage. They traversed the corridor from east to west, and then stood before a door of dark mahogany. First we enter the dissecting hall, said the doctor as he pushed open the door. Nodding to the hideous Negro, who, attired in the green livery worn by all the attendants of Ravoni, stood watching within the door, McTurnicay led Burnwood into the center of the hall. It was a long and narrow room, with a lofty ceiling and snow-white floor. It was lighted by 5 large windows on the western side and 2 on the southern end of the room. The walls were white and bare and blank, without a solitary object to relieve their monotony of hue. Around the room, between the windows and along the walls, were placed some 20 oblong tables, each standing in the full glare of the sunlight which poured freely over the ghastly spectacles peculiar to the place. Bending over each table was a young man, whose long hair and characteristic look of frankness and recklessness combined betrayed the medical student of the Quaker City. At some of the tables were groups of 2 and 3, talking earnestly together, knife in hand all the while, and the whole body of students wore the same dark apron reaching to the shoulders, and each arm was defended by a false sleeve of coarse muslin. And on each table, sweltering and festering in the sunlight, lay the remains of woman and child and man. Here was a grisly trunk, there an arm, there a leg, and yonder a solitary hand occupied the attention of the student. Rare relics of the temple which yesterday enshrined a soul born of the living God. Here a ghastly head, placed upright with the livid lips parted in a hideous grin, received the gay light of the sun, full on its glassy eyeballs. There a mass of flesh and sinews and bones shone in the beams of the morning as corruption only can shine. A soul once shone from those eyes, a voice once spoke from those lips. Here lay an arm, whose soft and beautiful outlines were terminated by a small and graceful hand, and over the alabaster arm and the snowy hand, the blue taint of decay spread like a foul curse, turning loveliness into loathing. There, in the full glare of the sunlight, was spread a reeking trunk, lopped short below the waist, with loathsomeness and beauty combined in one horrible embrace. The head had been severed, and below the purple neck 2 white globes, the bosom of what had once been woman, were perceptible in the light. And the rainbow of corruption crept like a foul serpent around that bosom. For corruption has its rainbow, and blue and red and purple and gray and pink and orange were mingled together on that trunk in one repulsive mass of decay. And on this fair bosom hands of affection had been pressed, or sweet young children had nestled, or maybe the white skin had crimsoned to a lover's kiss. Burnwood passed slowly along the room, gazing around in mingled wonder and loathing, while the lively conversation of the students broke strangely on his ear. "I say, Bob, this must have been a jolly old chap," cried a young gentleman whose snub nose harmonized with his wide mouth and cross eyes. "No doubt these lips have opened with several thousand jolly grins in their time. Now look at them. Pah! How blue and livid!" And he tossed the head of the old man down upon the table, twining his fingers in the white hairs, while his knife severed the flesh from the brow. "Sweet girl this was once upon a time. Many a poor devil has been dying for love of her eyes and lips. Just now she don't look altogether lovable. The eyes starting from their sockets, and the lips fallen to pieces. And then the bosom, ha! The scalpel makes love to it now." And sunbeams glisten upon the blade of the knife as it plied briskly over the livid flesh. "Wonder how many people have shaken hands with this old fellow," muttered another student with dark eyes and stiff, lank black hair. "Just look at this hand, old and withered and hardened by toil. How these cramped fingers have clutched at the dollars and the pennies. Ha! This woman wore a deuced pretty shoe, I'll bet $1 she did," exclaimed a withered little man in a bald head and gold spectacles. "Did you ever see such a foot? And the toes, and the instep, and then what an ankle! Wonder who knit her stockings." "Heh, laughed a young student in tow-colored hair and a pear nose. "Just look at that. Good. Capital." He had placed the mangled body of a dead man against the wall in a sitting posture, with the knees drawn up to the chin, and the right hand fixed between one knee and the face, with the fingers outspread and the thumb pressed upon the nose, in a gesture very much the vogue among dirty little boys, rowdies, and cabmen. "Isn't that the touch?" laughed the tow-haired student. "Doesn't he say, 'Can't come it, plain as chalk'? And then that eye half shut. Isn't the wink perfect?" "Ha! Ho, ho! Good! Capital!" chorused some dozen students. And over the livid brow of the dead man, who sat erect in this attitude of grotesque mockery, streamed the yellow sunshine, coloring the leaden eyeballs and the hanging lip with hues of vivid gold. "There," murmured Dr. McTourniquet, who had been silent for the last few minutes. "There, my boy, you see the respect paid by living dust to dead ashes. Consoling sight, isn't it?" "Lead me from this place," muttered Burnwood. "The air is foul with corruption. I'm in no mood to look upon scenes like these." "Come this way," answered McTourniquet. "Ravoni is about to reveal his wonderful discovery in the amphitheater." Opening a small door in one side of the dissecting room, the doctor led Burnwood along a dark and narrow passage, which terminated in another door. Pushing gently against this door, a blaze of light streamed upon the passage, and the doctor entered the amphitheater with Burnwood at his side. The vivid rays of a gaslight streamed down upon the square table of the lecturer, placed near the wall in the center of the amphitheater. Around and above this table rose thick tiers of benches, arranged in the form of a half-circle, and ascending in easy gradation from the floor to the ceiling of the spacious room. A partition of painted boards separated the table of the lecturer from his audience, and immediately in front was the main entrance to the amphitheater, forming an alley in the center of the room with tiers of benches on either side. The place was thronged by a dense array of spectators. Faces arose above faces from floor to the ceiling. Some 400 or 500 students from the various medical schools of the Quaker City had assembled in the lecture room, anxious to witness the wonderful discovery announced by Ravoni. The singular mystery which enveloped the man, his profuse charity to all poor students who came within his notice, his enormous charges to the opulent class of medical aspirants, the large mansion which he had furnished in a style of Oriental magnificence, the various strange stories which floated on the current of popular rumor in relation to his former life, all these things combined had not only excited the curiosity of the students, but of their masters. The grave faces of doctor and professor were seen amid the reckless visages of long-haired sons of Virginia and swarthy striplings from Alabama. The devil-dare Carolinian, with his unstrapped boots resting on the next bench below his seat, was companioned by the careworn man of science with gold spectacles on his hooked nose. The lean Yankee, the round-faced Pennsylvanian, the pale and emaciated youth of Philadelphia, the blustering Hoosier from the far west, all were mingled together in that motley crowd. Ravoni had announced a great discovery in medical science. His tickets were free, his invitation general to all the faculty, and to every man and boy of the students under their care, and therefore his lecture room was brimming full. Burnwood and McTurnicay found each a vacant seat close beside the lecturer's table. Scarce had they time to seat themselves and glance around, when the green baize door at the head of the principal passage, which divided the lecture room in the center, was thrown suddenly open, and two uncouth men bearing a burden on their shoulders came forward with hurried footsteps. They laid their burden on the table, and every eye beheld the outlines of a corpse as it lay with its stiffened limbs concealed in the folds of a tattered white overcoat. A light footstep was now heard from the narrow passage by which Burnwood had entered, and in an instant Ravoni stood beside the table, his sallow cheeks and thoughtful brow warming with a slight flush as the loud welcome of the audience broke like thunder on his ear. Ravoni gazed into the faces of the two men who stood before him. Their visages would have hung them in any Christian community. Their faces had been unshaven for days, and a stiff red beard mingling with the lank red hair that covered their foreheads gave a cut-throat look to each visage. They stood with their eyes fixed upon the floor, as though they feared to look into the face of a living man. "From whence did you bring this subject?" said Ravoni in a low whisper. "From the poor man's grave in the almshouse graveyard," answered the tallest of the resurrectionists. "Your honor knows there's one grave which is the property of the doctors. Anybody that dies in the almshouse and ain't got no friends to claim him is put into this grave, and the devil himself may take him if he likes." "Then your honor's done with that body. I should like to have my greatcoat again," observed the short body-stealer in a mild and polite whisper. "We got the subject in the night, sir, and wrapped it up in that greatcoat, and it hain't been opened since. Hope it'll suit your honor." Ravoni waved his hands, and the body-stealers tramped out of the lecture-room. Every eye was now centered upon Ravoni. Some wild burst of his accustomed eloquence was anticipated, some rhapsody which, mingling the sublime with the mystic, would rouse the hearts of the auditors into wonder and enthusiasm. But no word passed from his lips. In silence he proceeded to lay bare the corpse. Glancing at the case of instruments placed on one corner of the table, he slowly flung aside the tattered overcoat which enveloped the dead man. There was an awful silence. Every eye beheld the corpse, and every heart grew cold with dread. Ravoni himself, at the sight of that hideous spectacle, started backward with a pale cheek and a trembling lip. Then the first awful pause of terror was past, and a murmured cry of horror shook the room. There on the dissecting table lay the corpse, its features set in death and its blue eyeballs glaring on the ceiling. But it was not the subject anticipated by Ravoni or his pupils. From head to foot, along the trunk and over each limb, that corpse was all one cankering sore, one loathsome blotch. Features on the face there were none. Brow and lip and cheek were all one hideous ulcer. The eyeballs were spotted with clotted blood, the mouth a cavern of corruption, the very hair was thick with festering pollution. It was the corpse of a man who had died from that terrible of all diseases, the most infectious of all epidemics, a curse at whose name beauty shudders and grave science grows pale, the smallpox. Better to look into the plague pit where man and woman and babe lay mingled together, one reeking mass of quicklime and gory flesh, than to have gazed upon that corpse extended on the dissecting table before the eyes of 500 living men. Every man in that room felt his danger, as that ghastly sight dashed ice into his heart. Every man knew that there was infection in every breath he drew, that there was a death linked with every atom that floated in the air. Ravoni stood silent and pale. There he stood, with eternal youth in his veins, but in his 12 brief hours he might lay a foul thing of ulcers and blotches like the corpse before his eyes. For the common phases of this disease there were remedies, but let a single infectious atom breathe from the lips of a corpse like this enter the lips of living man, and no arm under God's sky could bring relief. To lay a corpse with no calm beauty speaking from the pale brow, no gentle smile moulding the livid lips. To lay a mass of gory flesh and stagnant blood, to decay before your last hour, to anticipate the rottenness of the grave while life yet lingers in your veins. That thought paled even the cheek of Ravoni, and the spectators, doctors, student, and professor were spellbound with a fear worse than death. A wild cry of horror shook the room, and then in one mass the audience rushed toward the door. It was a living picture of a panic. With one movement they swept from the benches, with one bound they sprang into the narrow passage, and then another wild cry added horror to the scene. The main door opened into the room, and the crowd blocked up against its panels were helpless as a child in a tiger's cage. Still Ravoni stood silent and pale, regarding the loathsome corpse with a fixed stare. Then, moving as one mass, with a force like the impulse of a battering ram, the dense throng rushed against the door, crushing all who stood near its panels until they howled in very agony. And then came another rush and another yell. There was a wild crashing sound. The door gave way. Splintered into fragments, it fell before the living mass, and through the open passage the panic-stricken crowd rushed from the place of death. Ravoni still was beside the corpse. The crowd was gone, but a young man with long black hair and a flashing eye stood by his side. It was Burnwood Arlington. He too had seen the crowd. He too had looked upon the corpse. He too had felt some throbbings of the panic, which, like a heart of terror, palpitated in the air of the room. But he still stood silent and firm, though ashy pale. The doctor had fled from his side with an involuntary shriek of fear. The face of the sorcerer himself had grown pale, but the awful mystery resting like a nightmare upon the soul of Burnwood Arlington left no room for a lesser terror. "Thou hast a firm soul," said Ravoni in that low-toned voice which was music to the ear that heard it. "Thou hast a firm soul." He laid his hand on Burnwood's shoulder as he spoke, and the magnetic ray of his eye held the glance of the young man enchained to his own. A strange sympathy for the being before him fluttered through Burnwood's heart. "Thou hast a firm soul," spoke the sorcerer. "And by my soul, yes," he added, setting his teeth together, while his eyes shone and his brow warmed with a sudden enthusiasm. "By the soul of Ravoni, thou shalt be one of the chosen. Thou shalt be a priest of the faith." "The faith," echoed young Arlington. "The new faith which shall arise over the ashes of the creeds and superstitions of this day. The faith which dwelt in the hearts of men, ere the sword of the Jew or the cross of the Christian or the crescent of the sorcerer arose on the horizon of man's soul, scattering pestilence and death wherever they flashed or shone. That faith, buried for long, long centuries, which man in the olden time, in the world's youth of promise, loved and cherished, which raised him to Godhead, and made the universe itself his own. That faith will we raise from the grim ruins of fable and superstition. And the old faith, revised and recreated, shall be our new religion of hope to man." The words of the sorcerer were wild and strange, but his look and tone were lightning and music to Burnwood's soul. He was awed, he was fascinated. Slowly he reached forth his arm, and with his eyes fixed on the eyes of Ravoni, he seized the sorcerer by the hand. "This hour shalt thou behold the dead arise," exclaimed Ravoni, with his deep dark eyes alive with the rays of magnetic power. "Come."
"Ho, ho, ho," laughed a rough voice. "The doctor and the students are all scared to death by a bundle of smallpox. Wonders how that'll work."
And hurrying from the secret passage, Devilbug emerged into the light, his distorted face convulsed with sneering laughter and his solitary eye twinkling in hideous glee, while his tangled hair fell thickly over his protuberant brow. Burnwood started at the sound of that voice. He advanced towards the savage. Devilbug beheld him and turned pale.
"What?" he shouted. "Another spirit come to haunt me? Ho, ho, there'll be a Milisky muster of 'em after a while. There lays the man with his jaw broke and his tongue lolling out. There, right at my feet, is the old woman with the blood a-droppin' from her holler skull. But this feller—"
With his taloned fingers extended, he turned aside his head, while his frame quivered with emotion. "I have seen you before," cried Burnwood, laying his hand on the arm of the monster. "I have seen you, and—"
"A spirit couldn't have gripped me that way,"
muttered Devilbug.
"I see how it is. He escaped from the well, though the boards cracked from under him, and here he is with his recollection destroyed by the drug."
"I have seen you before," repeated Burnwood in a whispered voice inaudible to Ravoni. "Tell me, oh, tell me." He would have demanded his sister of the savage, but a wild laugh drowned his words.
"You've seen me afore? Very likely, young man. Public characters like the President and me is to be seen most any day in the week by sich persons as likes. And then, my name, young man, my name is peculiar. You know it among 10,000. My name is sich a singular one. It's Jones, young man. Nothing but Jones."
"Madman," muttered Ravoni, advancing. "Do you trifle in my presence? Away, and to your watch. See that no one enters this chamber beside whose door I placed you this morning. Begone." Devilbug trembled beneath the glance of his eye, like a raven who dreads the attack of an eagle. He slunk quietly into the secret passage, and in a moment was gone. "Come," said Ravoni in a whisper, as he placed Burnwood's arm within his own. "You shall behold the miracle." 10,000 thoughts whirled through Burnwood's brain. The grief of his father and mother, the mystery which enveloped the fate of his sister, and then the sweet, smiling face of that sister, with her brown hair waving along her rosebud cheeks, all were present with him, and his soul was a chaos with uncertain gleams of light playing over the summit of tossing clouds. But the eyes of Ravoni were fixed upon him. He felt his veins fire and his heart kindle as that glare shot into his soul like a ray of light from the eternal world. "I go with you," he whispered, and his pale cheek glowed with a new fire, and his dark eye gathered a strange light. End of section 46. Section 47 of The Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the 4th, Chapter 6th. The First Miracle of the New Faith. The taint of corruption and the breath of incense, the shrouded form of the dead and the dark-robed figure of the sorcerer, the commanding forehead, overarching eyes that set forth rays of majestic power, the pale brows of enthusiasts lit by eyes hollow with watching and flashing with unnatural light, These all were in that chamber of the new faith. It was a spacious chamber, circular in shape with lofty walls and a wide ceiling, which in the center arose into a dome. From this dome a star of burning light flung its luster down over the center of the chamber, while from the dim shadows of the room white columns of incense wound slowly upward, like the hope of a true soul gleaming through the darkness of its despair. In the center of that chamber all was light, while beyond, save the snowy columns of incense, all was darkness. And in the center of the chamber, beneath the moon-like radiance of the light falling from the dome, was a strange and fearful spectacle, more like a wild dream on a picture of some olden-time tradition than a plain and palpable reality. An altar white as snow arose in the light, with its drapery falling in gentle folds down to the sable floor. On one side of the altar, calm and impassible, stood Ravoni, gazing intently upon the faces of 24 young men, who sat grouped along the floor on the opposite side, their eyes enchained to his glance with a singular intensity. These young men were students, gleaned by Ravoni from the various medical schools and from the haunts and nooks of the wide city. The light shone over haggard faces, high pale foreheads well developed in the ideal organs, and white hands tremblingly grasping rolls of manuscript. There was a wild light shining from the eyes of every one of the 24, a fixed glare, a feverish and unhealthy brightness. It was a meteor light of fanaticism. Their careless attire, their long hair flung loosely over each shoulder, their fixed gaze and all their statue-like stillness, all betrayed the absorbing and painful interest with which they awaited the words of the sorcerer. Among the foremost, pale and wild as the palest and wildest of them all, sat Burnwood Arlington. He too gazed upon the face of Ravoni with a woven brow and flashing eye. His hands were convulsively clasped upon his knees, and his underlip was pressed between his teeth. And on the altar lay a stiffened corpse, whose outlines were dimly seen through the folds of a white cloth flung lightly over each icy limb. There was beauty in that corpse, and grace, for the cloth was molded into soft folds as though it veiled a woman's form. The feet were thrust upward, the arms folded over the chest, and the globes of the bosom rose gently in the light even beneath their thick disguise. The face, like the form, was veiled from the gaze, yet the outlines of a countenance which death had only made more sternly beautiful were clear and apparent. Ravoni stood by the altar and the corpse, his slight form clad in robes of deep sable, while his long black hair fell wild and lank about his shoulders. There was an unusual expression stamped upon his face, not manifested indeed in any violent working of the muscles or sudden contortion of the features. All was calm, and yet it was a calm full of omen. The scornful lips pressed lightly together, the nostrils quivering with a scarcely perceptible motion, the forehead, high, wide, and massive, impressed with a look of conscious mind, and the eyes, dark, full, and thoughtful, glaring a light that sent forth rays like a star. There was a silent intensity of thought revealed in every line of that pale countenance. And the light from the dome streamed over the dark robes and pale brow of Ravoni, over the white cloth which revealed the outlines of the corpse, and upon the faces of the students, who sat waiting in awed silence for the words of their master, while up from the dark corners of the room curled the white incense, strewing the air with grateful perfume, and the shadows with scarfs of snowy mist. Ravoni gazed upon the faces of the students, and then his lips moved, but no sound broke upon the air. He was about to make a dread and awful experiment, not with machinery of wood or iron, or with the air or the lightning in its bosom, or with the earth or the secrets of its depths, but with something more terrible than all, the soul of man. For a moment a voice seemed whispering in his ear, a voice speaking from the invisible world to his soul, words of strange import. "Ravoni, there is a God. Ravoni, there is a God. Blaspheme not his name." In a low and musical tone he spoke of the new faith, while the voice within was whispering unceasingly to his soul. "There has been too much of God," were the first words he uttered. "There has been too much of God in all the creeds of the world. Wherever fanaticism has raised its fanes, there the name of God has been mouthed by the foul lips of priests. The Hindu mother gives her child to the Ganges in the name of God, and the car of Juggernaut crushes its thousands who shriek that name as they are mingled in one gory massacre. The torch of St. Bartholomew was lit in the name of God. The fair fields of Ireland have been soaked with the blood of her children, while that name shrieked in every musket shot. Europe has been desolated in the name of God. In a single foul and atrocious war, 9,000,000 souls went down to one bloody grave because they did not believe with their king that the Godhead centered in a paltry wafer. The name of God was shrieked by booted troopers and cowled priests over their desolate hearthsides, over a land rich in graves and blood. In this fair land of the New World, the children of the forest were hunted and butchered in the name of God. It mingled with cry of death, and it shrieked in the bloodhound's yell. Helpless women and aged men were burnt by grim sectarians, who gazed upon the blackened flesh of their victims and shouted glory to the name of God. In this name, earth has been desolated 10,000 times and 10,000 times again. In this name, home has been made a hell, the gardens of the world transformed into howling deserts, the heart of man changed into a devil. In this name, blood has flown in rivers, and in this name, earth has been made a pest house, with its valleys leveled into plains and its hills raised into mountains with the heaps of dead. These things have been done in the name of God. You may say that they were the work of ignorance, of superstition, of fanaticism, but still that blistering fact stands out from the history of the world. These crimes were done in the name of God. Now, and his voice rose into a tone of absorbing enthusiasm, while his white hand undulated over the corpse. Now the time has come, when something for man should be done in the name of man." A wild murmur of applause trembled from lip to lip. The dark eyes of the 24 enthusiasts shone with the wild light of fanaticism. Burnwood Arlington leaned forward with flashing eyes and parted lips, while he felt his soul drawn to Ravoni by a strange yet irresistible sympathy. Ever and anon his eye wandered to the corpse, and with a shudder he withdrew his gaze from the spectacle of death. A dim suspicion crept over him that the form of his sister lay on that altar, a lifeless corpse. It was a horrible thought, and in his soul he knew it false and baseless, yet whenever he glanced upon the white cloth which shrouded the face of the dead, it was his sister that lay there. "In the name of man, and for the good of man, shall our new faith arise," exclaimed Ravoni in his deep-toned voice. "Yet think not that Ravoni denies God. No, no. Over the body of the dead, I preach unto you a pure and merciful God. Through all matter, through sun and sky and earth and air, he lives, the soul of the universe. We are all beams of his light, rays of his sun, as imperishable as his own glory. To us all he has entrusted powers awful and sublime. Think not, because these powers may never be manifested, that they do not exist. They are all in us, and in us for good. All men, from the slave to the prince, from the dull boor to the man of genius, are connected with each other by an universal sympathy, an invisible influence on which souls float and undulate like rays in the sunshiny air. This influence or sympathy, call it what you will, is the atmosphere of souls, the life of intellects. Some men, absorbing a larger portion of this invisible life than others, become men of genius, warriors, or statesmen. And through the long and drear and bloody history of this world are recorded instances of mighty souls, who appeared on the earth gifted with powers that made men worship them as gods. These men were thoroughly imbued with the atmosphere in which the soul breathes thoughts of godship. These intellects were known as saviors, prophets, reformers. They were distinguished by an irresistible power, which, beaming from the brow or flashing from the eye, awed and subdued the souls of the million. These men demonstrated the great truth that the awful soul, having created us, hath left us all to our own salvation or our ruin, as we shall by our deeds determine. Thus we shape our own destinies, that we are masters of our own lives, that we, by developing the mysteries implanted in our bosoms, may walk the earth superior to the clay around us, each man a god in soul. Vain were it to depict that outstretched hand, that flashing eye, that look and port of mystery. As one man, the 24 students rose to their feet, and a dark-eyed youth tossed his arms wildly on high and muttered with white lips, "Ravoni is a god! Ravoni is a god!" And the murmur broke over the throng in a whisper full of meaning. "Ravoni is a god! Ravoni is a god!" The light from the dome fell over the sorcerer, the corpse, and the enthusiasts, while up from the shadows of the chamber wound the columns of snowy incense. As ye all may be gods, so am I a god. As ye all may look into the bosom of the universe and make the secrets of nature your own, train the lightnings to your will, and sweep the souls of men in adoration at your feet, so have I done. And you, my chosen priests, will I bind together in a high and solemn brotherhood, as the first ministers at the altars of the faith. In silence and in mystery we will compass the wide land, selecting our converts from the mass as we shall know them worthy of our mysteries, and adding them one by one to our holy brotherhood. No loud prayers in the tinsel church, no vapid trumpetings of our godliness from street to corners, but slowly and silently and in power we will work for the new faith built in the name of man for the good of man. Well had Ravoni chosen his converts from the young, the hopeful, the enthusiastic. His words uttered in that deep music of tone, which, mingling with the syllables of speech, can allure the human soul to good or evil, struck the mysterious chords of every heart. They were no longer the same men. Every face was stamped with an excitement that quartered the veins on the forehead and fired the eyes with a blaze like that which streamed from the dark orbs of Ravoni. It was a terrible picture of fanaticism. "We are thine!" they shouted in one voice, raising their hands in the light. "We are thine!" Burnwood Arlington was no more himself. He stood amid that throng with an eye blazing and a hand uplifted. "We are thine!" he joined in the chorus of fanatics. "I am thine!" he shouted in a voice that rolled to the dome above. "I am thine!" There was silence for a moment, a picture of sorcery, death, and fanaticism. The form of Ravoni with the uplifted hand, the throng of frenzied enthusiasts, and the still corpse of the dead. On the brow of Ravoni sat calmness and grandeur, while his eyes shone with a brightness all its own. The still corpse, its stern quietude presenting an emblem of rest. The fanatics crowding in a group, with uplifted hands joined together and faces quivering with emotion, while the soft light showered down upon the scene from the dome overhead, and the incense ascended evermore from the dim shadows of the chamber. "Ye shall witness a proof of my power," exclaimed Ravoni. "You all behold the corpse lay prostrate on this altar. When this corpse arises from the sleep of death, then shall our faith commence its reign." A murmur of wonder interrupted the words of the sorcerer. "I tell you, the dead shall arise," exclaimed Ravoni, and then, in short and vivid sentences, he described the mysteries of life and death. As thought after thought fell from his lips, his manner grew more animated, the interest of his hearers more intense. His treatment of the subject manifested immense research combined with ingenious sophistry. Now dealing in wild rhapsody, and now giving one of his points of argument, all the clearness of a mathematical demonstration, he averred in plain terms that the dead might be raised to life. He dimly insinuated a belief in the principle of eternal youth, and then gave a cursory yet forcible glance at the long history of the search after a universal solvent, which would change the baser metals into solid gold. His hearers were rapt, silent, and motionless. Every point of his argument stood displayed before them like a palpable thing. "I will raise the dead before your eyes," he exclaimed yet again, as he surveyed the faces of his auditors. "It is now within 5 minutes of noonday. At the hour of noon, the corpse before you shall arise." Then, folding his arms across his breast, he strode slowly up and down the floor beside the altar. Now was the moment for his face to manifest an agitation tenfold more powerful than the emotion displayed by the most enthusiastic of the students. That frowning brow beneath which the half-hidden eyeball gleamed with fixed and glassy light, that lip quivering with a tremulous motion, those white hands clutching nervously at the chest. Can it be that the sorcerer fears the failure of his magic in this, his hour of trial? In silent wonder the students resumed their seats, and a young man beside Burnwood took forth his watch and noted the seconds as they fled with a mild and haggard eye. A minute passed. Burnwood gazed vacantly upon the veiled corpse and muttered incoherently to himself, "Am I dreaming? Why does he not lift the cloth from the face of the dead?" And then, as in very fear that the lifting of the cloth might reveal his sister's face, he turned his head aside and shaded his eyes with his hand. Not a word passed from the lips of the enthusiasts. All was silent as the grave. The second minute passed. Ravoni approached the corpse. "Ha! He will lift the cloth at last," muttered Burnwood, starting from his seat. The sorcerer placed his hand beneath the veil and drew forth into the light the fingers of an icy hand. How dead and cold! Again he resumed his walk beside the altar. Again the student sank back into quivering suspense. "Lift the shroud from the face of the dead," gasped Burnwood, and then, as if startled by the sound of his own voice, he shuddered and grew pale. Ravoni advanced to the corpse again. Slowly, slowly, he lifted up the grave cloth. First the face was visible, then the neck and bosom, then the body of the corpse, and then the limbs. Dead, dead, cold and dead. White, yes, as the stainless snow. Pure, aye, pure as God's own light. Why did that yell die in Burnwood's throat? What fiend was it that choked the agony as it gurgled up from his heaving chest? Whose hot fingers were those that burnt his eyeballs? Why might he not gaze steadily at the sight? Why did his eyes swim in fiery moisture? Why did his brain burn as with a red-hot iron pressing against the bare skull one moment and the next grow icy cold? The students rose up in silent astonishment, in rapt wonder. It was the corpse of a young and beautiful woman. There was a smile on the lips, a calm glory beaming from the face, around whose swelling outlines a warm mass of golden hair curled and twined and glistened. The round arms folded on the breast, the white fingers gently clasped, and the snowy bosom with the blue-threaded veins, that bosom whose fullness bespoke the mother. Ah, death was there in holy beauty. Fairer form than that did painter never shape, sweeter limbs than those did sculptor never carve. Yet she was dead, ah, cold and dead. And the light streamed warmly over the marble whiteness of that uncovered form, revealing beauties on which the worms would soon to riot. Over the round limbs, over the white bosom, over the beaming face the worms would crawl, marking their progress with the blue taint of decay. And Ravoni could raise this corpse to life again? Mockery of mockeries. One cry shrieked from the student's lips. "Raise the dead to life, Ravoni! Raise the dead to life, and we will worship thee!" His arms resting on his knees, his face half veiled in his hands, Burnwood chuckled to himself with an idiot laugh. It was not his sister. It was not Mary. That delusion had vanished. The delusion was over, but the reality was there. In that corpse, Burnwood beheld the form of Annie, the poor man's daughter, the seduced, the mother. "It is a dream," chuckled Burnwood with an idiot laugh. "I am haunted by her corpse. It is a dream." The student by his side picked up the watch which had fallen to the floor. 3 minutes had passed. Not a word was spoken. As motionless, as silent, as pale as the corpse itself, the students clustered round the altar. "Ha!" suddenly whispered one enthusiast to another. "Do you mark that faint color in the cheek?" "Silence!" muttered the other student. "There is no color there. Yet, ha! Do you not see the bosom heave?" It was all fancy. No color gave warmth to the cheek, no throb of life swelled the white bosom. Another long and weary minute passed, each second told by the gasping breath of the awed enthusiasts. 1 minute alone remained. "Restore the dead, Ravoni," muttered one of the students. "Restore the dead, or thou art false even as yon corpse is cold." The sorcerer stood silently regarding the body of the dead girl. His face was fearfully calm, but his dark eyes blazed with a terrible light. "On this miracle I peril my soul," cried Ravoni between his set teeth. "1/2 minute is all that is left thee," whispered a dark-browed student in a voice tremulous with the agony of suspense. Ravoni extended his hand. It was white as marble, and the beaded sweat glistened along the slender fingers. "Arise, ye dead," he muttered, and pressed his lips to the clay-cold lips of the corpse. A wild murmur of fear from the whole band of students. A murmur and a start, and then a fearful silence. The cheeks of the dead had warmed with rosy life. The bosom heaved, and one hand moved gently to and fro. "Arise, ye dead!" shrieked Ravoni with the cold sweat on his brow. "Arise, ye dead!" The hand of the dead girl was slowly raised. Flushes of warmth ran over the limbs. The eyelids began to unclose. "Arise, ye dead! Arise! Arise! For the 3rd time I bid thee, arise!" One shuddering start of horror. The body of the dead girl quivered, the bosom heaved, the limbs shook. Then a shudder ran over her frame, and with a convulsive start the body rose on one arm, the eyelids unclosed, and the blue eyes gazed wonderingly around. "Hail, hail, Ravoni! We worship thee!" Raising himself from his idiotic stupor as that shout burst on his ear, Burnwood rushed through the group. He beheld the uncovered form of the girl warming with life. He saw the blue eyes gazing around with a look of wild bewilderment. "Annie!" he shouted, and sank kneeling beside the altar. His head dropped on her bosom, his arms encircled her form. He was stiff and cold and lifeless as marble. The fair girl gazed round upon the group, her blue eyes swimming in frenzy. "My child," she murmured, extending her hands with a maniac smile. "Where have you taken my child?" End of section 47. Section 48 of The Quaker City by George Lippard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book the 4th, Chapter 7th, Ravoni and Mabel. It was 1 o'clock when a dashing carriage with cream-colored panels and a livery driver came rattling along the street and halted suddenly in the front of the house of Ravoni. The bay horses were all afoam with exertion, and their harness was covered with dust. They had evidently been driven at a most unreasonable speed, and now they struck the hard stones with their forefeet, and tossing their long manes on the air, manifested their impatience by a long and quivering neigh. The carriage door was thrown open, and Fitz-Coles sprang out upon the pavement. He was attired in a dark travelling overcoat, copiously adorned with frogs and braid, and he still flourished his gold-headed cane in his right hand. "Come on, parson," he exclaimed, glancing within the carriage door. "You know I must send the girl on to New York tonight. There is no time to lose. She shall accompany me to England," he muttered between his teeth. "But Dora, she must not know a word of it. Come on, parson." "Wait," responded that well-known voice from within the carriage. "Wait till I compose my features into the proper patent gospel look. Now, Fitz, how does that go? Saintly enough, eh?" The good Dr. Pine stepped from the carriage, and taking Fitz-Coles' arm within his own, ascended the marble steps of the yellow house. He rang the bell with a godly smile. His eyes were turned up, and the corners of his mouth were turned down, while his soul seemed to be meditating upon the unfortunate state of the unconverted Hindus. In a moment the hideous face of Abbar was visible in the doorway. "I would speak with the Signor Ravoni," said Dr. Pine, bowing to the mass of ugliness with an air of deep deference. The negro pointed toward the main stairway, and then, closing the front door, left Dr. Pine and his friend to make the best of their way to the audience chamber of Ravoni. They ascended the stairway and stood at the commencement of the entry on the second floor, which was dimly illumined by a small window in the southern wall. Passing along the entry, they well-nigh stumbled over a dark object, which was laid in front of a door fashioned into the western wall of the corridor. "Hello, parson, what's that?" ejaculated Fitz-Coles. "Does the old conjurer lay traps for a man's feet in this way?" "Never mind, let's get to the girl," grumbled the parson. As he spoke, they entered the audience chamber of Ravoni. The noonday sun came faint and dimly through the thick curtains that obscured the lofty windows. The place was full of gloom and shadow, and the thickly carpeted floor gave no echo to the footsteps of the intruders. "I say, we're alone," muttered Fitz-Coles. "This cursed den really makes a fellow shiver. Black ceiling, black curtains, black carpet. Ugh! Where's the sorcerer?" "He will be along presently," muttered Dr. Pine in a bland whisper. "Now, Fitz, suppose we could get the little maiden away from this den without the sorcerer's knowledge." "It would be vastly convenient." "Vastly. Save all disagreeable explanations." "Ahem, what's this?" Approaching the western side of the audience chamber, his eye was fixed upon a ray of red light which streamed from a crevice in the dark curtaining. A grim smile broke over the preacher's visage. "Look here, Fitz," he whispered. "The entrance to another room, I vow." He slowly swung the dark curtains aside, and gazed through the aperture, while a blaze of light streamed over his round visage and the swarthy face of his companion. "Look there, my boy," chuckled Pine with a fat parson's chuckle. Fitz-Coles applied his gold-headed cane to his lips, and muttered in a distinct tone the monosyllable, "Damn," biting it off short like an epicure tasting a delicious morsel. Along the dark entry and up the dim stairway, Ravoni had led the trembling Mabel, as with her heart fluttering with a new emotion, she expected to behold her father's face and rest upon her father's bosom for the first time in her dreary life of suffering and wrong. "I shall behold my father at last," she said, gazing over the shoulder with a soft light beaming from her dark eyes. "Thou shalt," answered Ravoni in a tone that trembled with emotion. "Enter this door. A little while, and thou shalt rest in thy father's arms." He pushed her gently through a small door fashioned in the western wall of the corridor. Mabel looked around in wonder. She was alone. She stood in a large chamber, with a trembling light burning on a small table near its center. The light was faint and dim, yet it served to disclose the gorgeous furniture of the place, the silken hangings falling from the lofty ceiling to the carpeted floor, the glittering mirrors, the chairs, the sofa, and the dark mantel adorned with figures of spotless alabaster. "And this is my father's home," muttered Mabel, sinking into a cushioned armchair beside the table in the center of the room. She clasped her hands and gazed silently around the place. Her father's home. Gorgeous furniture, crimson curtains, carpets that gave no echo to the footstep, massive mirrors, and a cheerful fire burning on a wide hearth, scattering warmth and comfort round. This was a gorgeous home for thee, poor orphan, but its glory in thy sight had been nothing were it not for the thought that a father's heart throbbed within those lofty walls. My father's home, she murmured again, and then fell into a waking dream, which glided away into a soft and dreamless sleep. When she awoke, some unknown hand had substituted large wax lights for the trembling lamp, and placed her refreshments on the table by her side. Will he soon return? The whisper broke from her lips, and then, turning round, she listened to a faint murmur that broke on her ear. It required a moment for her eye to grow accustomed to the darkness which shrouded the farthest corners of the room, and then, with a start, she fancied she beheld two faces peering grimly upon her through an aperture in the crimson hangings. It is all fancy, she muttered, turning her face away from the sight. It cannot be my persecutor. Here at last I am safe from his violence. There was a sound of a hurried footstep. Mabel started to her feet in fear, and ere she could look around, she felt the folds of the dark robe which she wore drawn closely about her limbs, while a hoarse laugh broke on her ear. Ho, ho, my bird, have I caught you? You will run away from your kind father, will you? For shame, for shame. Mabel looked up and beheld the red, round visage of Dr. Pine, with the swarthy countenance of a stranger peering over his shoulder. She buried her face in her hands, while her heart grew cold with despair. Come, my canary bird, cried Dr. Pine, gathering his arms tightly around her form. No struggling, no screaming, do you hear? He wound the dark robe more closely around her form, compressing her hands and limbs as within the embrace of a vice. Pretty, by Jove, pretty, muttered Fitzcoles as he unwound the black silk scarf from his neck and tied it round her head and over her mouth. You've a kind papa, my dear, and you've treated him quite rudely. But we'll take care of you, my love. Depend upon it, we will. He raised her in his arms and bore her toward the entrance, while Dr. Pine followed smilingly at his heels. I feel good all over, he muttered, rubbing his fat hands together. To think of my dear daughter returning to the parental roof. Oh, goodness, what a consoler that thought is. And you, a poor broken-hearted father, chuckled Fitzcoles as he bore the maiden through the audience chamber. They entered the dark entry. Mabel uttered neither sigh nor moan nor struggled to free her limbs from the arms of Fitzcoles. A strange apathy of despair had chilled her soul. She yielded to her fate like the pale consumptive who counts the few hours of existence on some dreary sick-bed, while every minute crumbles away a clod from the edges of the grave. To the carriage, muttered Fitzcoles. To the carriage, and our beauty is safe. The words had not passed his lips when his foot became entangled in some dark object resting along the floor. He fell forward while Dr. Pine seized the maiden from his grasp. Come, Fitz, we must hurry, exclaimed Pine when he felt himself grasped by the throat and bruised violently in the back at the same moment. Unloosing his grasp, which pinioned the maiden's form, he howled in very agony. Then two stalwart arms grasped him by the neck, and two uncivil feet tripped up his heels with the precision and regularity of clockwork. In an instant, Dr. Pine felt himself rolling down the stairs. He made an effort to stay his mad career at the first landing, but in vain. He rolled over the landing and then down the 34 stairs like a bundle of cotton with bones in it. The reverend preacher bumped and rolled and bumped again. He had lain at the foot of the stairway for the space of a moment or more, full of groans and aches, when a heavy body whizzed through the air, and the reverend doctor felt himself hit in the paunch by the form of a full-grown man which came bounding down the stairs with the velocity of a young colt. "Oh, my God!" groaned Pine. "Who did that?" "What in the devil do you mean?" roared the voice of Fitzcoles. What in the devil do you mean by laying here at the foot of the stairs for people to break their bones over you, hey?
And what do you mean by coming downstairs like a flying fish or a bombshell? Curse it, there ain't a whole bone in me."
At the head of the stairway, in the full glare of the light streaming through the small window, stood a wild and distorted form, with thick locks of matted hair falling aside from a hideous countenance, all aflame with an expression of superhuman rage. Fitzcoles and Pine felt the glare of a solitary eye flashing down upon them, like the eye of a coiled snake darting from the orbless socket of a skull.
"Did I smash you born devils?"
roared the hoarse voice of Devilbug.
"You thought you'd steal off with the gal, then you thought the bundle of blackness on the floor wasn't nothing. Ho, ho! Did I trundle the parson downstairs and hit him in the paunch with the dandy? Ho, ho! I wonders how it works."
"Come, parson, we better go," said Fitzcoles. "That incarnate fiend seems to mix himself up with everybody's affairs. Come." Oh, I wish he had mixed you up with me so confoundedly." Groaning and aching, Parson Pine followed Fitzcoles to his carriage. 5 minutes passed. With the cold sweat standing in thick beads on his forehead, fresh from scenes of superhuman horror, Ravoni passed up the stairway, his arms folded on his breast and his dark eyes buried beneath the interwoven brows. At the head of the stairway, the light from the circular window streamed over a strange and impressive picture. A monster in human shape knelt on the floor, with the form of a fair and beautiful girl resting unconsciously upon his knee. His solitary eye was fixed upon her snow-white face, and his rough hands gathered her torn robe over her alabaster bosom. Ravoni started, and then stood like some statue of wild and mysterious astonishment, gazing unperceived upon the scene.
"You're dead, gal, you're dead,"
muttered the monster, and a big tear started from his eye.
"And they took you from me, and stole you away, and hid you, the dogs and devils. You're dead, gal, but I'll buy me such knives and pistols to cut and slash your enemies to pieces, that they'll wish the devil had 'em 1,000 times. Oh, you're dead, you're dead."
His rough hand was passed over her smooth cheek as if to wake her gently to life again, and then he moaned in a low and broken tone,
"You're dead, gal. Yes, yes, you're dead."
Ravoni was touched by this strange spectacle. There was something in the voice, the look, the manner of the savage that thrilled the very heartstrings of this mysterious man. Ascending the last steps of the stairs, he touched Devilbug gently on the shoulder. "What does this mean?" he said in a low-toned voice. Devilbug looked up with a scowl on his grim face, but it melted away before the deep glance of Ravoni's dark eyes. Had the sorcerer indeed made his will the soul of this monster?
"Why, you see,"
said Devilbug in a submissive tone,
"I didn't dream when I lay watching beside the door that my pretty little Nell was the gal either. Not a bit of it. And while I was watching, in comes Parson Pine and a dandy with him, and they carries off the gal through the door leading into the audience room. They brings her this way, the dogs. Didn't I rise on 'em? Didn't I pitch the parson downstairs, with the dandy atop of him? Ho, ho!"
"And so you know the girl?" asked Ravoni, with his dark eyes fixed upon the visage of Devilbug.
"Know the gal!" exclaimed the savage. "I tell you, she's the child of a rich merchant. She's the daughter of Livingstone."
A sneering smile wreathed the lips of the sorcerer. "I have heard this story before. Parson Pine told me all. The girl is a maniac. She fancies, do you mark, she fancies that she is the child of Livingstone." Devilbug was nettled by the cold tone of Ravoni.
"Is them fancy?"
he cried, drawing a packet of papers from his coarse garment.
"Is them papers what proves all, as straight as ABC? Is them fancy? Let me put 'em in Livingstone's hands. Wonders how that'd work."
Ravoni leaned slowly forward, keeping the glance of his impenetrable eye fixed upon the face of the savage. "It is all nonsense," he said in a jeering tone, and then, coolly reaching forth his hands, he took the packet from the grasp of Devilbug. "Here is gold for you, my fellow. Leave these papers with me. I shall not want you again until tomorrow." Devilbug's arms dropped by his side. The gold pieces rattled on the floor. "Look here, man or devil, whatever you are, I'm ugly as a sarpent, and I've stole dead bodies for you, and maybe I'd murder for you if you paid me well, but I can't take gold for them papers. This gal's life and fortune and name is locked up there in that package. Give it to me, I say, and I'll be your slave for life." He lifted his huge hands beseechingly as he spoke. His rough voice was quivering and tremulous as the tones of a child. Cold, calm, and impenetrable, Ravoni gazed upon him, his dark eyes gleaming with those awful rays which were magic and power. "Your object is gold," he slowly said. "You shall have it. The papers and the girl are mine." He raised the fainting form of Mabel from the knee of Devilbug, and with his foot thrust open the door of the western chamber. "Begone," he exclaimed with his hand pointing toward the stairway. "I shall want you tomorrow. Begone, slave." He disappeared within the room and closed the door. Devilbug, stricken dumb with awe and astonishment, rose on his feet. He moved slowly toward the stairway. "And she is to be one of his nuns," he muttered between his teeth. "Tonight she's pure as one of God's angels. Tomorrow morning she'll be foul, foul. There ain't a trull along the streets fouler than this child will be. And yet I'm his slave. Ha ha, he says, and I must do. Why didn't he bid me tear my bare arm with my teeth? But to give my child to him, to lay such a butterfly in a spider's nest. And he'll give me gold for her, gold." It was awful to see the malignity of hell gleaming from every line of that distorted countenance. The solitary eye stood out from the socket, blazing with a glaring luster. The lips writhed and worked over the clenched teeth. And yet, whenever he thought of Ravoni, a cold chill quivered through his deformed body. He could fight with a man, yes, he could grapple with the phantoms from the grave, but Ravoni— The deep, dark eyes of the sorcerer were forever before him, their awful rays pouring into his soul. One word broke from his writhing lips. Monk Hall. Yes, he would bury himself in the nooks and corners of the accursed mansion. In the dim shadows of that hall of death and crime, his soul would find such comfort as the grave-worm finds when reveling over the hollow skull. Darkness to darkness, guilt to guilt, the ghost to its haunt, the murderer to his den. Monk Hall, he muttered, and then departed from the house of Ravoni. On one side wriggled and crawled the man with the broken jaw and lolling tongue. On the other, the old woman glided, with the blood oozing from the hollow skull. The groan of the man and the sound of the woman's pattering blood mingled together, but what were these horrors to the thought which burnt like a hot iron through his brain? His child in the arms of pollution and shame. Fitzcole stood beside his cream-colored carriage. The groans of the bruised Dr. Pine came through the open door, and the bay horses struck their hoofs impatiently against the stones of the street. Fitzcole stood with one foot on the carriage steps when his brow grew dark with sudden thought. He started back upon the pavement and stood with folded arms and his cane raised to his lips. All is safe, thus ran his wandering thoughts. This morning I sent the hair trunk and all my other baggage to New York under an assumed name. Public curiosity is still alive in regard to the forgery, and yet no one suspects me. I stand clear as the day among the aristocracy of the Quaker City. Von Gelt is gone. No accomplice can now mutter treason with regard to his master. Dim, my Creole slave, has orders to have 2 of the best horses to be had in this town for love or money, ready saddled and bridled tonight in the wood beyond Camden. With these horses, Dora and I will escape from Hawkwood. By the by, she must take care to have all her jewelry with her. I must make something by this woman, must turn her fancy for a coronet into good Fitzcoles gold. All, therefore, is fair day with me, and what should I fear?" "What should I fear?" he muttered aloud, and ere the words had died on his lips, a dark presentiment crept through his blood. "While I stand here, this man Harvey may be laying some infernal plot to blow all my schemes in the air. That would be a pretty spectacle. As I am about to leave the city tonight, to feel an officer's finger on my shoulder. 'You are my prisoner, sir.' I have not seen Harvey today. This silence annoys me. Poodle gave me a hint that Harvey was on the track of the Jew yesterday. Zounds! Could he have seen that rascal before his death?" Fitzcoles was troubled. His lip was compressed, and his swarthy face grew darker with a settled frown. "Drive to my rooms, parson," he whispered through a carriage door. "I will join you there in an hour." The carriage door closed on a curse which broke from the parson's lips, as his fat frame writhed beneath the agony of manifold bruises, and the vehicle rattled away along the street. "I will go to Monk Hall," he muttered. "I will spy out the secrets of the den, and if the Jew made any communication to Harvey before his death, I will know it ere this day is gone by. Ha! Here is that fool Mulhill." And with a smile on his red visage, the redoubtable Major Rappahannock Mulhill came lounging lazily along the street, twirling an enormous crooked stick in one hand, while the other was inserted in the capacious pocket of his pantaloons. The costume of the Major, you will remember, was striking and peculiar. A broad-brimmed felt hat with a blue cord and tassel, a white blanket overcoat which was thrown open in front, revealing a sky-blue coat with metal buttons, a deep red velvet vest, and a pair of pants made very full and striped like bed-ticking. Brimstone kid gloves and patent leather boots completed the costume of this dashing gentleman. "How do, Colonel? Fine day," wobbled the Major, lounging to the side of the millionaire. "Cussed dull town this is. Not a man shot down in the streets today, I vow." "Your humble servant, Major. May I request your services in an affair of great delicacy? I have an enemy. He has resorted to mean practices to injure me. I have determined to put him down. In order to do this, I must visit one of the vilest dens in the Quaker City. I want a friend to go with me, stand by me, and fight for me. Will you be that friend?" "Where is this den of thieves?" drawled Mulhill with a sleepy look. "Did you ever hear of Monk Hall?" "There's my paw," said the classic Mulhill. "But mind you, if there ain't a man killed, I shall account the affair low, damned low." "Thanks, Major, thanks," exclaimed Fitzcoles, taking the proffered hand. "Meet me an hour from this time at the corner of Fifth and Chestnut Streets. Till then, good-bye." "Da-day," drawled Mulhill. "I will not fail you. Adieu." And Fitzcoles hurried up the street with a frown on his brow, while Mulhill lounged in an opposite direction with a broad grin on his red visage. Fitzcoles placed his gold-headed cane to his lips and muttered wildly to himself, while Mulhill drew from his pocket a slip of paper and rattled it against the tip of his nose with a broad grin. "A love letter from a gal," he muttered, and then went laughing on his way. And at the same instant, like a ghost walking forth in the noonday sun, from the house of Ravoni the form of Devilbug emerged into the light. "Monk Hall," he shouted with a hideous grin, and rushed wildly down the street. Ravoni bore the maiden into the western chamber, and laid her unconscious form on the velvet cushions of the armchair beside the table. Then, stepping backward, he contemplated her face with folded arms and a dilating eye. Her long dark hair fell in one thick mass around her pale countenance, and the long fringes of her eyelashes rested upon the whiteness of her snowy cheeks. There was a sweet smile lingering on her lips, a silent thought, a calmness, and a love speaking from her pallid brow. Ravoni stood gazing upon her, and even through the sallow paint which marred the eternal manhood of his visage, you might see the warm blood glowing and brightening with deep emotion. His dark red lip grew eloquent with feeling, something full of passion and yet holier than sensual love. "Thou art very beautiful," murmured Ravoni, speaking in that low-toned voice which flowed like music on the air. "And thou shalt be the priestess of the new faith." Leaning gently forward, he impressed a kiss upon her brow, too warm for a father's kiss, too holy for a lover's. The maiden unclosed her eyes, and murmured in a low whisper two half-audible words, "My father." "Girl, thou hast no father. It is all a trick, a delusion, a show. The poor wretch who forged the note which lured thee to this mansion tore thee from the arms of father and mother when but a babe. Thy parents are long since dead, and thou art an orphan." There was something so calm and so assured in the tones of Ravoni that the hopes of Mabel broke away from her soul like the crumbling sands before the waves of ocean. Her world was gone, and yet the utter desolation of her agony was too deep for tears. Her dark eyes flashed and dilated, and yet their glance never wandered from the eyes of Ravoni. "Thou art an orphan," he repeated, taking her white hand within his own and looking through her eyes into her soul. "In this goodly Christian world thou hast had never a friend. Thy life has been made the sport and plaything of a hypocrite, who would have visited thy soul with an eternal stain. Tell me, fair girl, what are the ties that bind thee to life?" "Orphan," muttered Mabel in an absent tone. "Yes, orphan. Another name for youth, helplessness, and misery. Orphan, a thing to be trodden upon by the oppressors of this world, to be trampled by godly feet, crushed by pious hands. Look upon me, fair girl, gaze in mine eyes, and mark my words. In this great world where thou art friendless and alone, I will be thy friend." "You?" murmured Mabel. "And will you not, too, deceive and betray?" "Deceive a soul like thine?" exclaimed Ravoni with a bitter smile. "Leave that to priests and worldlings. Could I deceive thee?" He leaned gently forward, and his dark eyes shone into her soul. With parted lips and gasping breath, Mabel gazed upon him and murmured, "Never, never." There was an irresistible power in his look, his tone, and speaking brow. She felt drawn to him, and yet it was not with passion. It seemed to her that she could lay forever at his feet and listen to the wild music of his tone without a word or motion in reply. Was the sorcerer subduing her will with the weird magnetism of his spirit? In other words, was the man of deep and powerful intellect silently overshadowing her soul with his irresistible will? Why does the maiden, pure and stainless as God's angels, hang on his look and tone with that fascination which seems more like a deep religious reverence than an earthly love? It is from such as thee, fair girl, that the great Father chooses his rarest jewels. Unto such as thee are unlocked the mysteries of the world, the sun, the sky, the air, and of that most wonderful of all creations, the human soul. Thou art an orphan, yet shalt thou breathe in a world unknown to grosser souls. Thine unsealed eye shall gaze upon sights that shall fill the blood with rapture, that shall make the heart undulate on waves of music, like some angel bark, freighted with perfume, as it glides in light and song over gently rippling waters. Thou art an orphan, and yet in thought and soul thou shalt be as one of the seraphim who live in the sunshine of the Father's presence. No word from Mabel's lips, not even a sigh. Already the words of the sorcerer were bursting into fulfillment, while her rapt eye grew glassy with fascination, while the tones of Ravoni fell on her ear with the musical murmur of green leaves dipping gently into rippling waves. A strange panorama of beauty glided on her soul. First a soft and mellow light, then a cool lake environed by green hills. Then, from a mountain summit, she gazed upon a gorgeous sweep of forests broken by vineyards and cities, with streams of blue water winding along grassy plains, where marble palaces arose upon the summer air. Then she trod the streets of an ancient city, where strange costumes and swarthy faces flitted by, while immortality looked down from long lines of massive temples, sublime with the triumphs of an architecture which was reared in the sweat and blood of millions through the long lapse of ages. Then strains of music, whose melody never stirred the chords of a harp touched by human hands, filled her soul, and from the bowers of a green isle she gazed upon the calm expanse of ocean, with white clouds uprising from the waters into the sunny sky. "Wouldst thou behold the face of thy mother?" The calm tones of Ravoni broke on the ear of the maiden, and like a flash her dream or vision, call it what you will, was past and vanished. She awoke to the consciousness of Ravoni's look and tone and brow. "My mother," she exclaimed in tremulous tones. "Oh, let me look upon her. Advance to yonder mirror. Let the whole force of thy soul be centered upon thy mother, whom thou hast never beheld with the eyes of sense. Advance and gaze, and thine own mother will stand before thee." Trembling through every fibre of her young form, Mabel arose. The mirror reached halfway from the floor to the ceiling, in an interval of the crimson hangings. It was but 5 steps forward, and yet Mabel seemed an age in passing that trifling space. Trembling and pale, she stood before the mirror, afraid to gaze within its glittering frame. "Look within the mirror," exclaimed Ravoni. "What dost thou behold?" "I see my own form, and I see yours," whispered Mabel. Ravoni bent his eyes to the floor and pressed his hand on his forehead. "My will shall pass into her brain," he murmured. "What dost thou see now?" "There are faint outlines as of a woman's form," slowly whispered Mabel. "There is the gleam of 2 dark eyes, but all beside is mist and shadow." "Thy soul is not yet firm. Think of thy mother. Think earnestly and with thy entire soul, and lo, she will stand before thee." There was silence for a moment. The sorcerer sat by the table, with his hand pressed against his brow, while Mabel stood before the mirror, her dark eyes burning with an unnatural light. "Joy, joy," faintly murmured Mabel. "She comes." And like a beam of light from the bosom of a cloud, the vision stood before her. The form of a woman, clad in light robes, with 2 dark eyes of unutterable beauty, beaming from a pale face, around whose outlines fell thick tresses of raven hair. It was there for a moment, there within the mirror, and then it was gone. "My mother, I have seen thee," muttered Mabel, and fell fainting into the arms of Ravoni. Her head rested upon his shoulder, and her dark hair fell waving over his arms and hands. "There are those who search the ocean for its secrets, the air for its mysteries, who devote a long life to the properties of a flower or the qualities of a plant. Fools and madmen, within my arms I hold a mystery, more hallowed than all the secrets of the earth combined. Here is a fair and stainless woman, whose heart is full of truth, whose soul is all enthusiasm. On this heart I will write the teachings of Ravoni. This soul shall throb with the impulses of my will. From this hour thou wilt begin to live, fair girl. This moment thou art born. And with the past let all things that remind thee of thy former life be buried. Thy name itself shall be forgotten in the name which I now give thee. I baptize thee with a kiss, and whisper the name which shall dwell on my lips in many an hour of joy, a name soft as a riplet's murmur or a woman's sigh when first her cheek kindles to her lover's kiss. Isolde. End of section 48.